I had my naps timed out, bro.
Gilbert, his first major league hit in the third, and then he hit a fly ball to right field in the sixth.
Duh.
There was a cat dying the entire broadcast on NBC Sports Bay Area last night during that Giants-Padres game. Padres win 4-1, but you know what? We'll get to the game in a second. This is the problem with sports right now, all right? As we're getting back to NFL, and I feel like this is a problem with baseball in particular. It says good morning to you, Shasky. Good morning to Carter. Good morning to Sam. Shout out Mark Grandy for filling in for me yesterday. We are making all these different rule changes. The pitch clock, the ghost runner, trying to speed up the game, all for the television audience. Are we not, Joe? We are, right?
There's infinitely more people at home watching and consuming on television via streaming and whatever you want to call it than there are in the actual stadiums. It doesn't matter what sport.
I should be allowed, as a consumer, I pay good money to watch these Giants games. You pay good money. All the people that are listening right now pay good money to watch Giants on NBC Sports Bay Area. And hell, I heard this on the Padres broadcast too. The one fan screaming the entire time, making my ears bleed, sounding like a dead cat, all right? I should be able to call in, whether it's to the Giant Stadium, whether it's to Rob Manfred, whether it's to Secaucus. I should be able to call in and say, this fan is ruining my experience watching this game on my couch. Move them or get them the hell out of there.
I literally turned the volume completely down.
If I'm allowed to do that at a game, if I see or hear someone around me that's ruining my experience, I'm allowed to text or call whatever number it is and say, you know what? This person is ruining my experience. I could do that. Now, they'll come in and check on it and see what's going down.
You could text bad fan.
There you go. I should be able to call bad fan and have them removed because it's ruining my television experience. That was awful. On top of an awful loss last night. And I was feeling good. I was feeling great. I was feeling happy. Dropped off my kids the first day of school yesterday. The vibes were great. And then I had to watch that and listen to that yesterday. I had to turn it off. I had to turn it off like the sound.
It's so bad.
Horrible.
It's so bad. And I don't understand why they couldn't just go over to the woman. I'm dead serious on this. Go over to the woman, figure it out, and say, ma'am, listen to me. You are ruining it for everyone in attendance, but you're actually ruining it for everyone at home. And why couldn't they fade the audio down and pick up another mic and another audio from somewhere else? NBC's done a great job in terms of the drone shots and everything like that, but I just don't understand it.
Well, that's why I went to the Padres podcast with Don Orsillo.
Well, they're using the same cameras and the same feeds.
Correct. So it was not, it didn't matter because it was the same thing, right? And it was hilarious. Can you play it one more time, Carter? You brought it in.
It was so bad.
It was so bad, but it was almost like Kuiper was letting it breathe.
Gilbert, his first major league hit in the third, and then he hit a fly ball to right field in the sixth.
Oh, my God.
Shut up down there! That's what I wanted to yell. I wanted to yell, shut up! You're ruining it for everyone. Shut up! You, yes, you, the one looking back at me. Shut up!
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
No, someone needed to check her. Like a friend, someone in the area say, hey, can you not? You're hurting my ears. Like this is
What if
horrible.
you were a part of that, like that friend group? You or maybe
I'd be embarrassed.
That's what I'm saying.
I'd be embarrassed. No, and there's levels to this because it's not. It could have been a Giants or a Padres fan. I'm pretty sure it was a Padres fan, but I've heard members of my own fan base that drive me nuts during a given game. I went to Lakers Warriors game at Chase Center, God, like 6 months ago. I think Anthony Davis was still on the team then. Went to it. By the way, I hit up a bunch of people and I asked them you want to go to the game tonight? Like no one got back to me. I asked 5 or 6 people from the station. It's like, nah, I don't want to go. Mind you, this is prior to the Jimmy Butler era, so that just spoke to people not wanting to go to. This is a Warriors-Lakers game. It was Steph and LeBron, and people were like, nah, I'm good. I was like, all right, fine. I went solo to that game, by the way, and I didn't mind. You know why? Because I got the tickets, I got hooked up. I was like, all right, I'm just going to go and enjoy myself, enjoy some basketball.
I rarely get hookups. Wow.
Well, you got to know the right people, Joe. But I was sitting there, and this woman behind me, it was a Warriors fan. This is okay, though. She was enjoying the time. But just yelling just to yell. And people that do that, shame on you. Yell just to yell. Just gibberish. Now, I do that a lot Monday through Friday from 6 to 10. I yell to yell sometimes, but most of the time I have a point in what I'm doing. The point is that not the worst thing a fan can do at a game? Hell, you can run out to a field, right? And you know what? Eventually you get tackled and get kicked out. This person should have get tackled and kicked out of the game for screaming the entire time.
I have one algorithm when going to games. It's very simple in terms of fan behavior. If you are ruining it for others around you, stop. Doesn't matter what it is, okay? If you're ruining it for people around you, just stop. Now, there are time and place where it's appropriate to stand. Third down, whatever quarter it is. Maybe it's the fourth quarter of a playoff game.
I never like to tell other people that get excited at a game to sit down. Like, if they're up for it, depends for how long, right? So, like, if there's a really sick dunk and someone jumps up at a basketball game, sure, right? Just hang out. Like,
here's where I would say to you, though, Joe, as I get older, when I bring older individuals to the games, they can't get up. So I'm always cognizant of the people behind me, and I'll say to them early in the game, hey, if I jump up, I apologize. Like, I don't want to block your view because you're a little older. You paid your ticket too.
Absolutely. And I'll say old and young, because I bring a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, right? Benny and Nora to these games, and they're really small. Like, even when they're sitting down, so I have them, one of them sitting on my lap or standing up on my lap, and that's fine, but they may be blocking someone behind me too. So it's this very tricky situation. So I hear you on that. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan apply line, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
And like the way I view it is like, hey, don't ruin it for others around you. I've been around people that just won't shut up at the game. You know, there was a heckler that is big on TikTok. This big giant dork. Okay, this huge.
Willard Dibs interviewed him a couple months ago.
He's a huge dork. All right, and here's why I think the guy's a huge dork, because, bro, you're doing it for clicks.
Well,
you're literally doing the whole thing, and you think you're funny, and you're kind of not. That's number one. And number two is like, dude, if you're relentlessly doing this throughout the game, you're kind of ruining it for everybody around you. Just so that you can get the video. It's like the idiot at Walmart that's doing a TikTok dance in the middle of the aisle, and the mother with 3 kids is trying to just grocery shop. Get out of the way, you idiot. Like,
I hate that
society is so, this is where I go back to. People are so selfish and only worried about themselves, they can't see beyond their own nose.
Worst way a fan can ruin a game is what? 888-957-9570. Because this isn't the first time something's happened in a Giants game. Remember, someone threw a ball onto the field of play this past year, Joe. And I somehow think the fans screaming the entire time was worse than the thing that actually might have impacted the game.
If a fan leans over by, reflex and goes after a ball, yeah, it's a stupid thing, but like, I can understand in the moment feeling like, oh, I got my glove, I'm come here to make a play. You don't realize where you are. You're not a professional athlete. Maybe you've never caught a ball. Like, you know what? I'll grant you a one-off. If you're screaming and bellowing like a dead cat in an alleyway,
it was a dead cat. It was
4 innings.
Horrible. One more time, Carter. You got it. Come on. Just this is what we had to listen to, guys.
Gilbert, his first major league hit in the 3rd, and then he hit a fly ball to right field in the 6th.
I wanted to call 311. I don't know if any San Franciscans out there know. 311's like the catch-all for anything. And you just kind of like text it in like, hey, dude, somebody threw a bunch of mattresses in front of my house or something.
Sam got in my ear and said snitch immediately.
If somebody dumped a bunch of crap in front of your house, you should not be responsible for having to pick it all up. Like this goes back to my RV, my anti-RV statements.
Get Bonte on the line. Get Bonte on this
everybody's all pro RV till one pulls up in front of your house and dumps a bunch of garbage and a bunch of sewage all over your block. And then you'll look at it a little different when your wife and your kid are just trying to walk around the lake. It's a little more dangerous than that. And they're barbecuing next to a bunch of dry leaves and then the thing can catch fire. That being said, like, 311 is there for a reason. I would have 311 that woman. I would have bad text, bad fan, text her in, like dead serious.
From the boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text
serious.
line. I thought the Seagulls came after the game or in the 9th inning, not the entirety of it. That's pretty good. It does actually kind of sound like a Seagull. It does. Not Seagull from the 49ers. He's okay, by the way, my guy. Siegel for the Niners. He looked good on Saturday. He was making some plays.
Siegel looked amazing, I think he's the free safety we've been looking for since Eric Reed.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text.
I wanted the new mascot for the Valkyries to come over and shank her.
And punch her.
No, shank her with whatever her Valkyrie sword is.
I do like when there's like fake fighting, and we're not calling for actual violence on this person. We're not. But when there's like the fake violence from like the mascots when they get into it, I would appreciate that. Like, and that's actually a good way, Joe, of telling this person like, be quiet. To bring Lucille over.
That's a great point.
Be like, hey.
Great point.
Hey, like get the hat and like put it over her face or something, or like cover up her mouth for a second. Like that's like a non-threatening way to do it, but I think they'll get the message. So get Lucille on this, bring him over and say, you know what? Just take a play off. We don't want to hear from you. I know you're excited. You bought your ticket. You want to cheer like everyone else, but you're ruining the experience for everyone. Right?
For everyone.
There you go.
For everyone.
And we didn't even need that because on top of it, the experience of just watching the Giants has just been awful anyways, as they lost 3 of their last 4, Joe. And the Padres, by the way, have moved on from Bob Melvin, and they're going to win the division this year. I'm just letting you know. Padres are winning the NL West. They're a game back of the Dodgers. And by the way, the Dodgers might have some trouble on the Ohtani front. Another legal thing going on with Shohei Ohtani. Huh. Interesting. Another
It wouldn't have
lawsuit.
happened if he would have been, I don't know, prosecuted for the first thing.
Well, apparently he has another.
At least investigated more than 24 hours.
Well, there's a fall guy for everything. Shout
oh,
out
I'm
Chris
sure
Carter.
eBay did this one too.
He might. Well, we'll see. We'll see. But getting back to the Giants, Joe.
He hit his 42nd home run last night.
He did. Well, he's going to win the MVP in the National League. He just is. He is. And there's nothing you can do about it. But I think he would take some solace in knowing that the Padres would win the division. That being said, the Giants, again, we're in August.
I want to make
August
this clear.
12th, 2025, and the Giants are still the third team in the division. So.
Oh, you have sound of an usher talking to this woman? I have to hear it now.
What?
I have to hear it.
Oh, are you all right? You're kind of over anxious here. You're getting complaints. Well, you don't have to be too quiet. Just don't keep standing up yelling like crazy. It's good to yell for you for your team. I'm not trying to stop you there. All right? You haven't been swearing, so you're all good as far as that. But
You know what? Kudos to that usher. That was handled very well.
That was brilliant.
You could
standing ovation to the usher.
You could say what you need. You can just no profanities. You've been fine. Just tone it down a little bit.
I want to
Just tone it
retire
down.
and be an usher at some point.
Yeah, man.
I think it would be great for me. Well, I'm going to do some refereeing this year for CYL. I said, because I don't have a team this year.
Oh, you're going to do some.
heading into the year,
You
so
and
I'm gonna do
Dibs?
some-
Are you guys going to cross paths?
Well, I'm a way better referee than Dibs. I mean,
What?
I actually move on the court.
Wow.
There's a difference between, you know.
He's been doing it for a long time, Joe. I think your shots fired.
It's like going to an old doctor. Sometimes they miss things.
Yeah, they do. But you know what? They've been around a minute. They might, catch up on some things.
They have a
It's
lot of experience.
You know-
That really helps on the playing
You
field.
know what I appreciate about the old doctors, though, compared to the new ones? When you take the little guy, little girl to the doctor, and it's like, they look at it for 1 second. Yeah, they're fine. Just put some cream on or something. Yeah, they're fine.
That's what I'm there for. I mean, like,
No, see, you'll learn this though, because the first one's different from the second one. When you get the second one, it's like, they fell. Yeah, get up, you're fine. Put
dude,
some
my
dirt on
kid got pelted. I was telling the story yesterday. We were at the park, Fort Scott Field, and this kid fired a football from 40 yards away. A little one, not a big one, like, the mini or whatever, the junior size one.
Right.
It pelted him in the rib cage.
Oh.
He didn't go down, and he just started wailing. I was like, you're good. Get up. You're good. You're good. I lifted his shirt up. He had the full football mark on the side of the rib cage. I was like, maybe he broke a rib. I don't know. And then I was like, cookie? And he was like, yes. Yeah. And I went and I gave him like 4 cookies, and we were good.
The best thing to do is like when a kid like falls or runs and like they scrape their legs or their knees or whatever, because it happens all the time.
Just
on the
don't
pavement.
react.
No, you don't react, or you run in there, pick him up, and like shake him, like, yeah, you did it, you're fine. Like you get them distracted. That's what you do. Yeah, you distract them
They're
really
gonna
quick.
break
and then
their arm when they get old. They're like, yes, I did it.
Well, it was great.
I did it, Dad.
It was funny as I was taking the kids the first day of school yesterday. By the way, we're gonna get into the first day of school when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, because I have some metaphors and analogies for you later on in the show today, Joe. And we will get into the Giants and just the dumpster fire of this last couple days for them. As you thought things were turning, then you lose that series of the Nationals, and then just the wet blanket that was yesterday with the fans screaming 4-1 the final for the Padres, as they are a game back of the Dodgers for the NL West crown. But I was at first day of school yesterday, and God bless Nora. She has such second kid energy. When I could just take her first day of preschool, like legit preschool at a big school, doesn't know anyone, whatever. There's a bunch of kids that are bigger than her. It's fine. She's kind of on like the younger end of the spectrum there in the preschool because she's just about to turn 3. So she's just right at that cutoff for preschool, but she just made it because her birthday's in a couple months. So she's one of the smaller ones, but she just walks in there. She sees a toy kitchen, just goes in there, just starts cooking, just puts all the pots and pans up, making cantaloupe with bacon, these weird concoctions, but it's okay. I'm going to pretend to eat all of it.
That's my move. I take the sausage, the egg, and the cantaloupe. What's the thing you like the most? That's the front part that you're going to see as I'm shoveling the rest into your mouth.
There you go, right? So she puts it on there, and then I couldn't have been there. It didn't even matter. Mom and dad just like, oh, you good, Nora? You good? You good? Just leave. I'm good.
It's the Irish goodbye.
Conversely, young Benjamin, 5 years old, going on 6, kindergarten, he was in TK last year. He's still kind of feeling, he's like, I don't want to go. He gets anxious. That's fine. A couple tears, but you know what? Very proud of Benny. He crushed it yesterday because I saw a lot of other kids first day of school just outright trying to run away. Like, no, I'm out. And I felt that yesterday, Joe. I felt that like, that's how Giants fans are feeling right now. I'm out. You can't take me to this game. That being said,
the place was packed.
It was packed. Why are Giants fans still going to these games?
Because they do care about this team. There's this thing like, we don't care about baseball. Lie. We don't care about the Giants. Lie. We may not care about Bob Melvin, but we definitely care about this team. And
that's a social media thing, too, I feel like. It's like the cool thing that, I don't care about baseball. I only care about football and basketball.
Okay, 3.5 million people are going to go through those gates.
Exactly.
On a team that's been mathematically eliminated since August 11th.
And I'm not here for it's the Padres fans because their fan base has grown. Like I will give them that. The last decade.
I mean, how many baseball fandoms though can we name that are infinitely larger than the Padres?
Absolutely. 10? No. Yes.
And I'm not knocking San Diego.
No, absolutely not. Hell, the Padres. Just if we're going to fan bases in all of major sports in California, I don't know where they rank. They might rank outside the top 10. If we're going the totality of everything.
Niners,
there.
Lakers, Warriors, Dodgers. I mean.
I'm going USC football over the Padres.
Okay.
Like, that's what I'm getting at here.
Rams.
Like, Rams, exactly.
You know, like that's
NFL,
five.
I'm taking all of them. There you go. Hell, and I may even take a team that's not even playing in California, the Raiders, over them. Talk about fan bases in the state.
SoCal, yeah.
So, but this is what I'm getting at. I don't think it's all Padres fans there. You're going to people are going to point, the Padres. No. There's a lot of Giants fans there in the building. I'd like to hear them drown out that lady yesterday, but they're not giving them much to cheer about. Outside of a Devers home run, great. It was a nice little bounce back. You tie the game up, and then you leave Logan Webb in for a little bit too long, Joe. And the fans have nothing to cheer about. And I thought it was interesting that Bob Melvin, and we'll hear from his comments from just a couple days ago, when Verlander had his, 3,500 strikeout.
It meant nothing to me.
Meant nothing, because it was the first inning. I was like, great, you escaped it, and then the wheels fell off immediately right after that. And you got shelled against a bad Nationals team that have waved the white flag for the last couple weeks, right? You got a guy named James Wood in here that hasn't hit a home run since the Derby? And then he comes in here.
He had a great weekend.
He had a great weekend.
You know, Joe, in a weird way, I was thinking about this. Like, there's been some very disappointing years. Like last year, the Niners were so disappointing coming off that Super Bowl. But I don't know. In many ways, like I kind of saw it coming, but I didn't want to admit it. And the Warriors, after the whole punch thing, like that year was really disappointing. The last couple before they get Jimmy Butler were pretty disappointing. In the oddest way, maybe I'm just a prisoner of right now, of this moment. I feel like this is as disappointing, if not more disappointing, than any other sports season in the Bay Area in the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
Wow.
It's so disappointing. Not that I expected them to be some, championship contender. You can't even be in the third wild card race by the September Labor Day weekend? What?
I would like to remind everyone the conversations that were being had on these very airwaves after the Devers trade. It wasn't make the playoffs. It wasn't win the division. It was compete for a World Series. That's what the Dave Flemings, that's what the Jim Bowdens of the world were saying. That's what the Keith Laws were saying when they were joining us on here saying, oh yeah, they could win the division. They could be in the playoffs. They could be a legit contender in the National League. And now 2 months later, they're cooked.
Yeah.
It's not good enough.
You know where I stand on Bob Melvin. I've been out. I'm out. I'm all the way out. And yesterday, what happened in the 6th, 7th inning for me was just, hey, why are you even in the dugout? That's what I want to ask. Why are you even in the dugout if you're just going to sit there and be a bystander and just watch? You know, I have a saying. I go, the kids, you play the game. The parents watch. You don't stand and watch the play developing. That's what parents do in the stands. Bob looks more like a parent watching from the stands than he does look like an active participant working his roster.
Have Giants fans tuned out on Bob Melvin? Have the players now tuned out on Bob Melvin? I think Shasky has, and we're going to get into it on the other side. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by American Cancer Society.
Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200-store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh my Bob!
Ugh, kitchen ants, runaway roaches, a spider. A spider. A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
And that'll do it. The Valkyries with a convincing 17-point win on Violet's birthday. The new Raven mascot of the Valkyries. They get back above 500 at 16-15 with a 74-57 win over the Connecticut Sun.
This is Big Pun from South City. You are now tuned in to the Morning Roast with my boy, Original Joe, and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That guy can drink like a fish.
Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Valkyries looking primed for the playoffs. And by the way, shout out Tiffany Hayes of the Valkyries. Moves to 31st on the WNBA's all-time scoring list in said win over the Connecticut Sun.
Yeah.
She passes Cheryl Swoops. That's a name you haven't heard in a minute, Joe. Cheryl Swoops. She passes her for 31st all-time, and she is approaching 5,000 career points. So a massive win for the Valkyries, taking care of business over a not very good Sun team. But again, if you want to be a playoff team, you got to take care of business against the bad teams. And that's what they did yesterday. And they unveiled their new mascot, Violet, the Raven, the Valkyrie. Does she know the Ravens mascot from Baltimore, I wonder? What is it, Poe? Like Edgar Allan Poe? I think that's the name of the Raven over there in Baltimore. Maybe they could be an item at one point. But I'll ship them later, kind of Love Island for the mascots. Maybe we could do that. But shout out Violet the Valkyrie. Did you see the Valkyrie? Do you like the look?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay.
I mean, whatever. It's new. Gritty's kind of like the best of the new.
Gritty.
What?
That's the Philadelphia Flyers one,
yeah,
right?
like he's kind of like the gold standard of new.
An elite mascot.
I don't even know what it is. It's just
That's
like
the best
blob.
part.
No one knows what it is.
That's the best part.
I watched that movie last night, Blaze of Glory, by the way. Continue.
Oh, that's of course. Yeah, it's been a minute. Will Ferrell had a moment. I got to get on Bob Melvin here. Like, we just have to.
Enough of the bird.
No.
Okay.
Like, I get it. Like, I'll get into mascots. I'm so hot on Bob from last night. You know, my buddy who is a Padre fan, that reminds me of like the Star Wars. Woo! The nickname that they dubbed down in San Diego was Sleepy Bob. All right, and you could, Joe, it's not fair. That's just, I'm telling you what the nickname was down in San Diego yesterday.
Sleepy Bob. That's my dad.
Yesterday, it's the 6th inning. Okay, now you end up scoring a run after you escaped a jam in the top of the 6th. Anybody that was watching that game was thinking the same thing I was thinking. Damn, Logan Webb gets no run support. He's pitching a really good game right now. You're getting shoved by Yu Darvish and his 5.5 plus ERA.
How old is he? He's got to be like almost 40.
You're getting shoved.
He's 38, by the way.
By Yu Darvish.
He's going to be 39 in 4 days? Oh my God. He looked like he was 29.
I mean, he looks better than Verlander.
He looked like Texas Rangers, Yu Darvish. Yeah, he did look better than Verlander.
Like just yesterday. But like you watch the game, like Logan Webb he's living the Matt Cain existence all over again. And you're going to come out, he gave up a bunch of runs in that 7th inning. Like, yeah, you're right. And his manager's doing him no favors. So after escaping a jam where they should have gave up multiple runs in the top of the 6th, Devers hits a moonshot home run to left center. As a manager, you know what I'm thinking to myself? Wow, we might not score the rest of the night. I need to treat this next inning as a humongous momentum shutdown inning. We know the Padres come in waves. Do they not?
They do.
So you've got the 7, 8, 9 hitters coming up. Lefty, righty, top of the order. Now, just glancing at the splits, okay? Glancing at the splits, I know that all those guys hit a little worse, sometimes a lot worse, against lefties. I got one lefty in the pen. His name is Lucchesi, all right? If you want to go with Logan Webb to come back out, you got to have the quick hook. The last inning you saw it. He escaped a jam. He gives up the double, and Sheets is flying into second base. Now, the young man, Gilbert, who they picked up, he's trying hard. He's learning in right field. It's a tough place to play. They've got him shaded into Triples Alley. It's just tough.
He looked like a rookie yesterday.
Yeah, a couple different places. He slipped in the dirt.
Yeah.
A great manager senses in the Padre dugout, Schilt goes, hey, we need to score here. We're going to pinch run a guy who's got as many home runs as some of your top dogs, Gavin Sheets, and we're going to go with our speedy, defensive-minded outfielder, who on most Giants teams the last 3 years would probably be a starter and be batting in the 3, 4, 5, 6 spot. They go to the speedy outfielder, the defensive replacement guy, to pinch run at second base. Here comes Cronenworth, another lefty. Look at the splits. He hits a little worse against lefties. Now, I know, Logan's your ace. I get it. He's leaking oil. You need an out here. Logan is leading baseball in innings pitched. He has not gotten through 7 innings since the middle of June. We're in mid-August. That's 2 months ago. He is exhausted. Now, I get it. You traded away your bullpen guys. Bob, get the lefty up the minute the guy gets on to start the inning. If you're going to go with Logan Webb, there's no zoom in on the bullpen. We have no idea who's getting up. And this is another thing that kind of drives me nuts about the broadcast. Like, tell me when guys get up. Don't wait till afterwards when they're all lathered up to let me know they're there. Cronenworth rolls one over in between second and first base. And the guy from second scores by 2 steps. Because the manager in the other dugout sensed the moment, we need to score a run right here. We need to answer back from the Devers situation. All right? And then what ends up happening, that guy scores. Now it's a 2-1 ball game. Every Giants fan's thinking the same thing. Oh, what a gut punch.
Oh, this lead's insurmountable, which is sad.
Here comes the 9-hitter. And for the 3rd time since the All-Star break, the 9-hitter hits a 2-run home run. The 9-hitter. Okay, who also hits worse against lefties. Then you take out Logan Webb. Well, thanks, Bob. I really appreciate that you showed up to this game and decided to make a move after the game's over. Thanks, buddy. Really appreciate it. I thanks for showing up. Again, the guys on the field are participating. The coaches are trying to think 3 steps ahead. Bob's out here like a parent, just clapping, just watching. I just don't understand. I'm so over him.
I don't know what's more frustrating, to be honest. Is it 2 of your highest paid players? Because Devers did have a home run yesterday, so I'm not going to get on him. He did tie up the game. He did what you're supposed to do if you're Devers. Hit a home run.
He hit a
bomb. There you go. He did something yesterday. He was the only offense. I got Willie Adames out there arguing a check swing at the bottom of the 4th inning. Like, it feels like he was trying to get thrown out of the game, going at the first base umpire. Like, stop. You're 0 for tonight, dude. You've been struggling mightily. You're batting .227, right? Making $100+ million. Matt Chapman, another guy. So I hear you on Bob, but I do wonder what Giants fans are more frustrated right now. Is it the manager or is it your 2 highest paid players?
I think
two of the 3.
To me, it's both. And think about this. Bob called these guys out on Sunday, and that's how you respond?
Bad.
That's how you respond. And I got something for the 2 highest paid players on the team right now outside of Devers, Adames and Chapman. A little birdie told me that those guys are only available when they do well. That's front runner stuff.
And when you say available,
I mean,
after the
talk
game,
to the
talking
media.
to the media.
There's a lack of accountability, and it starts with the manager, and it's permeating through my two top dogs. Hey, Chapman and Adames, y'all want to be all buddy, happy when you do well? Where you at when times are tough? You're making these reporters wait for you for an hour after the game, and you know that they're going to leave because people have lives and jobs to do and things to report. That's weak.
If I was going
to, that's weak.
If I was going to ask you, who's the leader of this Giants team? And I'm not letting you do a front office guy. Who's the leader of this team?
I don't know.
Exactly. You don't even know. That's a problem.
Look, I'm a big.
Who's the leader of the Padres? Let me ask that.
It might be Machado
and Tatis.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll go to those guys.
Yeah.
Now, say what you will
They
about
might
them.
not get along at every single step of the way.
But they set the tone.
Absolutely.
Do they not? There's tension, and again, it could be bad. It could be blown up. We could laugh at them in the playoffs if it falls apart. But there is something to be said about getting on the other players' asses and like having tension in the dugout at all times. And they do that.
People might say that, I don't care what the media and this and the other. Brock Purdy's available for everything.
Yeah.
George Kittle's available for everything. Fred Warner's available for everything. Now, there are different stipulations in other sports. Steph Curry talks every single night.
Yeah.
Every night. And I can't get Adames and Chapman to step up. You want to take the money, but you don't want the responsibility that comes with it? That's weak to me. And again, I've rooted for both players, and I like both players. But when I heard that, I was like, that's not leadership. Why did they give him 180? It wasn't because of his batting average.
No.
It wasn't because of his range. They gave Willie Adames $180 million for leadership, correct?
For culture.
Yeah, it ain't just rah out the dugout. It's I step in front of the podium and take on the firing squad when this team is 0 for 8 billion with runners in scoring position. That's part of being a leader.
Part of being a leader also is pivoting when we need to, and we will right now because it's time for the Golden State Valkyries strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. And as mentioned, the Valkyries continue to roll, extracting revenge on the Connecticut Sun after a brutal loss to them last month. And they rode the hot hand of Tiffany Hayes, who again passed Cheryl Swoops for 31st all-time in WNBA scoring and had this milestone layup in the first quarter.
Wow, this is a nice fast take and move aside Cheryl Swoops because Tiffany Hayes just passed you on the all-time scoring leaderboard in WNBA history with that nice layup. 14-6.
Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Hayes finished with a team-high 17 points in the win, and that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side. When it comes to leadership, who is the leader of this Giants team? And what's more glaring? Is the lack of leadership from the manager or from the players? On 95.7 The Game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part, they accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Devers hits one into the gap. He hits it well, and it is out of here. And this game is tied.
Shut up.
You're ruining it for everyone.
All right, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Andy Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Yeah, the Italians did not love that lady screaming last night during the entire game. If you're just joining us and you didn't watch the game, maybe we were at the game, so you didn't hear the lady either behind home plate, near the broadcast, where the hell she was. She was just doing this the entire game. She was a Padres fan. And, yeah, blood curdling. I think we should be able to call in as fans on our couches and say, get that fan out of here. I will shout out the usher there at Oracle Park, who did his best to try to, tell her to be quiet in a nice way. And he did that. So I'll give credit to the Giants for being on top of that because it was awful to listen to. Not as awful as watching this team, though, Joe. I'll say that.
Sports, man.
Can you get Logan Webb some run support? That's going to be a conversation I feel like we're going to have forever. Like Matt, I just picture Matt Cain on the mound every time I see Logan Webb, just with the lack of run support. It feels like there is so much pressure on this pitching staff, and it's palpable. Every time they get up there, whether it's a 1-0 lead, a 2-0 lead, it's like, oh, well, we're screwed. We have a team full of Paul Skeens, it feels like, that every time he goes out there, he has to be almost perfect. That's what the Giants pitching staff is right now. But the problem is also, Joe, is a lack of leadership. I asked you a question last segment, straight up, who's the leader of the Giants team? And you said, I don't know. That's a problem. It's August 12th, and you have multiple $100 million players on this roster. And no one stepped up to be that dude. No one stepped up. And it's not Bob Melvin. It's not. And we're going to hear from sound from Bob Melvin that tells me he's at a loss right now, and he doesn't know what to do.
Well, we're all done with Bob. I mean, there's just the fan base is done. Fan base is done with him. Fan base is done with him. I don't even know if the players are. It's not my place to know about what the dugout feels about him, but I'm done with him. I think we're all done with him. Nice guy, great. Like I just nice guy. I just
do that so many times, and I will always reiterate: the worst thing you could say about a player or a coach is he's a nice guy.
But here's what I will defend.
Oh, he was a really nice guy.
Here's what I will defend. I will defend the roster is not good enough. Yeah. That's not on Bob, right? So if we're gonna have like a real Giants conversation, it starts here. They're 28th in hits as an offense. 26th. There are 30 teams in baseball. I just want everyone to know that.
Oh,
28th in hits. That's third to last. 26th in batting average, 29th in stolen bases. That's tied for dead last in stolen bases. 25th in OPS, 27th in slugging, 25th in runs, 26th in home runs, 23rd in RBIs, 23rd in doubles, 21st in OBP. This is one of, again, the worst offenses in baseball, which I feel like we've been saying for over a decade. It's insane.
This team needs a jolt of some sort, and they thought they were getting it with Rafi Devers in the lineup, and Rafi Devers has been, not the player I think Giants fans have wanted, although as of late he's been playing a lot better, and I do think he's going to settle in, full offseason with the team, maybe work on the weight a little bit, get fully healthy, because they can tell me as much as they want, but he's just not healthy. He's not going to be healthy the rest of the season, so get him nice and rested up heading into next year. I feel fine with Rafi Devers. Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, I have major question marks on. Chapman with the glove, fine. That's only going to take you so far when I have this team that can't even score more than one inning against a Yu Darvish that's damn near 40 years old and had, like a 9 ERA it felt like just a couple weeks ago? Like, the guy's not very good. But how many times have we said that? Oh, this guy, he's not very good, but he looks amazing against the Giants offense. That tells you all you need to know about the team right now. By the way, it's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And I do have some sound here when it comes to Bob Melvin that I want to get to. This was, Sunday? This was the Justin Verlander start I want to get to first, because this is the one that was glaring to me. Talking about the fans, and you brought this one up earlier. 40,000 fans out there. And they've been showing up. The fans have been showing up to the ballpark. The team hasn't really given them much to cheer about at times at home, but the fans are still showing up. This is a team that's one game under 500. But this is Bob Melvin talking about the fans having nothing to root for.
I mean, we have 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game we've had all year. Back to JV, strikes out the side in the first and has that moment. That was great. But he's got a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stripes.
Exactly. And Justin Verlander, we're going to look back on it, and Justin Verlander, Giants will be like, what? Yeah, that happened. Like, it's just going to be like a nothing burger, almost like a Randy Johnson when he was a Giants, like whatever. Right? That's what I kind of liken it to.
I'm with you.
Like, that's what it's so great. Justin Verlander, and that's kind of what Bob was saying. They're great. He had his moment, 3,500 strikeouts. Congratulations, Justin. He's a Hall of Famer, but that's not going to do anything for anyone there in the first inning when you were struggling. Yeah, he struck out the side, but you were lucky to get out of that inning with nothing. Ends up giving it up there. And then they couldn't fight back against a Nationals team again that has been struggling all season long, that is not a very good team, that fired their manager and their general manager. Like, they just cleaned house. And this is a team that's kicking your ass. Like, so, yeah, it's great when you win series against the Mets and, you bounce back against the Pirates, but then you do that against the Nationals. It's not going to ingratiate yourself well to a fan base. I don't think Bob Melvin has been able to do that the last 2 years. He just hasn't. There's not a signature Bob Melvin like moment that I could think of. Like, this was the turning point. He went to this guy in this situation, or he had a rallying cry, or he dug into the players after when's the last time he really went at a player? And I'm not saying that's the end all be all, is like ripping your players, because that when you do it too many times, it becomes like chicken bleep. And you know what? I tune it out. But you need to at some point call out the players. And was that him calling them out? It wasn't good enough for me. Because what do you do, Bob, when you call out those players? You have the same exact lineup in the same exact order, and you bring them back out there like something's going to change. It didn't change, and it's definitely not going to change against the Padres, who are actually a good team. Like, you got to do something else there, and he just sounds defeated, and the fan base feels defeated because of it. Is it not? You sound defeated right now. You've sounded defeated the last couple of weeks, quite frankly.
It's got a similar vibe to the way we discuss the Niners in that once we start talking about the Yorks and the stadium,
it's over. The season's cooked.
Right? Look, you guys are all laughing, but you know it's true. Once I start hearing about like ballpark dimensions and everything, I'm just like, what are we doing? Can I just
There's like a trickle down of things to complain about, and you know it's the season's over when you get to I've tuned out the manager. We're talking about rallying around the team after a game or a loss, and they just can't even do that. It's over.
Look, the Giants are a very bad offense at home.
They're also only 4.5 back from the wild card. And again, I sound insane when I say that. And you're looking at me like, stop. They might as well be 10.5 back.
They're done. The Giants are a very bad hitting team at home, right? That's pretty obvious. I think we all know that. Yeah. The Padres aren't much better at home, right? And you know where the Padres are? They're worse on the road than the Giants are.
They're 29-32.
No, but I'm saying at hitting. I'm just going just pure hitting. All right, pure hitting.
They're also just under 500 on the road. Yeah, exactly.
So at pure hitting on the road, the Padres are significantly worse than where the Giants are at. The Giants on the road are, I would say, bottom third in almost every category offensively. Now, if they were like upper third in the road splits, I'd be like, dude, you're right. You know, we got to do something about the ballpark and this, that, the other. But like the Padres struggle at home to hit, and they struggle on the road to hit, just relative to the rest of the league and what that lineup is.
All right.
It's about situational at-bats. Like, this is not about data over an entire year, because that's not it. Like, the Giants put up runs on the road over an entire year. They actually do. They draw a lot of walks over an entire year. Situational at-bats. How many times have you seen Pat Bailey go up there in the 6th, 7th, or 8th inning dying to get a walk?
Oh, my God.
How many
3 strikeouts yesterday?
Borderline plays where he's flipping the bat on a 3-1 count, like, oh, that's ball 4. I'm going to go take a swing of the bat.
Right. You're on the team to swing. Like come on.
And I'm just picking on him. He's actually been good since the All-Star break. He's batted 255 or whatever since the All-Star break, 300 in August. Like, he has been significantly better. He started off horrible the first 2 months. You know, Jung Hoo Lee's changing his approach. He hit one down the line. It was foul, but he finally hit one down the line going the other way. This, to me, is not about dimensions. It's about mindset, execution, and going out and doing the little things. This team fails to do the little things. Yesterday's a great example. Does anyone know what the exit velocity was on Jake Cronenworth's ground ball to right field?
Was it under 100?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. That was just a smart baseball play. Oh. Hit a chopper ground ball.
I thought he was legitimately asking.
No, but Joe, what do the dimensions have to do with hitting a ground ball between first and second? What did the dimensions and the advanced analytics have to do with me putting a pinch runner who's got some speed and who has good instincts at second base and him scoring by 2 steps because he read that ball the whole way and knew he was going to score? That's baseball. That's the little stuff. What does analytics have to do with me knowing, like, Logan barely got out of the inning before? This is the 3rd time through the lineup. I don't care about the analytics. 3rd time through the lineup, he barely got out of the last inning. I probably should have somebody ready in the bullpen. Like, guys, these are baseball fundamentals.
Well, how many times have you used that phrase? These are fundamentals when it comes to the Giants and the lack of fundamentals, whether it's Elliot Ramos running on the base paths, whether it's the wrong cutoff guy.
Matt Chapman striking out, uppercutting, trying to hit a 3-run jack with runners in second and third. Now, that didn't happen last night, but I'm just saying, in general, like, I'm tired of hearing about these straw man arguments about the ballpark when there are countless times at home or on the road, second and third, less than 1 out, and they fail to put a ball in play.
You know, when the Niners are struggling, and we could all see it, we could all feel it last year, and we felt like there was a lack of leadership from some of the players. Obviously, Deebo Samuel is one of them. I think that was the most tumultuous season we've seen with Deebo Samuel when it came to the fan base and their kind of vitriol towards him. Devondre Campbell obviously quitting on the team, but
still insane.
No, but I could fall back, and when I listened to what Fred Warner had to say, you know, and step up as a leader that he was last year on a fractured ankle that he was playing with all season long, and when he would always say, and this was even during the Steve Wilkes era, and obviously the Sorensen last year, no, it starts with the players. Like, we could argue about the coaches. it's on us at the end of the day.
Especially the high price guys.
And he knows he's one of them. And he's an all-pro player. And that is why it's so damn refreshing. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Fame person, too, which matters to me. But he always strikes the right note in the presser. I don't know. I mean, has there ever been a Chapman or an Adames press conference? I know Devers, it's not. He's been here for a couple months. I'm not asking a lot of Devers right now. But Adames and Chapman in particular, because he's been here now for almost 2 seasons. Like, I need I'm not asking you to be a rah-rah guy, but God, show some emotion after the game in the locker room. And as you mentioned, you got to be present. Fred Warner was present last year. George Kittle, present. Brock Purdy, present. And they were coming off a Super Bowl appearance, and it was a dumpster fire for them last year, Joe.
We all know the person in our lives who only wants to post when they have a win and a success. All right? And I get it. Like, social media is not real life, but real life is being accountable in times of crisis.
Yes.
My uncle taught me a long lesson many, many, many years ago that you find out much more about someone when they have to go through adverse situations than you do when times are great. Your relationships get tested, whether that's friends, family, your significant other. Anybody can be great during the honeymoon. What do you like when the bills are stacking up, the car breaks down, the kids have to be picked up, and you're exhausted and not feeling good? What do you like then? And so when you get paid the most amount of money, to me, there is a level of expectation that goes above and beyond. I tell this to a lot of the young boys. Like, part of being a man, there's many elements of it, but part of being a man isn't just taking the trash out begrudgingly. It's doing all the little things with a smile on your face when you know you don't want to do them day after day after day after day, and not being told, hey, thank you. Like, you just shut up. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do. Just go through the grind. And there's some guys on this team right now, for me, that come off as front runners. And if you are ducking the media for hours on end after stinking it up for a week and you're making 150 mil large, to me, that's front runner. That's weak. This is why I get on Trent Williams at times. I think at times he gives me front runner vibes. That's why I get on Draymond at times. They give me front runner vibes. I'll give you this, though. There's many times during adverse situations, Draymond and Trent stood there in front of the media and took it. Some of these guys on this Giants team come off a little soft, ducking the media for weeks on end because they're not doing well.
And I'll say this when it comes to Draymond Green, who is just a lightning rod figure here in the Bay, and obviously so. The guy is a multi-time champion. Speak about his leadership in different ways if you want, but I know he cares, and he is trying, and he is putting out his best effort all the time on the court. Now, he might do some dumb things.
Yeah, there are games where I can tell he wants to
get ejected.
Yeah, yes. Exactly.
Steps out, I'm going to get ejected.
But you know what I'll give him? He plays with his hair on fire.
Yes.
There's a lot that drives me nuts, but I'll go to war with someone like that.
Same, I'll say, and I won't even use a Warriors angle, but a guy that struggles at times, but I know he's going to give it his all, is a Russell Westbrook player. I will never get on Russell Westbrook for not giving it his all and caring. Now, I think he does some knuckleheaded things, his shot selection. I think some of his post-game comments at times are kind of out of left field, but I'm never going to question that. And I'm not here to question, Matt Chapman, Willie Dibs, whether they're trying or not, but I am going to question their leadership right now because I haven't heard a lot from them post-game that really makes me feel comfortable about them being my leaders going forward right now. I think there's a leadership void on the team,
yes,
and no one stepped up. Logan Webb, he could be a leader in that pitching staff, but I need an everyday guy out there too.
Who's the leader of the Yankees?
Aaron Judge.
It's not even a question.
Aaron Judge.
It's not even a question. No, he's like, in the same way like Josh Allen or Lamar or Patrick Mahomes, like he's such a larger-than-life presence that it's almost, it goes without saying.
I'm glad you brought up the Yankees as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, and as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Now, they're scuffling big time. They just got, before last night, they got swept by the Astros, and he had to come out and talk and defend the team.
I mean, they got a 1-game lead right now over the Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, they're done.
And the Cleveland Guardians, I think they might be cooked.
I think so, too.
Specifically, Aaron Boone, as I keep hearing Aaron Buffoon from a lot of New York fans is what they're calling him. That's their nickname for him. Is they're going Sleepy Bob?
Yes.
Sleepy Bob. Over in the Big Apple, they're saying Aaron Buffoon, who could very well be available in the coming months, Joe. I'm just talking about it right now. If we're both saying that we think Bob Melvin's days are numbered, if the Giants do indeed miss out on the playoffs, because I do believe that is the only way that he does keep his job, is his team becoming a wild card team. And right now, a very hard time seeing that, albeit a 4.5 game lead isn't the end all be all. And they don't have, they don't have a lot to make up there. They have no room for error. But the Mets, another New York team that is struggling mightily, I think they'll eventually figure it out. But they are 1-9 in their last 10, and they've lost 7 in a row all of a sudden, Joey. The Reds are right there, the Cardinals are right there, and then the Giants. So barring that, I do think the Giants move on from Bob Melvin. And could Aaron Boone be a type of guy that, you know what, you look at and say, hey, kind of rah-rah guy, gets ejected a lot, a player's manager, if you will. He'll go out guys, he'll go out some players in the post-game pressers. Would that be a name that would interest you?
They need someone who has fire. And I know a lot of people don't like Aaron Boone. And I know New York wants to run him out of town. I get it. Like, you went analytics guy with Kapler and Farhan. Uptight analytics guy just didn't work, right? It just didn't work for a variety of reasons.
Had one great year.
Then you went like kind of old school, calm, never going to do any, anything with a pulse, Bob. And great guy, nice guy. I think they need to go in the complete opposite direction, and I think they need to go fiery, dude. They need Billy Martin in that dugout. They need some tension. Like, I'm not like, the two guys need to fight. But, boy, show me a little fight. Show me that somebody cares. A little creative tension. Just a little.
Do you think that matters, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Are we making too much out of Bob Melvin kind of being lackadaisical in the presser?
I think the roster stinks, Joe. I'm sorry to cut you off. The roster, I want to make sure the prerequisite is that the roster does stink.
Well, should we be talking about Buster Posey more so than Bob Melvin?
Well, this brings me to my next point, which is, what are we doing? DFA Wilmer and bring up Eldridge. I love Dom Smith. Put Eldridge in left field. Put Ramos in right. Figure it out. I don't even care. What are we doing with Eldridge? You're scarred because of the PTSD with Luciano? Luciano's not good. Yeah. It's okay. We're not holding you against Luciano. I know he's your prize guy. You don't want to mess it up. We have nothing to lose. Okay, he goes 0 for 8. So what? It'd be the most 8 exciting at-bats all year since the first 8 Devers at-bats.
Well, when I see guys like Roman Anthony and what he's doing with the Red Sox, right? They immediately call him up after the Devers. Moving off. Life, exactly. They're talking about building the Roman Empire now over there. Now, I'm not saying Bryce Eldridge is going to do that over here, but boy, wouldn't it be exciting? There's a reason you got to keep the fans here now. They're still coming, but give that a couple weeks. You said that earlier before the show. It's like, yeah, give it a week or two. If they get swept against the Padres and they fall flat on their face again against the Padres or some of these other teams coming up, the fans aren't going to be showing up because you know what? Football's right around the corner.
Well, would you agree this year proved to me we were out on Farhan as a fan base, and there is a rabid Giants fandom that is right now being underserved?
Oh, absolutely. I think that was what was so frustrating about the Farhan era is because it made a lot of fans, like my dad's a diehard Giants fan, he just didn't care. As Farhan was there.
Apathy.
Exactly. And when you lose the old guard and the young guard, and then the casuals on top of that, that's when there's a problem. And that was what was very frustrating because the Giants, as a brand here in the Bay, dominated for so long.
What do we say when we're planning out shows months in advance? We go, well, once the Niners show up, they're going to be the top of the the topic that we go with.
But I don't, and that's the problem. I don't want to do that.
No, Joe. But the funny thing is we just had a preseason game, and if the Giants were 7 or 8 games better, I actually think we'd be talking 3 hours of Giants and 1 hour of the Niners.
They have to earn that though.
No, I agree. But my point being is like this thing that football's back. No, week 1 is different than preseason week 1. Had the Giants just been in it, they squandered an opportunity to capture the hearts of Giants fans and run with it into September.
We would rather talk about Mac Jones and his interception after a preseason game than Rafi Devers, your biggest acquisition in the history of the franchise, hitting a home run to tie the game up yesterday. I'd rather talk about McCorkle Jones, Joe. That's where we're at when it comes to Giants talk right now. But when it comes to the manager you want, doesn't matter whether they're fiery, whether they're mild-mannered, because I think of Bochy as kind of a guy who's, he got ejected. He get fiery and pissed off sometimes, but I don't think of him as like an Aaron Boone type where he's just yelling constantly, throwing the hat on the field, cussing out the guys.
It was also
My guys are
17
effing
years
savages.
ago. It
Yes.
was also 17 years ago, 18 years ago when they brought him in. You know, the game's changed a lot. The players have changed a lot. And I also think Bochy's way more fiery behind the scenes than we all acknowledge.
I think we've had kind of, the three managers that we've had the last three iterations of the Giants. You want to go Bob Melvin, you want to go Gabe Kapler, and Bruce Bochy. I think they're all kind of unique in their own way. The only one we haven't really had is an Aaron Boone type this last 15 plus years where it's a true kind of rah-rah.
Sparky Anderson, Billy Martin.
Yes. A Dan Campbell type, if you will.
100%.
If we're going a football equivalent,
100%.
some guys that are going to yell at you.
Harbaugh's a rah-rah guy.
Would you be in on an Aaron Boone type if he became available? Aaron Boone himself.
This guy's
Giants
persona
fan.
non grata, but Ozzie Guillen was that kind of guy.
Yes.
I know everyone hates his guts, but
Just don't talk about Fidel Castro. That's all you need to know in Miami.
Sure, but but those are the kind of guy they don't need Bobby Cox, even though I love Bobby Cox. They need somebody with some fire.
They do.
Because they have too many flatliners on the roster.
Is there another name we should be talking about, Giants fans, that gives fire to this team that desperately needs it? 888-957-9570. We'll pick this up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. But also, check out this. Football Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. I can't wait for that CBS. Both the NFL and the college football, when it starts getting those jingles in, Joe, that's when I really get excited about it. Watch your local NFL live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I got a bone to pick with the Niners as well that I want to get into. Like a legitimate bone to pick. What are we... No, honestly, are we in this to just have fun and make money? Or are we in this to win?
On 95.7 The Game.
Bay Area, there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can, and they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
That scream. Oh, my God. It's going to be my nightmares. Literally, my left eye, Joe. I don't know. Like, I usually wear contacts and wearing glasses this morning.
Lisa Left Eye Lopez?
What is that?
Oh, my
I
God.
don't know what that is. What? No.
You don't know about TLC?
Oh, yeah. No Scrubs? Is that, yeah?
Oh, my God.
Don't go chasing
my
waterfalls?
God. Oh, my God.
What?
Andre Rison. It's like there's like name recognition. If I say Lisa Left Eye Lopez, I think of Andre Rison and her burning his house down.
Okay. Well, there you go. I didn't.
And then him slapboxing Jerry Rice in the Georgia Dome, 1994, when the Niners are in the all whites, and then Dion. Oh, God, it's just so much.
As I was saying, my left eye kept twitching yesterday, which is why I'm wearing glasses today for those of you watching on YouTube. And I just started wearing glasses. God, when did I start? Back in second grade is when I started wearing glasses. And then I didn't get contact lenses up until high school, I believe. That changed my entire life, by the way.
My entire life.
Yeah.
Contacts, okay.
Girls started paying attention to me after I went to, contacts. That being said, not many of them. But glasses became cool like 5 years after I started doing that, which actually pissed me off. It became like people that didn't even need prescription glasses started wearing just like frameless ones, or like, no, you're like looking at me like this. It was a thing. People would wear glasses that didn't need to wear glasses, and it pissed me off. It's like, that's our culture. You can't be stealing that. It's kind of like
an idiot.
It's like the bald community, like turning their backs on like the bald by choice people. It's just like, no. You can grow a full head of hair. That's not fair to us guys that have to suffer through the male patterned baldness of the world. That's how I feel about people that wear glasses that don't even need the prescription. That being said, my eye was twitching because of this scream from that woman last night. During the Giants broadcast, if you're not watching the game or you were listening or whatever, well, if you were listening, you were hearing this. And I'm here to tell you, that was bad, but it's not as bad as the product on the field for the Giants right now, and that's why we're talking about it. And the lack of leadership is glaring. We're talking about the manager first and foremost, because with any team that's scuffling, you look to the coach first and foremost. We do it all the time in football, right? The amount of fire Shanahan stuff we had, it's ridiculous. Fire Steve Kerr. It's been pretty ho-hum when it comes to Bob Melvin. You know why? Because Bob Melvin's a pretty ho-hum guy, and the Giants have been pretty ho-hum. And are we being too hard on Bob Melvin, I would ask? And if we're not, who would you like to see replace him? Because the big boss man, Matt Nahigian, comes in here. He's like, I think a question is, like, if you're going to replace him, with who? And how many managers can you actually name right now in baseball?
Not many.
From the top dogs. Like, it's a great question because I can even name the Houston Astros manager. It's not Alex Cora. It's not AJ Hinch. Alex Cora didn't even ever was manager. It's not Dusty Baker anymore. Joe Espada. Not Joe Spadoni. Joe Espada.
Yeah, who? But that's a great organization. I hate them, but they're a great organization, right? Like the Tampa Bay Rays, great organization. The Milwaukee Brewers, great organization. Now they had Craig Counsell. Craig Counsell left and went to Chicago, and the Cubs are doing really well.
Yeah.
There are some places that are a little more turnkey than others. I think the Milwaukee Brewers, if you just looked at year by year, bang for the buck, everybody's like, I want to be the Tampa Bay Rays. I think the Brewers are as well run, if not more well run, than even the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, what's kind of frustrating when you say that is Bob Melvin, the money ball as we go Tampa Bay Rays, the money ball aspect. That's what Bob Melvin was for the A's for so long in Oakland, and he was that guy. That being said,
but they were well run regarding prospects.
And Billy Bean was there. David
yes.
Forrest.
The Guardians are another team that operates similarly.
And I'll say this: where the Giants are right now is totally different from where those A's teams were, because whether it was that first iteration, the platoon, then they tear it down. He had time to develop and be on some crappy A's teams. Bob Melvin, I'm talking about. I do think he's more of a developmental kind of. We're going to take our lumps for a few years, kind of like what Mark Kotsay is doing right now in Sacramento. I feel like that's kind of the manager Bob Melvin is. He's not a win now type of a guy. He's just not. He has to stay with an organization in kind of the inception of them and like take them through, right? I think of his best moments were, developing the Marcus Simeons, the Matt Chapmans, the Matt Olsons, the Sean Murphys of the world, right? When he was in Oakland, right? Back when we were the flagship there. We were talking about them. That is what he is best at. I do think they need someone else to kind of take over here with a ready now roster. Now, I say that. Is this a ready now roster? I don't know what this roster is, Joe.
No.
And that's kind of what's maddening right now. I don't know what to make of this team.
Well, what if I told you this? Like, one of these two things is going to have to move. Like, if Eldridge is going to want to play every day in the field. Devers is going to want to play every day in the field. Well, if they're both at first base, like, can that coexist?
Well,
those two things are like butting up against each other.
I'm looking at the made man right now, and let's talk about it. Let's be honest. Who's the made guy between those two right now?
Well, it's obviously Devers.
It's Devers because of the money. Like that.
Okay.
There you go. So right now, Devers is going to be that guy. I would ask, he's so damn young still. Can he play another position? Like,
I don't know.
I see Aaron Judge out there. Now, I don't know what his speed is. I don't know what his 40 time is. I've seen Aaron Judge in the outfield, and it can work. I like an Aaron Judge. Why? Because of the size, because of the body.
Yeah, Aaron Judge has always played outfield, though.
I know. I hear you. But I'm saying it can work. That being said, I don't know. And I think what you're getting at here is, do you bring up Bryce Eldridge right now just to see what
where's he going to play?
But where's he going to play? Do you bring him up just to DH?
No.
But that's not fair.
No.
That's not fair to a guy right now who's going to be, if he struggles at the plate, and kind of like what we were talking about with Rafi Devers, if Rafi Devers, a World Series champion and a guy that's already established, is telling you how hard it is to play DH and how mentally draining it is just to go up there and fail and not be out in the field, what's that going to be for a young guy like Bryce Eldridge? I'm not sure. But I do know Bob Melvin is at his best as a manager when he is out there with a lot of young players and kind of like, not minor league talent, but a lot of prospects out there.
Yeah.
That's when he is at his best. But the Giants aren't in a situation to do that. So I think it's best for both parties, Joe, when the season is over and the Giants miss the playoffs, to move on from him.
I think that's why he got the extra year added on. I think that's
and I don't think that means anything. Yeah, exactly.
It's the severance package.
Yeah.
I do think this Devers thing is going to stare them in the face all offseason. There's like a few outcomes. The first outcome, somehow they thread the needle and the two guys, Eldridge and Devers, are splitting time DHing and first basing, meaning one's at first, one's at DH, and they figure out some sort of a balance. That's one option, okay? The second option, position change for Eldridge. I don't know. Sounds like first base is still a work in progress.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's not like a good first baseman defensively right now, what's the difference between putting him into the field?
Well, I mean, as you've seen with Ramos in the outfield, like, misplaying some balls in the outfield can cost you some games too.
It can.
You can't hide.
No, you can't hide. No, the ball will find him.
It's a magnet.
Yes,
okay?
I understand.
So there's the Eldridge position change.
But this is why you pay other guys, developmental coaches, to fix that stuff.
Okay.
That's why you bring in a Ron Washington, right?
Yeah, but some guys can do it and some guys can't.
Fair
right?
enough.
Like Kyle Schwarber is a DH. That's it. He has no defensive position. He's one of the best.
if Marcus Semien could go from the worst shortstop I've ever seen in my life to a Gold Glover, I think Bryce Eldridge could be serviceable.
We don't know. I hear you. I get that
part
point.
of that, and I don't want to. Part of that was on Marcus showing up early every day and putting in the work.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt. And being dedicated to it.
Yes.
Devers does a position change. Okay. Now, with that comes the domino effect. All right. Is it second? Well, he's got to lose a lot of weight.
Yes. He's got to get healthy.
Do you consider moving Chapman and it's third base? I'm just throwing that out there, right? And then, you're moving everyone around. Do you move Chapman to short and move Adames over to second? And now we've got 3 different guys at different positions. Now, that seems very unlikely. I'm just giving you the plausible scenarios, all right? Or is it you flip Devers or Eldridge in the offseason? Joe, the balance of first base DH, position change for Eldridge, position change for Devers, and whatever that domino effect for a Devers position change does, or is it I'm flipping one of the two? Those are kind of your 4 options.
Is there, again, I don't want to...
Am I wrong?
They're a game under 500, not wrong. Is there a chance they blow this thing up? Just blow it up into the next couple months and just trade off all these guys and try to go down to the nitty-gritty and try to build this thing back up? Because I do think you had somewhat of a foundation that Buster was trying to build upon, and it just hasn't worked.
If you trade the guys that you have right now for, let's just say, the Drew Gilberts of the world, right, he's intriguing, not good enough, you're a 61-win team.
Does Buster Posey have that, fanfare right now? Has he built up enough equity thus far as the president of baseball operations to do that?
I
actually think he kind of does.
Yeah, I know, but that's stuff like the Marlins would do.
But, sometimes you have to take your lumps.
No, I know, but again, like the Marlins are viewed as the Marlins for doing stuff like that.
I know it's not going to sell.
This is why
well
I go back to, I know why we wanted to keep Robbie Ray. But this is why the Robbie Ray trade, and I'm not saying that I would have done it. You had to get blown away. But this is why you had to think long and hard about it.
888-957-9570 is the number.
But see, this is, and I'm going to go back to this.
Yeah.
Devers a great player. He's a great player, right? When he's right. But if you told me right now the Houston Astros want him, they need to make a decision. And I think it's up to them. Either we're all in on Eldridge or we're not. And if we're all in on Eldridge, then the decision on Devers is based on how you view Eldridge. If you're all in on Devers over Eldridge, he's the more established player. I get that. I need to know where Devers is going to be. And then what is the ramifications on what that does to Eldridge? Guys, we could talk about all these other machinations, position changes. They need to make a decision as an organization. Who is the priority? And to me, I don't know. They know Eldridge better than I do. Leaning on the prospect, that's risky. But also leaning on Devers is risky.
There's a lot of risk involved everywhere. And 888-957-9570. Who is the made guy on the Giants right now? And we say made guy, right? You're a Goodfellas fan. Any mob movie.
He's their
the
best
Godfather.
player, Joe.
Yeah, he's their best player.
Joe,
and you're even
Rafi Devers is their best player.
I know. And you could flip him potentially and get some massive stuff. Now, has he hurt his stock since becoming a Giant? I would argue he has a little bit.
Yeah, but you got him for nothing.
And I think what the Red Sox are doing also kind of hurts his stock too, whether that's fair or not. But the fact that they've been winning without him, they're 10 games over 500. They look like a wild card team, and they're looking like a team I don't want to face come playoff time. That matters in this conversation as well. But there was something that was interesting that Mike Yastrzemski said, and I think this was on Foul Territory in their podcast. And it was Mike Yastrzemski, former Giant, obviously, now Kansas City Royal. And he had a couple good and interesting nuggets that pertains to this conversation we're having right now. First and foremost, he talked about Rafi Devers being a great teammate in all of this. As you're talking about Rafi Devers and moving on from him, I think a lot of that is, I don't know what he is as a teammate right now. Everyone's saying he's a great one, but when Mike Yastrzemski, who's been here and been one of your longer tenured San Francisco Giants, says something like this, it actually does kind of make me change my opinion on the guy.
He was the best, man. Awesome teammate, willing to do whatever he had to. I think he just got thrown into a weird circumstance. And, I think sometimes as players, you have to stick up for yourself. And I think that's what he tried to do. And I think the wording of it was delivered poorly because he's an awesome teammate. He works his tail off. He tries to help everybody. if you face a guy that if you're facing a guy that he's faced and you haven't faced him, full scouting report, where you want to look for the ball, what pitch you want to hit, how he's going to pitch you. He's really smart, and he cares about winning so much. So I don't understand where all the heat came from.
And that's Mike Yastrzemski on with Foul Territory in their podcast talking about the Rafi Devers, the teammate, Joe. That perked my ears up a little bit right there. When I haven't heard someone speak that glowingly about him since maybe Trevor Story a couple months ago after the trade came to fruition when the Boston Red Sox were in town. Trevor Story, obviously a player for the Red Sox, talking about Devers as a teammate.
Yeah, man, I enjoyed playing with him. He's a great guy. I love the kid. He's, he was good to, I think, a lot of people in here. He was, helped a lot of people, a lot of young guys. I know he was big with the Latin kids too. He definitely helped in his way, and I think, he did a lot of good stuff for the Boston Red Sox.
I always love when a player like 2 or 3 years older than him says, I love the kid. Like, as if he's not just like 3 years younger than you. But it's
I love the young people.
Yeah, right? That's what it feels like. But Rafi, that's not one but two teammates from two different teams talking about him as a teammate.
Like, guys, I want to keep Devers. I mean, he's your best hitter you've had in years, right? I want to keep him. But you also have to keep him happy. No. And
shouldn't he be happy from making all that money?
Because you want to play in the field, right? Like we've talked about this. Just being a DH is difficult, and he wants to be in the field a little. All right, and so with Devers, the question is like, all right, do you think that he can get his body right, where he can be a viable third baseman? Do you honestly think that if you're the front office, that's part of it? Okay, well, where does that leave Chapman? Where does that leave Adames? Okay, can he play second base, Devers? Because, boy, if I could put his bat at second base, now we have premium hitting at a position where you don't get it. That's why Marte is so valuable for the Diamondbacks, because he can hit the way he can at second base.
Well, let's just ask the question. It feels like we're tiptoeing around it. Who needs to be more of a priority right now for the Giants? Is it Rafi Devers or is it Bryce Eldridge? Which one of those players is a bigger priority for this team?
I lean Devers right now because we've never seen anything from Eldridge at the big league level. But a year from now, we could be looking at it different. Like, if you told, he comes up and he's like Bobby Witt, like, oh my God, like, you would never trade that.
No. And he's a larger-than-life figure.
But if he comes up looking like Luciano.
Exactly. So it's an interesting question. 888-957-9570.
Like, to me, the guy that we're not talking about in these trade, like, if you're asking me, I would sacrifice defense and trade Matt Chapman away. And just to keep Rafi happy for the next couple of years.
Well, I think the emergence of Casey Schmidt right now as a bat has helped a lot with that. And his defense, obviously. And he's been, obviously, in the past, he's been a third baseman, and he is an elite glove when it comes to, I know you wax poetically about him. You do think, at the end of the day, that Casey Schmidt is just as good as Chapman when it comes to that third base and being that glove.
As the glove. Yeah, I think if he was given the opportunity, I think he could shine defensively. But what's that elite defense gotten you this year from Chapman?
Nothing.
So let's say I sacrifice, right?
He's getting older too. He's getting older.
Well, I mean, look,
the wear and tear.
Rafi's got to get physically in shape to play that position every day. We saw it with with Panda, Pablo Sandoval. He's got to get in shape. But if I could flip Matt Chapman to keep Devers happy, I'd probably do it.
It's actually kind of interesting now. This hot stove that's going to happen in a couple months here for the Giants offseason, as we're talking about. And it's unfortunate we're talking about it on August 12th when we still got a ways to go in the season. And they're 4.5 back of the wild card, and 4.5 might as well be 10.5 back right now. But this is going to be a very interesting offseason when it comes to Buster Posey and him truly putting his imprint on this organization. It's going to start in the coming months because he's already kind of made some of these moves here, and they haven't really worked. Now, is that because he needs to add around the players he already has and make a manager change? Or does he have to blow it up? I think those are going to be the questions for this team going forward.
I think there's a tinker that has to come.
Retooling, not a rebuilding, is what you're saying. I think
it's either coming in position changes for one of your top three paid players, Adames, Chapman, or Devers, or all three, or there's got to be a move of one of those guys. I actually do. Yeah, I think that is definitely on the table.
And does it start with Bob Melvin, and do you let him finish out the season? I don't think they're going to fire him.
Has anyone even contemplated? Am I the first to bring this up to you guys in this crew? Because I know, look, we could scream and yell about Bo Mel, and I think we're all in a unison. Like, Bo Mel, get it, go. Like, whatever. Like, peace out, doggy. But, like,
he's just not doing anything for anyone right now. Yeah, he just doesn't. When you say Bob Melvin, it's just sort of, okay. It just, he's not doing anything for anyone.
You're owing $120 million and $88 million between Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
If there's a way that I could eat some of the money and move both those guys, I would probably be really looking into it.
And would you do it for just straight prospects at that point?
Joe, this team needs a lot.
Well, that's what I'm getting
They
at.
need starting pitching. They need relievers. They need everyday players. You know, Drew Gilbert's nice. I'm excited to see him for the next couple of months. Does he look like a huge difference maker?
No.
But he brought an element of speed last night, even though he got thrown out at third. Well, it was like, wow, haven't seen that from the Giants all year.
It was a great throw too, and I didn't want to knock the kid, but at the same time, you're trying to win a game there, and it's tough when you put a kid in that situation, and he's trying to make a play and doing too much,
and he's playing so over into the triples alley. It's tough, and I think this is where Yaz's defense was underrated.
Diami, am I pronouncing that correctly? Diami's in Los Angeles, and all the box says is get off Chapman. Diami, what do you mean get off Chapman?
Hey, I was just happy to hear finally someone has the right take on Matt Chapman. Everyone loves Matt Chapman. I know he's a great guy. He's great at defense, but it was not a good signing. He is going to get older, and we don't need, exactly, Shasky. What has that defense got us? I go round and round with my buddy about Chapman. He thinks I'm an idiot. But I'm telling you, Casey Schmidt is awesome, and Chapman strikes out a lot, and he doesn't hit in the clutch. And, that's exactly what we need. We have other guys that strike out a lot and don't hit in the clutch, like Bailey and other people. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Diami in Los Angeles, saying you got time to move off of Matt Chapman. I think Brian in Palo Alto, I'll give Brian his flowers too. He's been on Matt Chapman. Yeah, he's not a Chapman guy at all.
Well, I just think that he gets a huge pass. I feel like we crushed Adames.
Why do you think that? Why do you think he gets a pass?
Do you want my real reasoning?
No, yeah, I do.
Similar to Bob Mel, he's a good guy.
I want a fake one.
No, but like he's a good guy and he's understated and he doesn't say anything. He doesn't do anything that gets people upset. It's similar to Mike Yastrzemski. Like they're solid ball players. They are. He's infinitely more overpaid than Mike ever was.
I think we do get enamored with gold glove, platinum glove. It's like, I need a platinum bat right now. Miss me with the defense, all right?
Well, that is a big thing, though, with Chapman. I brought this up over the weekend, because Chapman's obviously been scuffling at the plate, hitting under 200 since the All-Star break.
What's his WAR?
And I don't care about the WAR.
But
what is it
that's
good
what
for?
people will say. I'm not trying to cut you off, but people will use that.
But anyway, no, I brought this up with Bob Melvin over the weekend. It's just like sometimes when guys are scuffling, maybe give him a day just to kind of reset himself. I brought up that notion, and Bob's like, we can't. We need him at defense. We need his defense at third base too much. And I just really, you can't go one game just to give him a pause there. I didn't understand that, but that was Bob's reasoning, and I just
look at
there we go.
Schmidt has played about half as many games as Matt Chapman, and I'm just going offense.
Yeah.
They're almost identical. Matt Chapman's got a little better slugging, a little better OPS, and I'm sorry, if I told fans a year and a half ago, hey, you're going to give Chapman a 5-year deal, okay, and, Schmidt could basically give you the same production for way cheaper, you'd be like, nah, Chapman's better than that.
Well, if they did move off of Chapman, and I'm still holding out hope, I don't think they're going to do it because I don't think they're going to do it either. Base.
Chapman screams Posey type of guy.
Correct. I don't think, but if they did move off of him, you bring Casey Schmidt to third base, Joe, open up second base. Right? Like, I want Devers, to move on. It'd be perfect if I could find Devers somewhere else on the infield. He's not going to be your shortstop. He's played third base.
Well, this is why I suggested second base from the jump.
Correct.
And then Casey becomes your super utility guy who plays third, short, and second, and a little first. You need to have I call them the Todd Benzinger, the Mike Benjamins, the Ben Zobrist types. You need to have those guys because the years are long. And as we're learning, a lot of these guys break down during the year and they miss time. And so ideally you'd have Casey Schmidt as your super utility. And that's in a situation where Devers can lose some weight and be a functional player at second base.
All right. So we've talked Giants. We've talked Bob Melvin. We've talked about the screaming fan. I think that's what a lot of fans were doing on Saturday for the preseason game between the San Francisco 49ers, Joe, and the Denver Broncos. I didn't get my first initial thoughts with you on that yesterday. But before we wrap up this, I have Adam in the city that just says he's mad about Bob Melvin. Adam, are you more upset about Bob Melvin or the screaming fan yesterday?
Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay. No, Bob Melvin, I'm sorry, guys. 2-12 in your last 14 home games. The excuses game after game as to why they're losing, there's just no, fire in this team, and it comes from the management. And I'm like, I was so hopeful for this year. The Giants looked so good to start, and then ever since that Giants-Dodgers game on Friday, they are one of the worst teams in baseball. It's just what happened. And he's pressing the wrong buttons every single time. And I'm just wondering, who do you guys think would be a valuable replacement? I know Bochy's contract is up at the end of the year with the Rangers. Would he want to come back? I don't know, but since Posey's kind of running the show, maybe. But I'm just who's out there that could replace him, because this guy's not getting the job done.
It's an interesting question, and it's just a question that we can talk about, but really I don't know how much it'll resonate with a lot of fans, because I say Aaron Boone, I say Mike Scioscia, I say, Joe Madden.
They missed out on Terry Francona.
Which is a guy that
the Reds.
I love. I think most people would love. He's taken, obviously the Red Sox won multiple World Series there and taken the freaking Cleveland at the time Indians all the way to the World Series, right? Rajai Davis, hell, they almost won that. He almost brought Cleveland after they won the championship against the Warriors. They almost brought another World Series title. I think they have the largest drought right now when it comes to World Series, in between World Series championships. What is it, 70-something years? Now Cleveland, something ridiculous. But Terry Francona would be a guy for me. But again, we're going guys that have been around for how many years, Joe? 25,
I
20
wanted
years?
Venable, who was on the bench for Posey and ended up going to the White Sox.
Wow.
White Sox beat you 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Now that's, they beat you 2 out of 3 times.
They had one of the worst rosters ever.
I know. I can't even name
Not even good. Ever. Not oh, they're just bad this year. Ever.
Hey, Andrew Benintendi, man. He'd be one of the better bats on the Giants. What are you talking about? But you say that, and it's funny, because I do want to make a transition right now. When it comes to how we talk about managers in baseball, could not be different than how we talk about coaches in the NFL. There's more heat on a special teams coach, and I'm not talking about a Yankees manager, because the Yankees manager is different. I think the only time scrutiny is at the level of an NFL coach when it comes to baseball is a New York Yankees type of manager.
Boston
Aaron
Red
Boone
Sox.
and Boston Red Sox. That's it. Outside of those franchises, people could not care less about the Kansas City Royals manager. It's out of sight, out of mind. There is no heat on whoever is the Kansas City Royals manager right now, and I don't even know who it is. Just speaks to there. I used to know everyone, now I don't. In the NFL, I can go top to bottom, Joe, and go off all the teams. I'm sure you could name damn near every single one. You might be able to name half their general managers. That's how knowledgeable about that sport you are. So when I talk about expectations, and for Bob Melvins, there was a lot of expectations just to compete for a wild card spot. The expectations for Kyle Shanahan, I don't know what they are right now. And I say that because I don't know who's suiting up week 1 for this team right now. As we get the news that rookie Jordan Watkins is going to be out a month now, he's got an injury. We got guys like Ricky Pearsall, who barely got through their first season last year. He's their number 1, as Juwan Jennings, who was the number 1 last year, is dealing with a calf strain, or is he holding in? I don't even know. Jordan James is a rookie running back. He's dealing with something, broke a finger. He's going to be out, right? I keep looking at this depth chart. Michael Williams, another guy, hyperextended knee. All of your rookies all of a sudden are getting hurt. And the rookies that are out there in the preseason game are looking like, I don't know, the Alfred Collins of the world, like CJ West of the world. We'll see. We'll see. Now, am I overreacting right now, Joe, when I say this team right now isn't healthy enough to compete to win the division, let alone be a wild card team? Am I crazy when I sound like that on August 12th? Because that's how I feel right now. I feel like Kyle Shanahan might get a pass this season because of the health of the team. Does that sound insane right now?
No, I have a bone to pick with them right now. Straight up. You just came out after a 6-11 season, and a report came out that they had $176 million in ticket revenue last year. Second place to only the Cowboys. 40 more than second place Cowboys, 40 more. That's third straight year at number one.
So they were number one in
They
ticket
are
sales.
making money hand over fist. And this offseason has been about extending a couple guys and then reducing costs across the board. Right now, heading into this year, they got like $45 million, give or take, in salary cap space. You can't afford $5 million of Amari Cooper. Who is Brock throwing to you? Who?
Ricky Pearsall. Number one, your first round draft pick last year.
Joe. I'm not here to say Amari Cooper's the end all be all, but my God, how did we go from all in on every position, spending top dollar, to in one swoop of an offseason, we're cost cutting left and right, and you can't afford $5 million for Amari Cooper? I'll listen to it when you have high priced dudes at 15 positions. Like we've got the room. We don't have $5 million. $5 million. I'm not asking for $40 million. Like hey, we couldn't afford Devontae. All right, look, I get it. He wanted, I think, 28 or whatever over 2 years. And all right, fine. $5 million for Amari Cooper to just be functionally better than the 6 guys that I watched at training camp practice?
Possibly.
$5 million.
I'm looking at this team right now, Joe, and I said it a couple months ago, and Gardner reiterated it this morning. I thought it was a great point. Like, boy, does it look even worse that you lowballed Devontae Adams.
It does.
Who are the San Francisco 49ers to lowball all-pro Devontae Adams? I get it. He's older. He's been disgruntled. We saw the wide receiver doc on Netflix, him going at Jimmy Garoppolo, forcing his way out of the Raiders to go with his buddy Throw Rogan over in New York last year with Aaron Rodgers. But my God, they desperately needed someone. And that's why I talked about it then. Go get Devontae Adams. But they all tell me, this is a run-first team. You can't put all that money into... yeah, but then you know what? You end up in August 12th, after your first preseason game, you look at the depth chart and you say, oh, God, Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings, Jordan Watkins, really? That's what we're going to go into this season with? Hoping that Brandon Ayuk, coming off a devastating knee injury, is going to come back after week 6? That's what we're banking on? You might be 2-4 at best after week 6.
I'll defend you on not going out. And, there are no linemen that are available that are, solid. Like that, I'll give them a pass on. There are wide receivers out there who can help you, who are better than whatever the St. Brown guy is that you pick up and cut every other day.
Well, he's out. Equanimous.
Joe, you have acquired more soccer teams this offseason than wide receivers I trust. How is that possible? I don't care about 49ers Enterprises investing in the Rangers FC, some soccer team. And they keep telling us, the money over here doesn't bleed over to here. I don't care about next year's cap at all. The New Orleans Saints have been $700 million over the cap for what feels like a decade straight. And yet, somehow, some way, they figure it out. What's the point of having Parag Marate cook the books if you can't afford $5 million for Amari Cooper right now on this team? You just spent $52 million a year on your quarterback. Don't you want your quarterback to have a good year?
I've been saying it.
You just spent how much money on this entire extension for Fred Warner, for George Kittle? You spent money last year on Ayuk. You spent money last year on Trent Williams. How do you get that return? You can't. A couple of $1 million and you get a competent NFL receiver. I'm not saying he's the end-all, be-all. I just know that the guy had about 50 catches last year. He can do some things for you better than the guys that are currently on this roster who you're going to rely on because of the devastating injuries. And because of what's going on with Jawan Jennings, you owe it to yourself. Joe, $5 million. We're not talking about $50 million. It's different when it's hey, maybe Ayuk wants $90 million guaranteed. Like that, okay. Yeah, that you gotta think about that. You gotta pause. I don't make those decisions flippantly. $5 million, and most of that is in non-guaranteed money.
Well,
come on.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Come
here.
on.
with Amari Cooper, and you can make it kind of incentive based, right? This is what they do with these guys. Like, hey, Amari Cooper, come play for us. This contract could be worth up to like 12, 13, 14 million if you hit all these, if you become a Pro Bowler, if you hit 1,000 yards receiving.
Sure.
Like, why not do that? I guess. Why not go after an Amari Cooper? Because his game, I get it. It's not where it was 5-6 years ago, but he's an elite route runner. That is something that's just not going to go away.
You went to practice.
Yes.
What receiver do you trust?
None. They just can't get, separation was not existent, Joe.
Who watched that game? There was one guy that actually looked okay. It was DeMarcus Robinson. Well, he's going to be suspended for a couple games. And then the other guy who made some plays and made some mistakes, the kid Watkins. Well, now he's out for a month. He's out for a month. And on a team that can ill afford to start off the season slowly, the last thing I want to hear them talk about is cap space for next year.
You know, it's interesting how we're talking about this now as we're getting closer to the start of the regular season, because I think you and I were in lockstep, Joe, when we were both talking about this offseason kind of being like a B+, kind of an A- kind of an offseason because of the drama. There was none.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like we were giving credit to this franchise because of the lack of drama, and it was refreshing. You made the priorities and you signed the priorities. That being Brock Purdy, that being George Kittle, that being Fred Warner. All of your all-pro guys, all of the guys that were the leaders of this team last year and the season prior, you made a priority and you signed them to extensions. Great. Hats off to you. That's awesome. Fast forward to now, are we still feeling like this was a B+ kind of an offseason?
No, it's starting to feel like this is a transition year. That's what it's starting to feel like. And I hate hearing that. And I'm saying, like, well, what about Fred Warner's prime? What about George Kittle's prime? What about Brock Purdy's prime? Like, I get it. You can't afford everyone. I'm not saying you got to pay every dude at every single turn. We're talking about a couple $1 million, all right, which is a drop in the bucket. $5 million on a $300 million payroll is less than a couple of % of your entire overall payroll. If you can't cook the books, Parag, you're not good at your job. If you can't find a way to restructure some deals to afford a competent base level 2 wide receiver. Am I wrong?
Well,
Am I wrong?
No, I'm not going at
serious.
Parag. I'm not going at Parag.
Yeah, but Parag's the guy that wants to control the books, and we want to give him all this credit. No, but we want to give him all this credit when they sign contracts. And yet, today, when you need something,
I don't give him credit,
though.
I give John Lynch the credit there. John Lynch is the guy that runs the show.
That's fine.
No, John Lynch is the guy. As we're talking about Buster Posey making all the moves and controlling the roster, like, he should be coming down John Lynch's road. I haven't heard his name at all. I've heard Kyle Shanahan. I've heard, the players themselves, the Trent Williams of the world. I've heard everything else. I haven't heard a peep about John Lynch, who's supposed to be the architect here, him and Shanahan lockstep. But you know what? We give him all the credit, right? And all the credit in the world when they get to the Super Bowl and you have all these players and you get a guy like a Brock Purdy, right? After you whiff on Trey Lance, we'll give John Lynch credit when it's due. But when it's time to kind of criticize a little bit, I feel like his name gets kind of just swept under the rug. Why are we talking about John Lynch more here? If we're talking about Buster Posey as president of baseball operations and making all the moves, why are we coming down John Lynch's road, Joe, when it comes to the lack of depth on this team? And now you're talking about the Ozempic Niners where they are thin. Well, they're going to get even thinner. It's bad. It's microscopic, the size.
Just forget week 1. If you wanted Brock Purdy to play in the Raider game, the joint practices is Thursday.
They don't even have enough guys for the joint practices, it sounds like.
Joe, who is he throwing to at the joint practice?
Ricky Pearsall.
I don't know.
And who?
And George Kittle. Like, that's it. Right? And I hear you, and that's why it's actually kind of frustrating, because I want to see Brock Purdy out there throwing to Ricky because they need all the reps they can get.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see that. I want to see what Joe Burrow did with Jamar Chase, but with Brock Purdy and Pearsall. But I don't think we're going to get that. You know why? Because the offensive line stinks because they're not putting Trent Williams out there. And as we've learned, and I actually listened to you and Grandy yesterday, and you made a great point about how Trent Williams is the most important Niner.
I've retconned it.
Because once he's out, it's over for that O-line. It's cooked. It's done. Like, if he's out, and this shouldn't be the way for this team. You can't have a team like this where just one player, and I get it. It's a trickle-down effect, And who is it? Landon Dickerson, torn meniscus for the Eagles.
That
We'll
sucks.
We'll see if that's going to have a trickle-down effect for that team, but they have depth there. The 49ers don't have depth anywhere, it seems like. Whether it's on the offensive line, whether it's in the running back room, whether it's with the wide receiver group. Hell, their depth might be at quarterback because Mac Jones looks competent there as a backup. But even then, he threw a horrible interception in preseason. It's preseason. I thought his play and his throw to Watkins looked great. But oh, by the way, you have a great moment with Watkins, and then what happens? He's out for a month. Awesome. High ankle sprain.
Which
Great.
is now, like when things change, okay, you have to pivot. Juwan Jennings' injury is forcing you to pivot. The Watkins injury is forcing you to pivot. How can it hurt you to bring in a veteran receiver for a couple $1 million?
Well, you're talking about bringing in, as I go school analogy here, you're talking about bringing in a foreign exchange student in one Amari Cooper to the already established San Francisco 49ers. All right? I'm going to discuss a school analogy on the other side because the Niners, it's time for them to go back to school. Joe, as we are going back to school, I dropped off Benny and Nora yesterday. Everyone's dropping off their kids, whether it's college, whether it's high school, whether it's elementary school. School is starting in the NFL too. And it's time for the 49ers to hit the books. And I'll explain on the other side. But first, it's the injury report. And no, it's not the vocal cords of that fan that was screaming yesterday, but there is bad news out of Santa Clara, where the 49ers announced that rookie wide receiver Jordan Watkins is dealing with a high ankle sprain that is expected to cost him a month. Oh my God. Watkins reported feeling some ankle soreness the morning after the preseason opener. It is a devastating blow for a young player who showed a lot of promise so far in training camp. I feel like we've been saying that a lot thus far in Niners training camp. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's time to take the 49ers to school. It's Spadoni and Shasky halfway home here on Tuesday. It's the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through August 12th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Use your grill to its fullest before summer ends. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Designing a new home? Or maybe wanting to upgrade your existing one? Consider Golden State Lumber Showrooms. They've got innovative products, and they include style and energy savings and long-term performance, all from the top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Western, Awake, Marvin, and so many others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed through all the corners of the Bay Area, and you can count on their expert staff to help make the ideal choice for your design plans. In addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the entire area. Take a look at the windows and doors page at goldenstatelumber.com. Scroll through the image gallery and take the virtual tour of their showrooms, and you can find some inspiration. When you get some ideas, have questions, or want that closer look, click the web link to schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you To discover the islands, riverislands.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up!
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Back to school to prove to Dad that I'm not a fool.
Oh, I can't wait for Billy Madison 2 on Netflix. Oh, that'll be a good one. Good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work. Getting ready for school, as Billy Madison is saying right there. I dropped off the little ones yesterday, first day of school out in the Oakland Unified School District, so that was good. Shout out Benny and Nora, and shout out to all you kids, you young whippersnappers, or the adults out there that are transitioning to college, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, whatever you are. We appreciate you and your participation on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Yes, school is back. I have my glasses on, so I feel like I'm a teacher right now. Like I have like my cool teacher look on today, Joe. I got like my rolled up sleeves.
There's no such
I got
thing.
my slacks on.
No, I'm stopping you. There's no such thing as a cool teacher.
What?
There's not.
You're hating,
that's
dude.
just incorrect. There's lots of cool
Come
teachers
on,
out
dude.
there.
The teacher that sits on the desk, crisscross applesauce, and says, "Hey, call me Mr. S, not Mr. Spadoni."
That was literally the coolest teacher ever, was the ones who just Mr. first initial.
You know what? First day of school, tear up these books. You're not going to need them. We're going to have life lessons here. That's what we're going to do here on the Morning Roast.
We're going to learn outside today.
That's right. Outside the lines as we go ESPN. We're going outside the lines. You think that's what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are telling this team? You know what? We're going outside of the box here, starting school when it comes to this 2025
You loved
season.
school, didn't you?
No, I hated school. I was a C student.
What's wrong with liking school?
I
did not
couldn't
like
sit,
school.
I couldn't sit still, so I don't like sitting in classrooms. I don't like sitting in meetings. I don't like sitting in any of those settings.
You're like really excited for the show meeting today. Though.
I had to commute like a longer way from school so where I lived in Pacific Grove to Salinas is like with traffic, it was like a 40-minute drive. So not fun. So like I had to drive after taking the bus that took an hour to get there. My freshman and sophomore year, junior, senior year driving. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass. So I had to get up earlier than I wanted to, and it was not fun. Straight up, not having a good time at school.
Preparing you for your job now.
But thankfully I had a cool mom that would always write me a note that why I was late. So there was car problems or, I was packing his lunch or something like that. So my mom hooked it up every time I was late into first period.
You were that kid.
I was that kid. So shout out Mama Spadoni. She was hooking it up there. And shout out to all of those who are listening to us as we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We are going back to school, Shasky, because I had a thought yesterday. As I was dropping off the kids, I was looking around the hallways, the classrooms, and they have their opening day orientation, so they invite the parents to come out there, and it's just a cluster, out there, all the kids. There's kids crying. They're, I don't want to leave. They're the first timers. The other kids are just shooting the breeze, saying, hey, what's up, dude? So there was a lot taking place yesterday, but I started thinking, when it comes to the 49ers, and Kyle Shanahan in particular, I think of coaches, and you should think of a coach as a teacher, right? And you're a coach, and I wanted to pick your brain when it comes to this stuff. Obviously, there's the teaching element of the fundamentals of the sport, the tackling, right? Holding on to the football. There's just fundamental things when it comes to the sport. Now, there's the X's and O's. There's the geometry. There's the trigonometry. There's the algebra 2. There's the calculus. And right, when it comes to Pee Wee and getting all the way up to the NFL's like the calculus. You get to the final leg, right? I look at this team right now, and I feel like they're kind of they need to hit the fundamentals first and foremost. But hitting the fundamentals, you got to have the bodies out there. And I just don't know, Joe, as great as Kyle Shanahan is, as an X's and O's guy, as a teacher of football, it gets to a point where even the Kyle Shanahans of the world don't have the bodies. And I don't know if that's an excuse or not, because I'm not an excuse maker. Everyone's dealing with injuries left and right. The Chargers losing their left tackle, right? They're dealing with injuries. The Eagles losing Landon Dickerson. They're dealing with injuries. It's not unique to the 49ers. But that being said, I look at all the different cues as in questionable on the depth chart right now, and it's starting to get red everywhere, and not in a good way. As I go red and gold, it's red for O and Q, out and questionable on the depth chart. It's getting to a point where I'm feeling like if somehow, some way, Kyle Shanahan is able to get this roster to the playoffs, that might be more impressive than him getting this team to a Super Bowl. Like in years past is what I'm saying. They got to the Super Bowl a couple years ago with like a Mr. Irrelevant, and that was incredible. They had a lot of really good players. They had an Offensive Player of the Year candidate. They had an MVP candidate in Brock Purdy as their quarterback. If they're able to get to the playoffs this year, Kyle Shanahan's got to be the coach of the year. I'm saying that right now on August 12th. Do I sound insane when I say that?
No, I get where you're going with this. Their team has 7 high-priced guys, and then a bunch of unknowns. And, right now on paper, although they have some name recognition that are like superstars, we don't know where they're at in their career. Like, I don't know where Trent's at in his career. He had a bad year last year.
For his standards, it was bad.
Yeah, exactly. Great grading on his curve. We don't know where CMC's at right now. I mean, he's the kid that basically was sick all of last year in school, and we don't know if he's going to come back and be a 4.0 student or not, using your back-to-school
I'm loving
analogy.
all these analogies, yes. And you want to get Amari Cooper right now for this wide receiver room.
Well, I want him to transfer in.
He's the transfer student. I said foreign exchange student.
He's a district over. We want to get him over here, play on our PE team.
There you go.
But like Fred Warner is like your, student body president, if you will. He's everything that you look for in somebody who's going to set the tone for the entire enrollment.
Fred Warner's the kid, as we're going to school analogy here, as we're going back to school with the 49ers. Fred Warner is the kid that you want to hate, but he's the jock that's also really good at football, but really freaking smart. And he's also a really nice guy. So
he's the prom king.
He's the prom king. But he's like,
everything.
He's nice to the nerds because he does like school projects with them, but also cool with the jocks. He is the ultimate badass.
Yeah, no doubt. And then obviously Brock Purdy is the freshman who, somehow made varsity and is amazing.
Right. But
looks like he should be in 5th grade.
Right, exactly. He's the overachiever, right?
But I go back to this and I say to myself, like, on paper, they're really thin. And then your eyeball test tells you when you watch them in practice, they're really thin. Then you see the game and it comes out and they're really thin. They're going to need quantum leaps from a lot of underclassmen to step up and play above what their expectation level is. When I go to 2019, why they did so well, like you hit on your first 2 picks. And when I mean hit, you hit like grand slams.
Right.
Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel.
Are you kidding me? All pro players immediately.
Right.
All pro.
And Debo's awesome his rookie year. And then you made an in-season trade and got yourself Emmanuel Sanders, which was a nice move. Jimmy bounced back and was really good. He gave you the best, to that point, quarterback season by the metrics since Jeff Garcia.
Yes.
Almost 20 years.
I know we forget Jimmy Garoppolo was a good Niner. He was. He was a good Niner.
No doubt.
You want to say he's awful and he sucks in this.
Well, he did at the end.
At the end. But
in terms of, when he got hurt in the 2021 season and he let himself down and he let the team down, but he was also playing with a bum shoulder.
He was also part of the reason why the Niners came back to relevancy again.
Yeah.
He was a major piece of that.
No doubt. All true. And then I look at, like, on paper, that team, we didn't know that Richard Sherman had an all-pro year in him.
No.
He was kind of in a weird spot. Like, he didn't look great in 2018 when he signed with the Niners. He was kind of, And then they had some great safety play, and D Ford, who was a huge injury concern, ended up staying just healthy enough for them to squeeze the lemon on him. You got quantum leaps forward from Eric Armstead. At that point, a career year. You got a monster year from DeForest Buckner. Everything kind of clicked. You had injuries. Quan Alexander got hurt, and then Dre Greenlaw kind of stepped in and was really good. And their offensive line did just enough, and their special teams did just enough. And then all around you, things happened within the division. Todd Gurley was never the same.
Nope.
And they couldn't really find a replacement for him. And so Seattle stepped up that year. Mm-hmm. And they were still kind of an odd team in transition, and you ended up finding a way to get the number 1 seed that year. Aaron Rodgers was awesome. But looking back, you body bagged that team in the NFC Championship game.
Crushed them. And that was a guy that, you know what? Looking back, probably should have gone after Aaron Rodgers when he had the opportunity. Don't want to go down that road. But again, we're using the school analogy, Joe. Talking about grading things on curves a little bit.
But I think like New Orleans was the team we were looking at throughout the regular season as like, oh, that could be the team that you're facing in the playoffs. And you didn't even get a chance to face them. You got the Vikings.
Kirk Clutchins. You beat him. You upset him. And everyone, I think Niner fans knew then, like, hey, this is wide open.
100%.
Wide open. And it's kind of how you felt about this team, right? When you see, and this was frustrating a couple of years ago, when you see the Cincinnati Bengals and they beat the Chiefs before you have your game. It's like, oh, we're going to play the Bengals and it's not the Chiefs and we've lost to them. And it didn't happen. NFC Championship loses to the Rams SoFi Stadium. But I'll kind of want to get into this at 888-957-9570. Grading on a curve this year, is that acceptable to do when it comes to injuries? Can we grade the 49ers on a curve this season? Are you allowing for the possibility? When I say grade on a curve, do you know what a curve is?
No, I know, but like, what was your calibration before the season started?
Well, I thought they should compete for the division. I thought.
Okay, I agree.
I don't know if they can compete for the division right now. I don't know if they have the bodies available to do that.
I think in the NFL, with this coach, that quarterback, I would never rule that out. To me, if you win 10 games in the NFL almost every year, it is damn near, that is a great year.
But I
know some teams are like coming off of, winning the Super Bowl and they're a little deeper or whatever. 10 wins, 11 wins in the NFL is a great year for almost every team in the league.
I guess what I'm saying is the expectations of this team, if they do not reach them for you, is it a failure of a season? Because I don't think it's as simple as this team doesn't make the playoffs and it's just complete and utter collapse, failure, calamity. Now, I'm not saying there's going to be some hard truths to come out. Shout out Stannis of the House Baratheon. Hard truths cut both ways. Like Shanahan's seat's going to get hot if they don't make the playoffs this year. That is going to be a thing.
If the quarterback goes down, he's going to get a lot of heat.
Well, That's going to be interesting. If the quarterback goes down in one Brock Purdy, but they have success with Mac Jones,
well, yeah,
I don't know.
But there's always going to be this conversation of, 2018, your quarterback went down for a season-ending injury, all right? 2019, he stayed healthy all the way through, but at the very, very end, he got hurt in the Super Bowl game, the concussion. He got hurt in 2020. 2021, he ended the season getting hurt. You also got Trey Lance. He got hurt twice that year. 2022, how many guys did you go through? 2023, you stayed healthy. Quarterback ended up, finishing it. 2024, he got hurt again. Like every single year, there's a commonality there. Like I do believe, even if they have a good team, that we're going to have a discussion about quarterback protection and why does this team continue to get its quarterback hurt at the end of the year?
Well, are they having that conversation like in the Cincinnati? Is it Cincinnati's fault that Joe Burrow keeps getting hurt? Like
last year,
they're
why
not coming
they
at
did
Zach Taylor.
Yeah, but last year why they didn't make the playoffs wasn't because of Joe Burrow's health. It was because of the defense.
No, I'm saying, but years prior, like health has been a concern for Joe Burrow throughout his career.
Sure.
It's been health. So
sure.
And I don't see any heat coming down on Zach Taylor when it comes to that.
I think Zach Taylor, a lot of people are saying that's the job Belichick should want.
Belichick's cooked. Like he's not coming back to the NFL as far as I'm concerned. Right? That's just me when it comes to that. But are you allowing for a grading on a curve for Kyle Shanahan this season, Niner fans? Or is it a simple pass-fail for you? Like, is it make the playoffs, success, don't, failure? 888-957-9570. How are you grading Kyle Shanahan this season, I guess I will ask? Because I don't know. Is that a cop-out to say, I don't know how you should grade this team right now? Because there's part of me, Joe, that wants to say, you know what? When you have all these different all-pro players, you should be competing for a division. You should be competing for the playoffs. I've told you time and time again, hey, it's the Eagles and it's wide open. I've been strong on that, and I'm still right there. It's pretty much wide open after the Eagles. But again, the Eagles have just shown you they're an injury or two away from being, you know what? Maybe we're screwed. Hell, if Jalen Hurts goes down, like, who's their backup? Is it Mariota still? I don't even know who's their big. Exactly. Like, that's what I'm getting at here. And now you could say that for a lot of quarterbacks, and that's why it was important, I think, to bring in like a Mac Jones, because you have someone serviceable back there, because we've seen time in and time out, the Brandon Allens of the world aren't going to get it done. But when I say that to you, Joe, like, pass-fail only for Kyle Shanahan, is that unfair to say I'm only grading the season pass if they make the playoffs, failure if they don't? Is that fair?
I'm not sure. I legitimately don't know today. I don't know. Because I don't know. I don't have a good feel for what this team is. Like, is Juwan Jennings out all year, or is he going to come back? Like, I think that matters to me.
But now we're getting the injury excuse, though. Like, that's what I'm saying. Is that allowed for a coach that's been here this long, the injury excuse, when him and John Lynch, they put this roster together? So the lack of depth is their fault.
I look at it like your body of work does matter, right?
Yes.
And your body of work is pretty overwhelming that you're a really good coach, to me. And judging it just on one singular season is not how I'm going to do it. Now, look, you go 6-11 again, like that is a failure. 6-11 is a failure. If you go 8-9 and you lose some heartbreakers and CMC only plays like 7 or 8 games and Juwan is like in and out of the lineup all year, and, Brock still has a decent season and the defense is a work in progress, and I'm feeling really confident about all these young guys that they've drafted, and I feel like I'm building towards something, then yes, then I still think it can be a successful season. Like, but ultimately the NFL is year to year. It's very year to year. You cannot go 6-11.
No, you cannot.
That I would say 6-11 is out. Anything in the 7-6-5 win zone is a complete failure.
Well,
especially when you just paid. Like, here's how I view it: your most important players, Fred, Kittle, Purdy, are all in their prime currently, as well as Bosa and Diamond Lenore. Those are your 5 top. They're in their prime, making big money. You got to be better than 6-11. You just do.
Well, I'll say this though: when it comes to the quarterback, if his quarterback goes down, is Shanahan at fault for that? Is John Lynch at fault for that? Is that their problem? Like, again, this is why I asked the question, because that is the one position that could just totally tank a season.
So 2022,
totally tank it.
Forget the Trey Lance injury. Just move that to the side. Jimmy got destroyed in the Tampa Bay game and the Saints games leading up to, or not Tampa Bay, the Saints game leading up to the Miami Dolphin game was getting destroyed. Yes. I remember coming on air with Bonte weeks leading up, like, bro, he's getting hit way too much. He's not going to survive. He's getting hit too much. And then he got his foot broken on a very innocuous play, but it was like, no. He was getting pelted for weeks on end leading up to that.
I go back to that Chiefs game where they got obliterated.
He threw one of the worst red zone interceptions I've ever seen.
Well, and then that was Chris McCaffrey, I think's first game with the team, right?
So bad. Yeah. It was so bad. But he got hit really hard, and so you could see it coming a mile away in terms of his injury. He was getting hit way too hard. 2021, you could see the injury coming. He's getting hit too hard. You could see it, like Trey Lance got folded multiple times in the two games that he played, the Arizona game and in the game against Houston. So it wasn't just one quarterback. Multiple guys were getting pelted. Even in the following year, they protected Brock Purdy pretty well. They did. I thought that he limited the amount of times he was getting squared up. That year, he did a really good job. Last year, I thought that they did a poor job protecting the quarterback. So that is on Kyle. That's on the offensive line. That's on scheme. That's on play calling. There's a lot of that gets into it. I got to see what it looks like. If Brock is just scrambling like Jimmy did in 2018 and he goes to cut and blows his ACL out, like, how's that on Kyle?
It's a great point, but I'll also say this, like, you just referenced all those guys getting hurt and you're not shoring up the offensive line. Like, I'm looking at it right now. The only time you address, I'm just looking at draft, Joe. I can only go.
They're the only team in the NFL that has failed to draft a center or tackle in the last 3 drafts.
That's incredible. When every single time I look up at the best teams in the NFL that are there at the very end, it's really the Niners are the exception to the rule when it comes to elite O-line play. But I would argue that's the reason they haven't won the Super Bowl ultimately. It's because of the O-line play. It falls apart.
There's a lot of reasons.
Well, no, but like you can look to the O-line play.
Bosa makes a tackle. Just hear me out. Bosa makes a tackle on 4th and 2. They win the Super Bowl. We're not ever having.
Yeah, but we don't have
a play here and a play
a blown
there.
assignment too.
No,
and
I know,
we hit Ayuk for a touchdown. I mean, right? I know. I hear you, Joe. But
they had one of the best seasons we've ever seen.
I'm not saying it's the ultimate reason, but it is a reason.
It's a factor.
It's a factor, right? And I look at the lack of execution in said draft as you're talking about. I mean, Connor Colby, 2025 this year in the 7th round. Dominic Pooney, that was a hit. That was nice to see last year in the 3rd round, right? Jarrett Kingston in the 6th round last year. I'm just going through the list, and I keep waiting to get an offensive lineman. Oh, finally, Aaron Banks in the 2nd round.
Who left in free agency?
Who left? Like that's what I'm getting at here, Joe. You don't make it a priority when every other team does. And at the end of the day, the Philadelphia Eagles that have made that their ultimate priority, they're winning the Super Bowls here. They're the ones competing for the titles year in and year out. Not to say the Niners aren't. They've gotten there. They have. But I think it's been more the exception to the rule. That is, offensive line gets you to the promised land ultimately. It's always been the trenches, always has been, always will be. We've talked to Baldy ad nauseum about this, a former offensive lineman in his own right. It does kind of bother me, Joe, that him and John Lynch don't address this. And is that just a philosophy thing?
I think it is. I think it's philosophy. I also think it's style
hubris?
of play. No, I think it's style of play, philosophy, best overall within the draft. And also, Joe, they had a lot. This year, I'll cape up for them. They had a lot of holes. They let a lot of people. That's why I think this year's a transition year. Like, I think even if they start off slow, finish the year on a high note, I want to make the playoffs. There's no question. But I'm keeping my expectations very, very, very low. They had 8 spots on defense up for grabs. They couldn't just draft O-lineman with the first 3 picks because D-line was such a big need. Linebacker, a big need. Safety, corner, big needs. Special teams, they have needs. Like, there are needs across the board.
I mean, would you have been mad if they drafted an offensive lineman in the first or second round? No, I don't think so either.
Then we would have a conversation about defensive line.
Well, no, that's absolutely the case. But I'll say this.
I don't think they had enough picks this year to solve all their holes because I do think they've got some nice pillars. There's a lot of holes. This is not the 2023 Niners.
I understand here, but when we're talking about both of those lines, we have 2 players that could not be on opposite sides when it comes to the age spectrum. I have Nick Bosa there, who's still relatively young.
He's in his prime.
I
think he's primed for maybe his best year.
So I have him going forward. I have Trent Williams for how much longer?
I don't know.
Maybe a year?
And I don't know what level he's at.
So wouldn't it have been more prudent to shore up that offensive line?
Look, I wanted them to take a tackle. But again, in this scenario, They literally need defensive linemen. They viewed it as, well, we have Colton McKivitz as a starter, and you could say that, hey, Colton's not good enough, but some metrics tell you he's not bad. He's not the worst guy at his position. And you have Trent Williams. Like, they felt confident in that. We will see if their confidence is correct.
I want to hear from John Lynch because he is the architect. It's him and Shanahan, but you know what? He's the GM, so I'm going to give him credit when it's due, and I'm going to crush him when it's justified. This was John Lynch back on July 22nd, Joe, as they're starting to get into training camp, talking about the mindset that this team, this 49ers team, needs to have in training camp and at the start of the season.
Being around this league for a long time, each year is a new year, and you earn everything you get. And, there's some excitement and newness every year in this league with this team. There's a lot of young, new players who we've added. And with that comes some unknown, but it's also exciting. And so, but what I would say is we have a tremendous core of players, and they got to decide what they want this team to be. And a lot of things have to fall in place. But I do know that, what happened last year, and there's a lot of reasons, fell short of our standard. And our guys understand that extremely well. And I think they're very motivated, like Kyle said, to do everything and be very intentional. And it's one thing I love about Kyle and the way he organizes practices. It's all with one intent, to have the team as ready as they can be. And with that, at times, takes some risk. We're not going to go through a training camp 100% healthy. We understand that. We try to do everything we can to account for that and put our players in the best situation, but you have to work. You have to callous up. And I think it's about that work, and it's really exciting.
Well, that was back on July 22nd, and he said, we're going to get some injuries in training camp. I don't know if he expected to have this many injuries this early on.
We're here. I want to get in. You brought up like the Rams and the division and everything, and I kind of just want to have a conversation regarding that.
Okay, we're going to do that on the other side. Plus, I do want to get into what we always get into this time of year, Joe. What do we love? Quarterback rankings. Mike Sando of The Athletic comes out with it every single year, and wait till you hear where Brock Purdy ended up on said rankings. I don't think Niner fans are going to be happy with this, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes, or online at friedmansappliance.com.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Commando Crisis!
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
Did you hear he has a new nickname? It's not JK anymore.
Oh, God, what is it?
It's QA. Qualifying offer, or QO.
Ah, you butchered that. Shout out to Butcher Boy, yes.
QA, quality assurance.
As we're going back to school this morning, go back to school for when it comes to the spelling. There you go, Joe.
I went hard spec QA, quality assurance.
Quality assurance. Yeah. Why are we coming back with the Warriors rejoin? Well, I'll tell you why. Shout out Jonathan Kuminga. Well, may or may not be there and available when the Warriors take on the Los Angeles Lakers at Crypto.com Arena for Game 1 of the regular season. That's going to be Tuesday, October 21st, 7:30 NBC, Joe.
Oh, nice.
How about that?
Nice.
Are you excited for the music to start going too? You excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, Round Ball Rock?
Yeah.
Yep. Tuesday, October 21st, Warriors at Lakers to kick off the season. Will LeBron James be there? I'm assuming he will. I don't apparently.
No, he's golfing poorly somewhere.
Oh, there it is.
I heard that somewhere Luka is trying to get Rafi Devers on his little workout regimen.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
Luka's looking slim. He's looking good.
Yeah, good.
Just give him his credit. I mean,
wow, Luka, you signed a $7 gazillion deal and you're in shape.
Again, you mentioned Rafi.
You're supposed to be in shape.
He got shorted,
Devers.
honestly, on his money.
He got short. You thought he should have been more. Well, I think it's very prudent of what he's doing. He's doing what you're talking about. He's trying to line up with who? He's trying to make the Baltic states
I told
connected.
you guys, Jokic will find his way somehow with the Lakers. It's going to happen.
It's too hustle and bustle for him. He's fine.
The Lakers get funneled.
He's fine in the mountains.
You know this.
He's fine in the mountains of Denver, Colorado, where no one gives a rip about that team. He's fine being up there, battling with the Bears like in Siberia.
It happens, you will apologize to me. I have a bigger question to you. Forget the LA Lakers. Let's talk about the LA Rams. Why do you hold them in such high regard? You're not alone. A lot of people do. Why?
The Lakers?
No, the Rams.
Oh, the Rams? Why? Because I think they've done it the right way.
Well, no, I want to make sure that we're remembering what really happened the last two seasons.
What can I finish?
How many wins have they had the last 2 years? Regular season.
What, 10 last year? Was it 10? And then the year prior, 7?
10.
10? Oh, okay.
They started 3-6 in 2023.
Oh, that's right. I was actually really high on the Rams the season prior, and then they lost. That's right.
We hold the Rams up here like they are just like this juggernaut. It is the most bizarre thing.
You know why? Because they've won.
Okay.
They've won the Super Bowl.
I'm asking you what they really were the last 2 years. And I think this is important.
They were dangerous teams because people that are high up in football told me they were dangerous.
Because
Brian Baldinger's being one of them.
Of course.
You respect Baldy. I respect him. He told me to worry about the Rams. And you know what, Joe? The Eagles were worried about him at one point last year in the playoffs. The Rams could have easily, had that game gone a different way, had there been a connection there with Cooper Kupp late, maybe we're talking about the Rams winning another title.
Okay,
it's not that crazy.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'm not saying they're a good team. So is the Tampa Bay Bucks. And yet we sleep on the Bucks.
I don't believe in Todd Bowles.
They've won almost the same amount of games the last 2 years.
Yeah, but in the playoffs, I don't believe in Todd Bowles against some of the other big boys. No, you're scoffing.
Dismissal is funny. It's funny.
No, I'm not dismissing what they did in the regular season.
Tampa Bay has been almost as good, if not better, than the Rams in the last two regular seasons. Yet we hold the Rams in high regard.
Because they've won a Super Bowl.
Not
it matters.
This team.
No, but that head coach and that quarterback, that matters.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's all that matters.
Okay.
Why did we hold the Seahawks in high regard for so long?
Because they had the greatest defense we have ever seen.
No, but even after that, Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. Yes.
No. Joe, the Legion of Boom is one of the great defenses of all time.
Okay. And
come on.
Real quick.
They went to back-to-back Super Bowls.
I want to get this through because this is important as we are the flagship of the Golden State Warriors. Some of the other big games, Thursday, October 23rd, that first week is going to be massive because they're taking on the Denver Nuggets at Chase Center. That's going to be their home opener at Chase Center against the Denver Nuggets, the aforementioned Nikola Jokic. That's going to be on ESPN, and that's going to be at 7 o'clock Thursday. And then Christmas. Christmas is against old pal Klay Thompson as the Warriors are hosting the Dallas Mavericks. And, obviously, Cooper Flagg, the reigning #1 overall pick. That's going to be at 2 o'clock Pacific time, ABC. So there you go. Can't wait for the Warriors season as the Kuminga crisis might come to a head.
You're doing that. I'm glad you're doing it because you're doing what a lot of fans do, which is, I'm just going to give Stafford and McVay the benefit of the doubt.
Haven't they earned some of it?
They won one Super Bowl. All right? We're acting like they're a multi-Super Bowl champion that is battle-tested and has been to back-to-back-to-back NFC championship games. No. They're a really good team. I'm not even trying to throw gasoline on them or throw ice water on them. I'm saying let's have perspective.
They clapped the Vikings in round 1 last year when everyone was telling me that Vikings was an amazing
Let me
season.
finish. They were 3-6 in 2023. Do you remember that? Most people don't. They were 3-6. They finished the season 10-7. All right. What were they to start the year last year? Do you remember what they were?
They were teetering going into that Niners game. What were they last year?
They started off, even that's with one Niner win that they shouldn't have won. They were 1-4. Yeah. And in both seasons, they got their season right after the bye week. Okay? And then they finished the season 9-2. Okay? And because of the Vikings, who you poop on every single day, because of that Viking roster and that team where Justin Jefferson caught a 40-yard bomb from Sam Darnold, the Seahawks lost the division. They had the same amount of wins. The Seahawks could have, if they hold on and they beat the Vikings, could have won that division, and the Rams wouldn't even have made the playoffs. All right. Now, the Rams sat guys at the end of both 2023 and 2024. Jimmy Garoppolo played in that final game for them because they had shored up the division because of the loss by the Seahawks. What I am saying is that this thing that the mystique of the Rams, it's all up in the air. And that team, at multiple points in the last 2 years, was on the precipice of trading away core players. They had a bunch of young guys who got better by the end of the year. And the team that came into the playoffs last year was a totally different team that started the season 1-4 and 3-6 the year prior. And I think the way I view the Niners is similar to the Rams this year. I actually have as much respect for Shanahan and Purdy as I do Stafford and McVay, in the sense that they're battle-tested. Purdy and Shanahan have won more playoff games than McVay and Stafford. Yes, Stafford and McVay have the fourth quarter that has eluded both Purdy and Shanahan and all Shanahan's prior iterations. All right? But again, if Bosa makes a tackle on 4th and 2, if maybe Burford blocks up front, the margin's so thin between how we benefit of doubt Shanahan and Brock versus what we're giving and bestowing upon Stafford and McVay. I just find the exercise absurd when they're very, very, very close. And what I'm saying is that if I told you the Niners started off this year kind of slow, and they were the team that was 1-4 or 3-6 before their bye week, I don't know when their bye week is, I haven't looked at it, but I know they have 5 games in the first 5 weeks, and that 5th game is on a Thursday. Then they have a big break. If they started off 2-3 to start the season, they could be the team that kind of resets themselves with a long extended break, come back with a bunch of young guys. They're getting healthier. They get return of the troops of a guy like Brandon Ayuk. And by December, we're discussing them as the Rams of 2023, as the Rams of 2024. That's the dangerous team nobody wants to see. That, to me, feels like the most plausible way that I view the 49ers heading into 2025. I find it absurd that a 20-win team over the last 2 years, the Rams, is talked about like they're a juggernaut, when in reality, they could have easily missed the playoffs in both years, and we could not give them this benefit of the doubt that I find to be a little absurd. Well, they're a good team.
They did make the playoffs, and they did humble the Minnesota Vikings, who are coming off a great regular season, but again, and the Rams had to play some adversity there too. They didn't have a home to play in because of the fires going on.
Neither did the Niners.
No,
When they went the COVID year, and no one cares.
This is the playoffs, though. I'm saying, the Rams couldn't even host a playoff game last year against the Vikings. They had to go to Arizona to go play them. And again, you're not going to want to hear this.
SoFi's not a home stadium anyway for them, but whatever.
Sure, but again, they earned that right to play at home. I'm sure it's easier for them to be at home and get ready for the game at home with their wife, their kids, their significant others, whatever. They had to go on the road when they should have hosted a game. And I thought that was an impressive win that they were able to do and kind of shut down Sam Darnold. And that's why a lot of people have question marks on Sam Darnold. The final 2 games that he had, legitimate tests against the Detroit Lions and Los Angeles Rams, he kind of fell flat in his face there. And a lot of people are I'm not sure about Sam Darnold. So much so I think the Minnesota Vikings were fine with handing the keys over to J.J. McCarthy this season after a redshirt rookie year. But why are we all in on the LA Rams? Why do we give them the benefit of the doubt that we don't give the Niners? And yeah, you're going to say it's kind of stupid, but I don't care. It's because they won the Super Bowl.
Well, then
why do we carries cachet, though, Joe?
But then why do we give Joe? I'm serious on this. Why does Joe Burrow? And Joe Burrow's awesome. He's better than Purdy. I agree. But yet he gets this benefit of the doubt, and we don't bestow it upon Shanahan and
because
Purdy. It's almost like an accomplishment that Burrow got to the Super Bowl, and yet we knock Purdy and Shanahan for not getting it done in the very end, losing in overtime.
He's the only one in the AFC to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, outside of Tom Brady with the New England Patriots.
Okay.
That matters to people. Okay. And also, Joe Burrow's an interesting one.
Mahomes got a concussion in that game.
Real quick. Real quick.
He turned the ball over 3 times in the second half.
He also blew a big lead. But I'll say this. I think Joe Burrow's an interesting case because of what he meant in college and winning with that national championship team.
The greatest roster we've ever seen.
I know, but his whole, the aura, but like his social media image and who he is, like there's a lot of mystique around Joe Burrow. You might scoff at that, but that's the reality.
No, he's a great player.
People view him differently.
He's a great player, but I think the way we talk about the Niners, to me, drives me crazy. We act like they're bums. Like they're just bums. And I'm saying to myself, the margins are so thin in the NFL. In general, we bestow benefit of the doubt on Stafford and McVay when the reality is that Shanahan and Purdy and the success that they've had is so close. You take Shanahan and Purdy, I'm taking McVay and Stafford. You take McVay and Stafford, I'm running to take Purdy and Shanahan. They're so close, yet we talk about them like there's a Grand Canyon gap, and I don't think there is that big of a gap.
Ooh, it's an interesting question because I do feel like if you pulled some Niner fans right now, like, are you keeping Kyle Shanahan if Sean McVay's out there?
McVay's a good coach.
Would you rather?
He's coached him up the last couple of years. There's no doubt. And Kyle, it's going to be on Kyle this time to have a hell of a year coaching-wise.
I'll say this, and your point is well put. If they can have a season like the Rams did last year, that would be huge, and maybe no one wants to face the Niners come playoff time. Maybe they're the dangerous team that no one wants to face. But part of the reason the Rams had success last year was the emergence of those rookies on that defensive line. And that's what they're going to need, the 49ers are going to need this year when it comes to the likes of Mykel Williams, because Jared Verse and Braden Fisk last year for the Rams were massive difference makers. They just were. Hell, you saw that in that Philly game. Like, they almost collapsed late because of that defensive line was just gashing that offensive line of the Rams late. That vaunted offensive line. Jalen Hurts didn't know what to do. Now, the secondary is part of that, and it was snowing, and there was a lot baked into it. But are we giving the Rams more for the benefit of the doubt because of the Super Bowl win? Yes. Does Shanahan deserve that, though, from getting 2 Super Bowls?
There's only really like one guy who we're talking about who was on that Super Bowl just a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Like, who was it? It's Stafford. Like, name me another guy who's on their team right now.
They just moved off of Cooper Kupp, obviously. No more Aaron Donald.
Like, the team is dramatically
I'd have to look
different.
at the depth chart. Yes,
look, they're a good team. I want to make it clear. It's a very good team. But they're a completely different team than the Super Bowl team from just a couple of years ago. And the margins are so thin. I don't think the Rams are, oh my God, head and shoulders better than the Niners.
No.
That, I think, is nonsense.
No, but the overall point of giving them the benefit of the doubt is because of the Super Bowl, and whether that's right or wrong, that's what we do. I'm with you on the Rams this season, though, Joe. I think that's where we can agree. They're vulnerable. Like
just like every team besides Philly feels extremely vulnerable.
Exactly. Now, this division's a little bit different. If the 49ers were in the NFC North, maybe I'm feeling a little bit different about their expectations this season. But the fact that they're in the NFC West, when there's question marks on Kyler Murray and Jonathan Gannon, when there's question marks on Sam Darnold in Seattle, and there's question marks, Matt Stafford still hasn't practiced. He's still in street clothes. They said that he was supposed to practice yesterday for the Rams. He's not there. And now I look at their starting tackle has blood clot issues. It started 14 games for them. Their left tackle for the Rams, he might not even start week 1. So they could have Jimmy Garoppolo starting week 1 and not with the left tackle, a backup.
And if I told you that was the case, how would you view the Rams?
Oh, they're cooked. Yes.
I still think they could win, 8-9 games, give or take, but there's a ceiling on their success.
Literally, the only reason I give them their benefit, Joe, is because of the head coach and the quarterback combination. I give them that much credit. Not to say they're on the level of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, but that's why I gave the Patriots so much, because they had a bunch of names I'd never even heard of, but I gave them so much respect because of that head coach quarterback combination. Has Purdy and Shanahan earned that level of trust for me yet? No, they have not. They have not earned that yet. Now, if they make the playoffs this year, that will go a long way in doing that. That'll be 3 different playoffs that they've made together as a tandem, albeit one of them was like a half a season, if you will, or if that. But 888-957-9570 is the number to weigh on this conversation. As we're talking about Mike Sando's latest piece in The Athletic, talking about the quarterbacks and the quarterback rankings, I think it's very interesting when we start breaking these things down, because what do we love? We love when we break these things down. We love quarterback conversations and where Brock Purdy is ranked, right? Well, Mike Sando was on yesterday with Willard Dibs, and I do want to get to that and shout out the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. But Mike Sando had his latest piece yesterday when it comes to NFL quarterback tiers 2025. There's tier 1, obviously. There's tier 2, and then there's the tier 3. So tier 1, as my computer just shut down. I mean, great. That's awesome. I love when that happens. But tier 1 is the best of the bunch. It's going to be who we all think it is. It's going to be Mahomes. It's going to be Lamar Jackson. It's going to be Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. And I believe Matt Stafford rounded out that top 5, right? So
let me pull it up here.
Thank you, because it literally just crashed on me. Sorry, guys. Thank you. I just added up, and you know what? That happens in life, and that's adversity, and we got to fight through it. It's like as we're talking back to school, you're showing up, and it's the first day, and you don't have your book report, or you don't have your textbook.
Here you go.
That was me a couple times.
Tier 1. This is so hilarious. Here's tier 1. T1, and it's tied for first. Mahomes and Burrow.
Stop.
Number 3, Josh Allen. Lamar Jackson's 4. Stafford is 5. Tier 2, Jaden Daniels is 6. Herbert is 7. Goff is 8. Stroud is tied for 9th with Jalen Hurts. Baker Mayfield 11. Dak 12. Jordan Love 13. Brock Purdy 14. They're all in tier 2.
Brock Purdy at 14, but tier 3 starts at 15. So he's the last of the tier 2, and he's teetering on tier 3 when it comes to this quarterback conversation. Now, this isn't the end all be all. Brock could surge up. He could surge. It doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, that being said, when we have these conversations, when we talk about the tier 1, why we give those guys the benefit of the doubt, why they get paid all those money is because you feel like you can compete every single week and every single year and get to the playoffs with those guys, no matter what, Joe. I say no matter what. That's what separates the top 5 from the rest of those guys.
Here's what it says.
I have a question mark for Matt Stafford, by the way. Continue.
Tier 1 quarterback can carry his team every single week. The team wins because of him. And he expertly handles pure passing situation, has no holes in their game. Again, those tier 1 guys are Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar, and Stafford.
It's funny. I'm looking at the biggest changes from 2024 to 2025 because he does this yearly. Brock Purdy is down 2 slots. So he was, the 12th then last year? Okay. Not that big of a difference. I think Brock Purdy was still, there was a lot of question marks even after the Super Bowl run and even being an MVP candidate. It was like, all right, let's see him do it again, right? Let's see him do it again. And I think a lot of people either were proven right or proven wrong or however side of the aisle they felt this past year. Now, and I'll have a chance to shout out people if he wants to do so this year. But Sam Darnold was the biggest jump from last year to this year. He was ranked 20th, and he was +9 now. +9 Sam Darnold. That's pretty crazy. He was ranked 29th, and now he's at 20, tied with the Bo Nixes of the world. So he was not even thought to be a starter, really, a fringe starter, and J.J. McCarthy goes down, and he shot himself. It just shows how fluid these things are. But when you saw that, Joe, when you saw tier 2 Brock Purdy teetering on tier 3, what went through your mind?
Let's see where he's at the end of this year.
Okay.
And it also shows me when I look at that list and that grouping, boy, you could win the Super Bowl and look incredible in the playoffs like Jalen Hurts did, and we're still going to doubt you. It's so stupid.
It's dumb.
No,
right?
It's stupid. Like that guy's proven he's a big guy. I've doubted him at every turn. And I've kind of given in. Like, he's a really good player.
Justin Herbert, I don't get it. I'm just going to be.
He looks the part.
I don't care what he looks like.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying I'm explaining why. Like even C.J. Stroud, his rookie year. Look at the numbers; they're not that great. And last year he had a down year. Now he was also missing his wide receiver, multiple ones, Nico and Tank.
And C.J. Stroud outplayed Justin Herbert in that playoff game. So if anything, how is Justin Herbert ranked ahead of C.J. Stroud?
Honestly, part of the problem with this list is it doesn't take into account playoffs and how you perform in the playoffs. Correct. As you just mentioned, Dak has been awful in the playoffs.
If I told you today, hey, without his OC, Jared Goff's gonna have a really tough year this year, and him and like let's just say Baker or him and Brock flip flop spots, would anyone be surprised?
No,
not at all. Like, and look, I will die on this hill when it comes to Dak Prescott. He's triggering for most. He's a good player.
Yes.
But when it gets January, none of us believe in him. He is a good player. He can win you. They won 12 games 3 years in a row, or whatever it was. He's a good player. Do I believe in him in the playoffs? Absolutely not.
Tier 2. A Tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situation in doses and or possess other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above Tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game. It's funny how we do this with the quarterbacks. I would love to do this with every single position group too. And that's going to be a lot. I'm sure Pro Football Focus has that. But like, if the Niners have a Tier 2 quarterback, do they have a Tier 2 grouping anywhere else on this roster? Is there a Tier 2 anywhere else when it comes to just the grouping? End. The tight end, okay.
They're Tier 1.
Defensive end.
They're Tier 1.
Tier 1.
Tier 1
defensive
there.
end with maybe with Huff and Bosa, but Bosa's going to be the one that leans you in there.
He's below Watt and Myles Garrett, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's still at minimum Tier 2. Wouldn't we agree? Bosa by himself.
See, no, Bosa's kind of like, he's in the top 5 for me. I'm going in any order. Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Max Crosby, Micah Parsons.
You have to remember also in defensive ends or edges, however you put it, there's two sides of it.
Yes.
Like whereas in quarterback and tight end, typically there's one that plays the majority of snaps. Whereas on any formation, you have two edges.
Is Trent Williams still a Tier 1 left tackle?
I think if we're going tackles, McKivitz will drop him down.
Oh my God!
But you're heavily weighting Trent Williams.
No, but that's
there's
why
a lot of good tackles right now in the game.
There is, and the Niners don't have
4 or 5 really good ones,
and that's why it's kind of driving me nuts.
One of them went down,
and that's why we talk about we can talk about these these quarterbacks as much as we want, Joe. At the end of the day, it's who's protecting them too, and I get it, and it's unfair that Jalen Hurts is ranked this low, and Jalen won the title. I think he loves this as his motivation. All these guys do. They use it. They're not going to tell you, but they use it as the motivation. Him being ranked 9th after going to his second Super Bowl and balling out in his second Super Bowl and winning the MVP, and I got CJ Stroud, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert. It's one thing for CJ Stroud, I guess, if you're projecting, but Jaden Daniels, who's done it once.
It was a pretty special season, though.
It was, and I get it. The Commanders were a dumpster fire.
It's to do it again. I mean, that's what I said with C.J. Stroud last year. Like, C.J. Stroud was awesome in the playoffs in his rookie year. It's like, all right, well, let's see you do it again. That's the hallmark of the great players. Joe, the reason why Lamar is viewed the way is he's amazing year after year after year. That's what separates them.
If you were going to bet one way or the other, Joe, this time next season, is Brock Purdy going to be viewed closer as a Tier 1 quarterback or a Tier 3 quarterback?
I think he's closer to 1. I think he moves up into the top 10.
Okay. 888-957.
Look, he was 6-9 last year, and at times, I actually thought he played worse than we thought and way better than we thought. And it felt like things were crumbling around them out of his control. He went 6-9. Imagine if they had decent special teams and were closer to, let's just say, 7-6 or whatever, or 7-8, instead of 6-9. Like I think things would look a lot different had a couple of games bounce their way. Ronnie Bell catches that ball, or Jake Moody hits that field goal, and they beat the Rams. And the Rams start off last year 0-5. How are we viewing Stafford then? And they don't make the playoffs.
This is Mike Sando on yesterday with Willard and Dibs on if he sees a scenario that could put Purdy into Tier 1.
If what happened to the 49ers last year, injury-wise, were to happen and they win 11-6, you'd have to say, wow, that quarterback was able to carry them, and off that was a really difficult situation.
See, I think a lot of people are viewing this past season as an opportunity for Brock to do that, and he didn't do it last year. So people think, oh, he's not the guy, he can't do it. I think there was so much else baked into last year, coming from the drama and camp, not having your left tackle, not having your number 1 wide receiver, having your first round pick, your wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall, getting shot. There was so much last year that I don't think anyone other quarterback, maybe Patrick Mahomes and maybe like a Josh Allen, could have came in there and maybe taken that team to the playoffs, but it might have just been doomed from the start coming off that Super Bowl hangover. Everyone was just down on themselves. You had a couple of inspiring performances from the Fred Warners and George Kittles, but outside of that, no one else was really looking up to snuff last year. And I don't put that solely on Brock Purdy, but I'm not going to fault the fans that say, you know what, Joe? I was underwhelmed from the quarterback last year after he had an MVP caliber season. I would have liked to see him do more with less. He's going to have to this year. And this is going to be the biggest question mark, I think, this season, is if Brock needs to carry this team, can he do that? I don't know.
So he missed a couple throws in the Seattle game when they got the ball back and Geno marched down and beat them. The game at home. I referenced the Ronnie Bell game against the Rams. Let's say that game goes their favor. And then, I don't know, the defense gets a stop on Geno Smith late in that game. They win that. Like, you see what I'm saying with this? Like, it's not just on the quarterback. The rest of the team is going to have to help out. I love Jordan Mason. He fumbled big time in that Arizona game that they ended up losing in the second half. A huge turnover that ended up costing them. Yes, he's going to have to play better, but the team as a whole let everyone down last year, and he's a part of that. And so I look at it this year, and I think just having a better special teams unit is going to make them significantly better. I cannot express enough how much, as bad as our defense was, the special teams, they should have fired the guy after week 6 or 7.
It was awful. It was horrible. I mean,
awful.
You can say that as much as you want about the special teams unit when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. They've all been bad, and hopefully Boyer is going to be better because he has some ties, obviously, with New York and Robert Saleh, and he was there for so damn long. I just want some normalcy and some continuity at that spot going forward because I know I have it with Shanahan. I know I have it with Robert Saleh. Can we just get it with special teams for the love of God? As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app, Cody live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'll say this real quick, Joe, as we're talking about the quarterback tiers and Mike Sando with his latest piece in The Athletic. Tier 2 quarterback Brock Purdy, he is right at the edge of Tier 2 and 3. He's the last in Tier 2 quarterbacks at 14. He is ranked 14th amongst all starting quarterbacks in the NFL. What say you, Niner fans? Is that too high? Is that too low? Is it just right? As we're going Goldilocks and the Three Bears, 888-957-9570.
I love rankings, and I also hate them. And the reason why I hate them is because I think about this. I think Brock would be successful with like 5 or 6 different coordinators in the league. There are very few guys that like doesn't really matter. Like, I don't even know, like Lamar Jackson, are we sure every offensive coordinator knows how to use Lamar the right way? He's awesome. He is freaking awesome. I think that we kind of undervalue his OC and just the creativity that they put him in positions to just blow teams up. I mean, he destroys teams.
I think the good offensive coordinators will be able to adjust.
No, I agree.
The good ones.
But how many of them are there in the league?
Well, that's why, the good ones are in the playoffs more often.
Like if I gave Mike McCarthy Lamar, I don't know. Maybe.
Exactly. And that's a guy that's been to a Super Bowl and won it, but when he had a Hall of Fame quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, not the same skill set as a Lamar Jackson. By the way, the voting disparity on Brock was a fascinating thing real quick because there were 23 votes for him for Tier 3, 27 votes for Tier 2, 0 for Tier 1. It's pretty interesting. People are pretty split on him, whether they view him as a Tier 2 guy or Tier 3.
How about Jared Goff? I'm wondering.
I'll pull up Jared Goff right now because he was number 8.
Think about how we viewed him 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and how we view him today.
37 for Tier 2.
Okay.
Tier 1, he had 5, actually.
Okay.
And then Tier 3, there is 8. So there are some people that still think...
he's a little all over the place.
Yes, but a lot for Tier 2. Yes.
Yeah, but Ben Johnson did great work with him. And having that offensive line and being in that situation, if I put Jared behind this offensive line with the Niners, I don't think it looks as good.
I almost kind of wish we could do a tier for the head coaches and you can compare the two. Let's do a tier for the head coaches because Kyle Shanahan, say what you will, he's a Tier 1 head coach.
Well, who are the level one? It's Andy.
Andy Reid, Sean McVay. I have to put Nick Sirianni there now. I have to. Maybe that's a hot take for some people. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. I'm putting Nick Sirianni there. I'm putting Kyle Shanahan there. He's been there multiple times. Am I missing anyone?
What about Sean McDermott and Zach Taylor with the Bills and the Bengals? No? Okay.
I will put them on Tier 2, though.
Are you putting Tomlin in Tier 1 just because of what he's done years ago or Harbaugh?
No, I'm not putting Tomlin there because he hasn't won a playoff game in God knows how long.
Okay.
Kevin O'Connell?
But
No. Throws way too much. He's made the play. Think about this. Daniel Jones beat the Vikings in a playoff game.
But he's an offensive guy.
No, he's a good.
The Vikings were expected
coach.
to be one of the worst teams in football last year, and they won 13 games
with Sam Darnold as their quarterback.
No, I think the Vikings have one of the most underrated rosters.
To
in the
your
game.
point, I think Kevin O'Connell is in the C.J. Stroud, if we're doing the comparison, Jaden Daniels kind of. He's right there.
He's made the playoffs a lot.
He has with multiple quarterbacks, and if he does it again this year, J.J. McCarthy, basically a redshirt rookie. He's going to be that next guy as we're talking about.
But their roster is excellent. I think we've underrated their defensive personnel, and they have a great offensive line. They've got 2 sweet weapons. They run the ball. The problem is that he got away from running the ball in both their big losses.
I mean, he had Aaron Jones as number 1, basically, and he was, 32 years old, Aaron Jones? Pretty incredible. It was. But as we're talking about, if we were doing the quarterback head coach kind of a tier comparison here, I think Shanahan's still a tier 1. All those other guys, Sean Payton, he's tier 2, he's won 1. But just because you've won a Super Bowl, I'm not putting you right there. Like, he won that a long time ago. Same with Tomlin. That was a long time ago.
Making the playoffs with the most dead cap money ever in the history of the game, and a rookie quarterback was pretty.
I think he's right there at tier 2, though. I think he's right there at the top. Okay. Another season of Bo Nix making the playoffs could put him back into tier 1. Okay. I think so.
Okay.
Pete Carroll, I think he's a tier 2, maybe?
Fringe tier 2, yeah, fringe tier 3 right now.
I'm going Super Bowl winning head coaches there.
What about Dan Campbell?
There's a lot. I think he'd kind of be on that Purdy thing right now, where there's a lot of people waiting on Dan Campbell.
So why I like Shanahan in tier 1 is he's proven it with multiple coordinators and multiple versions and multiple quarterbacks. Yep. And that's why I give Sirianni more credit too, because he's done it with multiple coordinators and the quarterback. McVay, obviously, multiple quarterbacks, multiple DCs, Reed. Sean Payton, I think, is tier 1. And I'm very harsh on Sean Payton. I think what he did this year, I'm going off of most recent, and I'm putting him there. And I will put Dan Campbell also in tier 1.
That's a good one. Sam got my ears, got the Harbros in there. John is he's a fringe tier 1, tier 2 because of the playoff short, but he's always there in the conference championship game.
Another guy that hires great coordinators. Mike McDonald was under his watch.
And he's 2 for 2 on quarterback selections.
He is. I think he is tier 1, John Harbaugh. I have him above Zach Taylor, and I have him above Sean McDermott. And I know Zach Taylor's been to a Super Bowl more recently than him.
There's a lot in tier 1. That means there's probably only a couple in tier 1, and these are all tier 2s.
Are we cheapening tier 1 then?
Well, that's what it feels like.
I feel like Dan Campbell in tier 1. No, I'll be honest, it feels a little hot.
I'm not putting Dan Campbell.
I know, I think, Shasky, you said that. I think Dan Campbell's going to be an interesting test for him this year because
around the Detroit Lions.
Yes, but he made some great coordinator hires. I think we can all agree on that. He has new ones here. He's got to have to keep it going. This could be an interesting test for him. If he could keep it going this year, then I think it's easier to make the call that he's a tier 1. Like, I think there's certain coaches you look at, and there's like the X's and O's coaches, and then there's like the rah-rah coaches. I think Campbell is more in that rah-rah, sector. But again, if they keep it going this year, then yeah, I think you could make the case that Campbell is more of a tier 1 than a tier 2.
Because I would put Shanahan, if we're looking at it kind of like we looked at the quarterbacks, similar to Burrow, Allen, and Lamar, there is a benefit of the doubt, even without the ultimate Super Bowl, that we give those quarterbacks, okay? I think Shanahan has earned the benefit of the doubt, even without the ultimate prize, to be in tier 1.
888-957-9570. If Brock Purdy is a tier 2 quarterback, what is Kyle Shanahan when it comes to the tier rankings of a head coach? Are you putting Shanahan in the tier 1 grouping or a tier 2? 888-957-9570.
Let's go to that. How many are actually should be in tier 1? I think it should be exclusive.
I think it should be
Andy Reid, no doubt about it.
I think there's 4.
See, I think we've reached for Andy. Honestly, I think he's in tier 1 all by himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there should be.
I think this is like because the Belichick zone for a long time was Belichick is here by himself. It's like Saban in.
It's like the S tier.
Yeah, like all by themselves. What'd you call it?
The S tier. That's what the kids call
the
when
S
they
tier.
do.
There's S.
I don't even know what that means.
So
ask your little leaguers.
If we're going back to school here, you can A, B, C, D, E, or an F. There's an S on the top.
Oh, what does that mean? I don't even know.
It means that's even better. It's
like super.
Thank you, super.
What does it stand for?
I don't know. I always used to see it. No.
Superior? I highly doubt it stands for.
I just made that up.
No, he did because I used to see this in a lot of.
It's for Supreme.
No, because I used to play a lot of video games, and if you played like Street Fighter, you'd get like an S grade. I don't know what it means in Japan, but it's like the Japanese started it. Okay. I don't know what it means.
I will say this, Shasky. It is something I think a lot of the younger kids are using. I know you work with a lot of little leaguers. Ask them what the S tier is. I feel like they'll actually have the answer, whereas we're just embarrassing ourselves.
Can we all
right
agree? Andy has separated himself from the majority of people because of the accolades and the longevity.
Yes.
Similar to Belichick. He's kind of in a class all his own.
But you could do a little star there. How about that? I still want to keep him in tier 1 just for the sake of this conversation. But if you don't want to, that's fine.
I mean, like, I just think that he separated himself. It's like Brady, and then you start talking to some of the other guys. I don't know.
Damon is in San Francisco. Wants to join.
Maybe I'm wrong.
He wants to join in the conversation. Damon, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I heard you guys talking about Purdy and a tier, and let me ask you this: are you basing it on last year alone, or are you talking about his overall production from the time he's been with the Niners?
I'm basing it, Mike Sando, he pulls a lot of the GMs and a lot of other people around the NFL, and they take the totality of everything, right? So I think that's what we have to do
And where
here.
you are right now.
And where you are right now.
So that's why Russell Wilson is going to be way, way low.
Correct.
Okay. All right. If I was basing it on last year alone, I'd say Purdy was lucky to make the second tier. If you look at it, what do you have? 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. And just based on other factors too. Just when it was raining, he struggled to hold on to the ball. Like during the rainy games, I was just kind of watching and just waiting for the moment the ball slipped out of his hands. Now, if we take it, I think last year was just a different Purdy. The previous 2 seasons with Purdy, he was awesome. He was great. But last year just made me just pause and just think like, man, from what we're seeing, is this a step back, or has, the league caught up to him? Or
let me ask you this. Hey, Damon, real quick, because I know, and leave him on there. I think
it's an interesting point of view.
Leave him there real quick, because I want to do this. Tier 3 quarterbacks are as followed. And I just want you to tell me yes or no if you think Purdy is better than these quarterbacks. These are the quarterbacks in Tier 3. Is Purdy better than Kyler Murray? Yes or no?
Purdy has done more than Kyler Murray. Yes, Purdy has done more than Kyler Murray.
Aaron Rodgers.
Today.
Oh, today, yeah.
Yeah.
Today, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, today,
Tua.
Yeah.
There you go. See, thank you. You're going to start getting all these, and they're going to get the Trevor Lawrences, the Geno Smiths.
Actually,
he is better than all those other Tier 3 quarterbacks, though.
I agree, but I think his point was more like, are we looking at the full body of work, or are we heavily weighing what we saw last year? Because if it's the full body of work, like for example, and we're doing these exercises, a guy like Nick Bosa gets elevated above so many, Johnny-come-lately pass rushers.
Yeah.
Whereas if we're heavily weighing it on what we saw last year, he's going to get dropped down a little, relative to what maybe another guy did just last year.
And I should have, if we're talking Tier 1, I put the top 5 there. I probably should put Trey Hendrickson, the guy that is in there all the time with top sacks. I feel like he gets slept on because that defense is really so awful.
I wouldn't trade Bosa for him at all.
No, I would not. I don't think I'm trading any of those other guys for Trey Hendrickson.
Cincinnati would rather have Bosa?
Yeah, I think they'd rather have Garrett, TJ Watt, Parsons, or Crosby or Bosa than trade. But the age is a part of that, which sucks to say.
No doubt.
But that's a part of these conversations when we're having them. Let's pick this up on the other side. If Brock Purdy is a Tier 2 quarterback, what tier is Kyle Shanahan amongst head coaches? Is he a Tier 1 or is he a Tier 2? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up, and it's going to be brought to you by the American Cancer Society.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop.
If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with a purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
DQ presents The Sound of Happy. Hear that?
That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
Now second down and goal. Purdy fakes the throw into the end zone. Touchdown 49ers.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
Hey, P. Willie, baby.
Did you record that going into a cup?
Cooper Cup.
He was kind of screaming in the mic.
But you know what? I kind of got a taste for what Patrick Willis was like on the field, yelling at his teammates, right? It's Hall of Famer.
Like that banana I just tasted. It was delicious. Okay. Filled with potassium.
All right. Shout out bananas. There you go. And we're talking quarterback tiers. If we're doing a tier ranking for bananas, is that a tier 1 fruit? Banana is a tier 1 fruit?
For me, it is.
Bananas or melon?
No, melon's tier 2.
Look.
I could go
listen.
I could go the rest of my life not eating a melon.
Are you kidding me? Cantaloupe? Doesn't cantaloupe count as a melon? Watermelon is my favorite.
I could go the rest of my life without eating melon. Banana, it's got to be a staple there. Banana bread, it's way more versatile than a melon.
I love watermelon. I love cantaloupe.
Honeydew?
I love honeydew. I love all of it.
I love cantaloupe too. I usually like it. What do they give? Like in Italian restaurants, they give the cantaloupe slice with like some prosciutto, some cured meats.
So good.
It's delicious. It's great. You got that salty and sweet combination. It's tremendous. As we're talking, As we're talking quarterback tiers, we just had the question: is Brock Purdy's a tier 2 quarterback in the Mike Sando article at The Athletic? We just had the question: if there was a head coach tier, where would you put Kyle Shanahan? Is he tier 1? Is he tier 2? I think if you ask the fan base, it might be split. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
You did the tremendous, and I was just thinking about Trump had this meme. There's a million of them. There's this one was like, "Have you seen me hit a golf ball? Have you seen my drive? Have you seen it? Yeah, I hit it pretty good. Tremendous. I hit it tremendous. It's hilarious. I just sent it to my brother the other day. It's just so funny.
There you go. Well,
It's my second favorite golf thing regarding Trump. Number one is him and Biden arguing during the presidential debate. It's the all time. I don't care. Look, we can laugh as a country. It is all time that they were arguing about their golf game. I've seen you hit, Joe. You can't hit that far. I was down to a 6. I was an 8. Like Sleepy Joe. I mean,
I was asleep during it. I was just laughing at the pain of our country because that's just what has to deal with.
You have to laugh to get through the pain.
Is that what Niner fans are going to have to do this year? Do they have to laugh through the pain?
But that's not even number one. Might be George Bush saying
it's the best.
All of this stuff about how like we're going to end terrorism. We're going to go over there. We're going to win. And then the camera zooms out. And he's like, now watch me hit this drive.
He smoked it too.
And then he just smokes it down the line. Oh, it's great.
I would love to be able to do that just as my job. Just instead of just showing up today, Joe, me and you just go out and hit some golf balls. It's our day off. Just, whatever.
So presidents, how many tier 1 presidents are there?
What was the tier 1, right? We're doing Lincoln, right?
Well, at least 4 of them.
At least, yeah.
On the Mount Rushmore of presidents.
Yeah. So you got who? Oh, now we're going back to school here. Can you name? Do it. Skip
Does FDR make it?
Hold on. Can Shasky name the Mount Rushmore when it comes to that? Can we do it?
I don't even know.
Okay, I think we can. George Washington.
Abraham Lincoln.
No. Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
Oh my God! Come on! You both need to go back to school.
Hold on. Teddy Roosevelt. John Adams. No. Thomas Jefferson. Sorry, Thomas Jefferson.
Carter went ding, and it was wrong.
That was an accident.
There you go.
All y'all gotta go back to school.
I do. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? No, I'm not. By the way, they were not asking 5th grade questions in that. I call cap, as you guys like to say. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Stop.
Well,
they were feeding those kids the answers the whole time too.
Maybe
BS.
they just pay attention in class.
No, they don't. They're not. They're fake students. They were all homeschooled.
Those students are frauds. Even on smarter than 5th grader, they're frauds.
Thank you. I agree. miss me with that. They're probably all like 12 or 13
So okay,
years
so
old
there's
anyways.
48 presidents, 47 presidents, whatever the
A lot of presidents.
right? So what do you think?
Well, technically, there's 45 because a couple did double dips.
Understandable. Okay, you get where I'm going with this.
Charleston chew on
So
that.
what do you think there are? 5, 6 that are tier 1?
Okay, let's go to the tier 1.
No, you don't have to name them. I'm just saying.
I kind of want to now.
So
we're
if
going
there's
back to
30
school
coaches, if there's 30 coaches, what's the most that we would allow into tier 1?
4.
So now we're talking.
If we're going to the founding fathers here, the Mount Rushmore, I think that's rightly so. But we'll do 4 for the NFL coaches. All right.
Like I honestly think like Stafford's a very, very, very good player. I don't think he's on the same tier as those other guys mentioned, even though he has the longevity, the accolades, all that. To me, I think he's the fringe guy, even though he is 5th. He should probably be the top of tier 2.
And I think I'd have him over Jaden Daniels. I'd have him over
which
all
is
these
what he
other-
is. Yes,
absolutely. So I agree with you on that one. It's very interesting how we view Josh Allen, Lamar, Burrow. Patrick Mahomes is the guy. I'd actually kind of prefer it, as you're kind of doing with Andy Reid. I'd almost prefer that when it comes to Patrick Mahomes. I view him totally different than any other quarterback.
Yeah, but his regular seasons, if you're going off the regular season's been spot. No,
but I don't with him.
No,
yeah,
no. You
Sorry,
and I agree.
I don't mean to cut you
and
off
I
there.
agree.
Sorry.
It's the way I view Mookie Betts right now. Everyone's like, well, Mookie's having the worst year of his career. I'm like, it's still a great year. He's Mookie Betts, and if the playoffs started today, you would be like, yeah, I fear him more than anyone in the lineup.
Like if I put Mahomes on this Niners team, they're a playoff team in the NFC.
Yeah.
They just are.
Yeah,
because just how you view him.
One of the greatest players to ever play.
Do you guys have a problem with the 1A, 1B thing? I have a huge problem with that.
I actually do too.
Massive.
I don't believe.
Well, to me, once you've reached his status, right? Like once Tom Brady had 3, 4, 5 Super Bowls, bro, you none of these guys that don't have one can be tied with you.
To say that they're tied is embarrassing.
Well, no, it is.
I think it's a joke, and I get the season he had last year. I think it's a joke when Lamar Jackson should have won his 3rd MVP. And he's still ranked behind all those other guys. Patrick Mahomes was standing. It's a joke to me. I do think the way we talk about and view Lamar still is disrespectful. I do. And now people want to say, "Oh, I'll build Josh Allen. I'll take Joe Burrow over him." Yeah, I won't. I think Joe Burrow, if his career ended right now, he's not going to the Hall of Fame. Lamar Jackson is.
No,
he's Hall of Fame.
He is, but
it's a joke how we view him right now.
But your whole view of Josh Allen, like I've gone deep down the rabbit hole. Lamar's had a couple of decent playoff games. Josh has had some great playoff games. And if you look at the turnover and touchdown ratio, both running and throwing for both guys, like Lamar, I can directly correlate. It's not just him because teams win and lose. He has not been anything close in the majority of his playoff losses to the player that resembles the MVP during the regular season. And so I get why everyone gets all worked up about Lamar and Josh. Josh has been a better playoff player. And I that's not enough. Lamar's one of the greatest players ever. But there's this big bugaboo. That's why last year's playoff win was such a big one for him.
Well, and I'll say when it comes to Lamar Jackson, I thought he outplayed Josh Allen in that game.
Yeah,
he did. And
finally,
if Mark Andrews holds onto a ball, maybe they win that game again.
I agree. But again, he needs to Bonds had this. Bonds is one of the greatest players ever and was a terrible playoff player. A-Rod was one of the greatest players ever, was a terrible playoff player. It's tough. Peyton Manning's part of what makes Peyton Manning such a unique case study. One of the greatest regular season players ever.
But he'll never be in the conversation of greatest of all time. He won't.
And why is that?
Because of the playoff shortcomings.
Right? I always say there are some guys that elevate themselves in the playoffs. Jerry Rice, he was a great regular season player, also was even better in the playoffs.
It was insane. Right.
Okay. Julian Edelman was a really good player, was otherworldly in the playoffs for whatever reason, right? Andy Pettit is a great example. Really good baseball player. He was unbelievable in the playoffs. LeVon Hernandez, unbelievable in the playoffs. Madison Bumgarner, unbelievable in the playoffs.
I think more recently, probably a good one like Nathan Eovaldi, a guy that's not talked about enough, but whenever he's in the playoffs, Kurt Schilling, it's like, I don't want to go up against that guy.
And then you have guys like Kershaw.
Yeah.
Significantly worse in the playoffs than they are for the regular season.
That is the comparison, right? Kershaw and Peyton Manning.
Kershaw, Lamar, and Peyton Manning are all, to me, they're all in the same kind of thing. And I also think Bonds was like that for a long time. It is what it is.
This is Mike Sando, who, again, had the article. He does it every single year, the quarterback tiers. He asks around the league, all the GMs, all the top personnel, rank these quarterbacks from 3 different tiers. Basically 3, and there's tier 4, right? But I don't really care about that. Tier 3. And Brock Purdy's a tier 2 quarterback, but he's teetering on there. So it just got us thinking about, head coaches. If we were to do a tier system of the head coaches, where would you put Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. Getting back to the quarterbacks, though, Joe, this is what Mike Sando had to say on yesterday with Willard and Dibs in regards to Patrick Mahomes still being the best quarterback in the best tier group in the NFL.
Maybe just to the extent that there's a feeling that, well, he might still be the best, certainly his pedigree and what he's accomplished on the field, and is a champion and great in 2-minute end of games. They were 11-0 in one-score games, I believe, last year. That has a lot to do with him. But that maybe the gap between him and those other guys has closed some.
No, it hasn't. I'm just being honest. Well, it hasn't. If any season was the season to get the Chiefs, it was last year. Like we were all watching the game on Black Friday, Joe. Aiden O'Connell, in the Raiders, should have beaten them with Antonio Pierce, dead man walking. Like, if not for a botched snap, they lose that game. Like, they were so vulnerable last year, and Josh Allen was incredible, and Lamar was incredible. That was the year to beat the Chiefs. If in the NFC, if someone else was coming out of the AFC, that was the year to do it, and they still couldn't get it done. They still couldn't. Rashee Rice goes down. He was thrown to Xavier Worthy and a hollowed out Travis Kelce, and they still couldn't beat him.
But if I told you that Tom Brady went 10 years in between Super Bowl wins, I mean, there was a time where I would looking at it now, it's like, that's unbelievable. It's legitimately unbelievable. He went 10 seasons in between Super Bowl wins. Now they lost one in between there, right? But that's crazy. Come on, you guys.
It is.
He lost 2, by the way, in between those.
And that
10.
was kind of a gap of where the NFC was they're getting a lot better. You think of Drew Brees and the Saints. You think of Aaron Rodgers and the Packers winning one, getting over on the Steelers. Think of the Seahawks and what they were able to do. And then Tom, till that one again, what was that, the 4th one for him, beating the Legion of Boom, doing what he did in the 4th quarter. It's a great point. But it's interesting. I don't think Tom has been widely regarded the GOAT for as long as Patrick Mahomes is to start a career.
No, we didn't view Tom that way till the 4th.
No, till he was getting older.
Till when he won that Seattle one the way that he did, and then the tide started turning.
Exactly. Mahomes, since becoming the full-time starter, has always been in tier 1, which is insane.
Well, he had 50 touchdowns his first full season.
Well, if you had him in fantasy, you're winning. This guy Mahomes, it was an incredible season.
And they had the New England beat in that playoff game, and D Ford jumped off sides.
D Ford, there you go.
So, I guess where I'm going at is things happen in careers, and Russell Wilson fell off. Big Ben Roethlisberger fell off, even though he was still hanging around. Aaron Rodgers never got back to one. Stuff does happen. I know we think Mahomes is going to be in every Super Bowl for the remainder of time, but we just never know.
I'm just not betting against him. No, you're right, but I'm still not betting against him because...
No, I'm with you. I'm not...
I have scars, Joe, that are never going away.
Pats or pass.
We're going to talk about PTSD as a fan base and as just a fan of sports coming up this week. Because there's a lot to be made about the joint practices coming up with the Raiders. There's a lot of different names there. As we're talking about Tom Brady, minority owner of the Raiders, right? Pete Carroll, head coach there. So we're going to be talking about PTSD at some point this week. I mean, if you're a Niner fan, Patrick Mahomes might be at the top of the list. He's the guy that single-handedly has prevented you from not winning 1 but 2 Super Bowls.
I hate him.
You hate him. But it's not the same hate as some other players as you talk about Patrick Mahomes. But he's just the poster child of just greatness right now. And then even in a down year last year, in that conference, they were still able to come away. Now, they got humbled in the Super Bowl, and I think the writing was on the wall most of the season that this team might just get clapped, and the Eagles are the team to do it, which makes it even more frustrating if you're a Niners fan.
I think it makes it way more frustrating if you're the Ravens, the Bills, all those other teams in the AFC. That was your year.
Why do we do this every year, though, with the Ravens and the Bills? Every single year we enter the playoffs saying the Bills are going to beat them this year.
They're not.
No, they're not.
No,
they're not.
Until I see otherwise, it's their division, their conference, and we'll go from here. right?
People are going to do it this year. You watch. They're going to be saying.
I saw Mina Kimes on yesterday saying the Ravens are it's going to be Ravens Eagles in the Super Bowl.
Here's the difference though between New England and their run and where we are with the Chiefs. At no point was the AFC East this top heavy with great coaches. Rex Ryan had a couple of years.
Yeah.
Tony Sperano, for crying out loud, with the Wildcat won it one year when
Brady went down.
Yeah, exactly.
Chad Pennington.
Right, and I like
Always
Rex
been a
Ryan.
Chad
Rex
fan.
Ryan is considered a DC by most people, not a head coach, even though they had back-to-back AFC championship
Their
game
last winning season was when he was the head coach there. Longest drought in the NFL.
I'm not trying to diminish New England's success. Their success was unbelievable. It also coincided with the Dolphins haven't won a playoff game, I believe, since 2003 or 4.
They have, it's them and the Raiders with like the longest droughts, I believe.
I think for the Dolphins, it's like 2000, I want to say.
Okay, maybe it is 2000, but again, the Dolphins have been one of the most awful organizations. The Jets are one of the most awful organizations. Yep. And only until recently have the Bills been considered this dynamic franchise.
And they were, pretty mid. They were always just... They were just mid my entire life.
Exactly, and most people's. Whereas, when I look at the division that Mahomes is currently in, I think highly of Harbaugh, period. Forget the Chargers. They're a joke, but I view him a certain way. Sean Payton clearly has the Broncos looking good.
Yeah.
They made the playoffs last year. And the Raiders are still the Raiders. But that's two better teams and better coaches than I would say Rex Ryan and the Jets. And I'm not trying to sleep on their little 2-year run. They were a really good team. But did anybody fear Sanchez and that offense that way? I don't remember it that way.
And I was rooting for Sanchez and those Jets teams. But you mentioned the AFC West. I'd still say Harbaugh is there too, and Pete Carroll. Now, it's the Raiders, so maybe the Raiders stank is just going to stank him up too, and it is what it is. But that might be top to bottom the best, of all the coaches in all the divisions, that might be the most stacked.
No,
it's unbelievable.
So that's why, as I know, look, I'm not saying they're done. That's not what I'm saying. But if there was a year or two where they might not be the team representing the AFC, these would be the years because of all the things we're laying out.
It's one thing if it's, because we saw this in the AFC West, if it's Vance Joseph, right, who's now the DC of the Broncos, obviously. But he was the head coach at one point.
Yes.
It was laughable.
Exactly.
Antonio Pierce, it's laughable.
Exactly.
Right.
Dude, Joe Philbin.
Thank you.
Joe Philbin was running the Dolphins. You want to talk about Sleepy Joe? Joe Philbin made Joe Biden look so attentive.
Sleepy Bob. Shout out Bob.
I envisioned Joe Philbin wearing a sleeping cap that you would see in the cartoons. When someone wakes up?
No, Ebenezer Scrooge is out here talking about.
He was so old, and that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember he was we're going to take this wide receiver, Ryan Tannehill. We're going to turn him into a quarterback.
Hey, it actually kind of worked out. I will say that. Tannehill, not bad.
So I go back.
Horrible.
I go back.
It kind of worked.
Come on.
I
go back into this, and I say to myself,
Matt Moore,
as we talk about benefit of the doubt, the reason why the Chiefs are where they're at, Brett Veach, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. As long as those three are in power, they're always going to be a factor somewhere.
Yes.
Right.
And, did you say Spagnuolo? Sorry.
No, but I just referenced the GM and
got you.
And
but
Andy.
Spagnuolo, I would also put there because they started winning when they had him as DC. Kind of like you're hoping that Spagnuolo
is your Saleh.
Is Saleh.
Yeah,
right? Saleh
same.
does that. Right.
So when I look at these tiers, I do put Mahomes in his own tier, and I do put Andy Reid in their own tier because of their accomplishments. And I think that their resume is so above and beyond, they deserve to be viewed in a whole different category than everyone else.
I kind of want to put a bow on the quarterback one and pivot back to the head coach. But here's Mike Sando on yesterday. Again, great stuff. Mike Sando on with Willard Dibs. Article is out now on The Athletic talking about quarterback tiers. He does it each and every year. You can find it there, but you can also find the interview on YouTube. Mike Sando talking about Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and kind of the comparison when it comes to those guys.
In the most extreme case, you might have a ballot with only two people in tier one, Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes. That happened. And so that's a super high bar for ability as a pure passer. I think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are guys who use their legs more to great effect. There's a long-standing belief with evidence in the NFL that the running game stuff can dry up, the scrambling stuff can dry up in the playoffs when you got to throw the ball to win against better teams. And so there's probably some of that lingers for Josh Allen. He got 3 votes in Tier 2. Lamar Jackson got 4 in Tier 2, probably from people who think, hey, when those guys have to throw and you take away their legs, they're not quite as good as Burrow and Mahomes. But those are outlier opinions.
And that was Mike Sando on yesterday.
So Allen and Lamar, okay.
I know. Like, he's not saying
the case,
that, by the
we
way.
should just put Mahomes in his own category.
Well, that's what I would like to do that. I would like to just put it. I don't think Burrow is on his level. I just don't. You can give me all you want, but as a thrower of the football, that's not the conversation. It's quarterback. Who is the best quarterback? And it's not even close. If you were starting a team right now, you're taking Patrick Mahomes, no one else.
Over all of them.
Over all of them.
I think
not
every
even close.
single team is taking
Every
him.
single one. Like, it starts and ends there. Are you doing that with the head coaches?
Yes, it's Andy.
Are you doing it?
I think personally Andy has separated himself.
So there you go. There's your answers right there.
The reason why I give Andy so much credit, when you do it for 30 years, and you do it with McNabb, Kerry Cobb,
Alex Smith.
Joe, like he's done it in so many ways.
Might as well be Kerry Cobb, but Kevin Cobb.
When I say Kerry Collins, I mean
Michael Vick.
Yeah, Michael Vick. I mean, he's done it with so many different guys. Like, it's too comprehensive. Like, to me, it's an unfair comp to have him in the same boat as guys who have coached a fraction. Like, Shanahan is in year 9.
Yeah.
What is it? Andy is in what, year 26? What's he in?
I'm gonna look him up. You talking about Andy?
Yes.
98 or 99 he started with the Eagles, I want to say. So 26, 25, yeah. It's unbelievable.
273 wins.
It's unbelievable. Is he going to sniff Belichick?
173 wins.
Is he going to get close to Belichick?
I don't know.
Let me know when you've got the
He's
all-time
old,
wins.
you know?
Yeah.
So not old, but like...
No, he's getting up there.
You
He's
just
like
never know.
He's what, in his mid-60s, late 60s? He's getting up there. Absolutely.
67 right now.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
He started off in 1999.
99, yeah.
So 26 years.
I know. It's when he had like the flat top.
Like, again, like how... And I'm supposed to put Sirianni and McVay, and this is not a knock on those younger guys, they're just not old enough, but I'm supposed to put Sirianni, McVay, and Shanahan in the same tier as someone who's done it that long. That's why I do actually take a step back and I go, I think we underrate Sean Payton and John Harbaugh to the longevity and the pivoting and the evolution, and to do it with so many different players and different coordinators and all that. There's something to be said for that.
What's the wins list,
Andy
Carter?
Reid is 4th all-time with 273 wins. Belichick is 3rd all-time with 302.
Don Shula's 1.
How much is Don Shula?
Shula has 328 at 1, and then George Halas 318.
Andy Reid has an opportunity. How long he wants to coach, we'll see. He's going to have an opportunity with that quarterback.
So if he wins 10 games a year, so you said 328?
Belichick's at 302, and Andy Reid's at 273.
No, Halas is at what?
Halas is at 318.
And then Shula's at
328.
So 328. So he'd need at least
5 wins?
5 to 6, 10-win seasons or more to be there.
I think he can do it.
No, I
don't know if he wants to.
I'm not going to doubt him.
No,
Can his heart do it?
Well, that's the question mark, and I don't want to be that guy talking about his. He's a big guy. He's getting older. Like I hope he. Apparently, again, all these players, coaching staff, everyone got to take care of themselves.
Belichick's like, well, the minute Andy steps down, I'll go over to Kansas City. I'll win another 5 or 6 with Mahomes. I'll bring my girlfriend over there.
Oh, Jordan Hudson. Oh. Well, apparently she was like doing like cold calls or something. I don't know what's going on over there. I just stay in North Carolina, Bill. I'm good off you.
Who's she cold calling?
I don't know. I just saw the TMZ brought it up. I just see her name, and I just think of the weird interview, and we're not talking about it.
I need the Belichick TikTok account that he's going to create with her at some point to get recruits. It's going to be hilarious, dude.
That's her, actually. This was her yesterday.
I'm so pumped for North Carolina football, and
No,
I never.
you're not.
Yes,
You're
I
capping,
am.
dude.
Yes, I am.
He is not.
In the same way you guys were all pumped for Colorado football, I'm here for the Belichick college experience.
Who is the you guys you're referencing here with this Colorado hype?
Well, no, I was in because
Coach
Shedeur
Prime.
Sanders was going to be like a legit, like,
If you don't think
quarterback
Belichick,
prospect.
if I was a
Who's the
college
quarterback
recruit
there?
and I was like, I want to be prepared for the NFL, who better than Belichick?
Sam, Miami football, when are you guys playing UNC?
We do not have UNC on our schedule this year, thank goodness.
No, they got that big Pac-12 ACC traditional, Stanford Cal matchup.
You mean Stanford, Miami?
I'm saying I think North Carolina plays Cal and Stanford this year.
Oh, do they?
I could be wrong, but I think they play.
Are they coming out here?
They are coming out here October 17th.
Let's go.
Where? Cal or Stanford?
At Cal.
Oh, you're going there.
Lucas.
Absolutely.
Lucas, media credential. I'm going to need one.
Fight on.
I might be in the background of that TikTok video.
Is there, if you're going here, we're going the quarterback rankings when it comes to the NFL. What about the college? Who's up there for you?
What, in college?
Yeah.
Well, Saban before he retired is all by himself.
Saves? Okay.
Right now, I can't view him.
Kirby Smart. Probably.
Kirby's tier 1, absolutely.
Yeah. Ryan Day, he's been there he's been there a couple times.
I got Ryan Day kind of in that Sirianni category where yes, currently you're there, but I'm still there's so many new faces.
Right.
Kalen DeBoer, I think, is an excellent coach. I don't know if he's tier 1.
Okay.
He did some great things in Washington.
Jimbo Fisher wants to come back, by the way. Jimbo?
Of course he does.
What about Dan Lanning?
I like Dan Lanning.
I do too.
He's gotten
tier 1 recruiter.
He's gotten humbled.
Actually, tier 1 recruiter, Lane Kiffin. Tier 1 recruiter.
Big time tier 1 recruiter.
Absolutely. And when it comes to getting a tan on the boat, tier 1.
Sarkisian, where are you putting Steve at? Stevie?
Tier 1 recruiter, NIL dropper. He's not a tier 1 coach.
Marcus Freeman?
Oh, Marcus Freeman's tier 1.
Is he tier 1?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, what he did at Notre Dame has been pretty special.
And he's just...
to graduate that many people when no one graduates anyone anymore is ridiculous.
Who's got a better life than that guy right now? He's got the youth, he's got the team, he's got the brand, he's a good-looking guy. Marcus Freeman crushed stock up.
I thought you were talking about me.
No, it's Marcus. Have you seen that guy's jawline? It's chiseled out of granite.
It is, I know. He looks like he could play safety.
I got envy. Talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, people being envious of that guy. It's Marcus Freeman.
Random, I know we don't talk a lot of college football. Cal Bear fans, since you opened the door, going at Jaden Ott, what's going on there?
What
the running back, he transferred.
He went at Cal.
What?
Heard he went at Cal first.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Get me up to speed here. How did he go at them?
I've got to look it up, but that's the word on the street.
And he's at Oklahoma or Oklahoma State?
Oklahoma.
I can't knock him.
Who's it? Brent Venables, the head coach there, formerly DC of Clemson. We'll see. I don't think.
Is Dabo still tier 1 for you?
I think he kind of is, so he's going to slip into tier 2. The way the way he whines about the NIL era this time, it's like, dude, I'm sorry that you can't convince people to go to Clemson. So he's tier 1 now, but that's going to slip pretty soon.
He did kind of salvage the end of the year last year, but the ACC is just so whack right now. I have no idea. Mario Cristobal,
tier 7.
Tier 1 game plan flopper at the end when you're winning a game and just need to kneel on the ball.
He's a tier 1. Let's not knee the ball and blow this. He's a tier 1. I have a Heisman caliber quarterback. Let's try and kick a field goal instead.
Tier 1 of who you don't want is your quarterback late in games. I guess that's just tier 4 then if we're talking
tier
about
1 loser.
Oh my God. I love the tier call. See, people, you have to just have creative ways to talk about it. And I just love talking tiers when it comes to head coaches, quarterbacks, whatever. Running backs, if you will. Hey, well, here's another one. Where's Christian McCaffrey at? We're talking fantasy football.
Not in tier 1.
Not in tier 1 anymore?
Right now. But you got to see the first couple of weeks. I didn't have Derrick Henry in tier 1 to start last year.
God, the old guy's right. It's that is a young man's game.
It's Bijan. It's Saquon. Saquon might be all by himself with Derrick Henry in their own category.
Yeah.
And then there's a little drop off, and then you have your your Bijan Robinson. What's the kid for the Chuba Hubbard? Guys like that. You have that second tier. I would put McCaffrey in tier 2 right now.
It's not Bijan Robinson anymore.
What is it?
It's Bijan Robinson.
Oh, have I been saying it wrong?
We've all been saying it wrong. He told us that a couple weeks ago, apparently.
Like Dijon?
Yeah, exactly. Like Dijon, but it's Bijan Robinson.
You guys don't remember the Grey Poupon commercial?
Pardon me. Do you have any Grey? I remember.
Yes, indeed.
I remember Wayne's World making fun of it in the
where
movie.
They roll down the window.
Family Guy did a spoof of it too, what the sand crawlers and the Jawas.
There you go. There you go. Family Guy, it's fallen off. It's
for
not.
the last 12 years.
Yeah, it's not.
I still watch.
I probably stopped 07, 08.
Seth MacFarlane nailed Naked Gun.
South Park, I think I stopped too after PC Principal, which was really good. And then that's kind of
now PC Principal's not woke no more.
Well, he can't be. He's not woke anymore. Funny, yeah. He can't be.
We had my cousin Jack, whose birthday was yesterday. We called him PC Principal forever.
Do you have the Oakleys or what?
The look.
Well, that was Dan Campbell for a while too.
That's
100%.
Dan Campbell.
100%.
Oh God.
Dan Campbell. I love Dan Campbell, dude. The quarterback Netflix doc with Dan Campbell. He's just so good. Like, you want to run through a wall for that man.
Well, that's how I felt about Kevin O'Connell. I thought he came away from like the Kirk Cousins year.
No, I like Kevin O'Connell.
I love Kevin O'Connell.
I just think that...
A.K.A. John Lucan.
He gets past happy.
Yeah. Yes, but also, like, Aaron Jones was really good last year.
No, but, like, again, Darnold is clearly missing the right side of the barn. Run the ball a little, dude. You're still in this game. It's the second quarter. It's the second quarter.
But Darnold was balling all year throwing with his arm, right? Like, so kind of.
Yeah, but the final 2 games of the year, like.
But who are you leaning on? You leaning on
rattled.
Justin Jefferson, or are you leaning on Aaron Jones to get it done?
I'm just saying, like, your quarterback was rattled.
It's true. Something to be said, though, about when J.J. McCarthy goes down and he got Sam Darnold to look like a first-round quarterback. Like, he salvaged, like, for as much credit as we wanted to give Shanahan for kind of, like, recalibrating Sam Darnold, Kevin O'Connell's now done it with Kirk Cousins and Sam Darnold. He's done it now a couple times. He's looked hella good.
It's been impressive. And don't forget, like, the Niners didn't just lose to them last year. They lost to them the year before when McCaffrey did the smelling salts and Kirk Cousins had maybe the greatest game any of us has ever seen him have.
We still need to bring the smelling salts in the studio. I'll do some smelling. Are we getting on that? I want to get on some smelling salts.
Steve Wilkes, the all-out blitz before halftime.
Hey. He was playing Madden at that time, and I kind of respected it. It's like this half's over. Like, whatever. Maybe we'll do something and then just burned immediately.
I've been watching Niner football my whole life. It might have been the worst call.
It was awful.
Down, distance, time on the clock I've ever seen in my 42 years of watching Niner football.
That was Joe Buck and Troy Aikman Monday Night Football too, right? Oh my God, it was.
And they're like, you just can't call that right there, Joe.
And then afterwards, and then I remember afterwards, like, Brock might have been concussed, might have had a concussion. Oh, well, that explains why he was so awful in that game.
Dude, they were tightening McCaffrey after the smelling salts, and they were screwing in his face mask. He looked like a robot.
Steve Wilkes.
Brian Flores had them boys humming that day.
Well, that's why J.J. McCarthy has not looked great in all the training camp, because his defense is just destroying him. Brian Flores is just punking the first team offense there. That's good, though, right? Don't you want that?
That's good, dude.
Well, what's J.J. McCarthy? I don't know. That's going to be their question.
I don't know.
Like, I don't think I can plug. They were a playoff team last year, Joe. I think I'm dropping them out right now. And who could take that next spot? I wonder. I don't wonder, though, about Fast Five. Okay. Carter just bought the smelling salts. We're going to do them in studio at some point this week. Let's do it. Or do we wait and do we tease it for the start of the regular season?
Yeah, they get here the 18th, so it won't be this week.
Oh, okay. So it'll be okay. So
we got time to figure it out.
We got time to figure it out. We'll do it on air though too, so the audience can see. Again, I've mentioned this. You see the schnoz right here, people? Yes, it's real spectacular. It's very regal, large and in charge. It's like a smelling salt for this schnoz. It's like putting the premium gasoline in a Ferrari.
It's a tier 1.
It's a tier 1 schnoz. And it's going to be a tier 1 inhalant there.
The Andy Reid of noses.
I don't actually. I just said tier 1 inhalant.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going.
I just said tier 1 inhalant. And Joe looked at me like, excuse me? What do you know about tier 1 inhalants?
Not a kid-friendly
Don't talk about that.
Unless you're in a dirty bathroom, like
my God.
mid-2000s.
Don't say that again.
Off that hyphy juice.
Easy now.
Was this person on a tier 1 inhalant?
Half a dolphin.
Not a tier 1 screamer?
Sure.
What do you got?
I mean, Loveman, you just... You know what? I'm going to concede the floor. Sure chance. Yesterday, by the way, we did a fast 5, but it was a slow 10. This is the new guy, Zach. I mean, he gave like 17 opinions as slow as possible. I'm like, hey, Grandpa, pick it up, doggy.
Well, he did that when he got orientation. Remember when he got introduced in front of the entire sales staff? And it was Zach's our new guy.
In full Indiana outfit, beanie, polo, pullover.
And Joe Cunningham, our lead sales guy, was
you wear candy cane pants too?
And Joe was like, hey, tell us a fun fact about yourself, Zach. 20 minutes later.
And I also went to Indiana.
Yeah, there you go. I love you, Zach. I love you.
Him and Damon Bruce.
I'm still figuring out if I love you, Zach.
He's got nice hair. He's got nice flow.
Oh, he's got great hair.
Great hair.
And he claims to have a great golf game. I'll be the judge of that.
He looks like he went, I know he went to Indiana, but he looks like he went to an SEC school, the way he tucks in his shirt with a belt all the time. That's a very Southern elitist look. The polo, striped shirt, and the khaki shorts.
Frat look.
That's a very frat Alabama look. I see it all the time.
Like that back in the day.
God, you did, Sam? Say it ain't so.
Oh, no, I was a total frat guy back in the day.
But how did you not have that hair back then, though? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to grow my hair out really long in the heat and humidity of South Florida. That's a great move. No, you got to keep it short down there.
You live in Walnut Creek. Isn't it hot as hell up there?
But I went to school in Miami, Joseph. Walnut Creek is not Miami. Maybe if you paid attention in civics class, you would know that. That and Mount Rushmore.
Back to school. Hold on. Mount Rushmore again. It was George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson. There we go. Woo!
On attempt 5.
No, I just got John Adams and Thomas Jefferson confused. $2 bill, by the way, Thomas Jefferson. Not many people know that. Do you know who's on the 50? Do you guys know that? Who is it?
Do you know?
Grant.
Yes, Ulysses S. Grant, president. Do you know the only non-president to be on a $1 bill?
It's Ben Franklin. Got a real final point.
There you go. That was it. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? See, that proves that I am. Ha! What's up, Carter?
My final thought of the day is shout out to Paramount Plus for the groundbreaking, absolutely unbelievable deal that was made yesterday with the UFC. $7.7 billion. Goodbye pay-per-view. I think, boys, this is the only win I can think of for us as consumers of sport in a long time, frankly. So shout them out.
Yeah, yesterday I did a full breakdown on how much it's going to cost you for watching every NFL game if you were to get individual streaming packages and you weren't getting one of those deals. It's anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 depending on the deal you get, just to watch the NFL this year.
It's incredible.
I thought cord cutting, all you young whippersnappers, cord cutting was going to save us money, paying like 3 times what I paid 5 years ago.
It's all about the Benjamins, as we know. And with the NFL, they are printing money. I'll say this, pay-per-view, everything is pay-per-view now, but we just don't view it as pay-per-view. Kind of like when we were kids, Joe, when you had to call the number and like actually get it. Everything is pay-per-view. So when people say pay-per-view's like not there, you're paying for everything now. That's what you're doing. Paying for everything. Can I get the bunny ears back? You remember the bunny ears?
Mark my words.
We had a couple channels.
Okay, yeah, we don't need to go back to 1973.
Yeah, I'm good off that because I was the voice-controlled remote in the living room. Get up and change the channel. That's what I would do. Yep. I guarantee there will be a paywall behind the Super Bowl in our lifetime.
It's going to be the worst day ever.
It's going to be brought to you by Peacock. There you go.
Somebody.
I watched it for free last year on Tubi. Did you know that? Tubi.
I don't even know what Tubi is. I don't even know.
Exact. See?
Oh, my God.
There you go. You don't even know.
Tubi.
You got to subscribe. No, look it up. Look it up. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. And I guarantee you, Matt Steinmetz and Daryl Guru Johnson are next. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 19th. Enjoy them at their best with a crisp skin and juicy center. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria.
Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say. Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, if you ever wonder if Evan's got your back or not, he's got our back.
That's my little brother, baby.
Yeah.
But why did he need to get my back?
You know what? It's just better to be safe than sorry. Mm-hmm. Guru's back, baby.
Thank the Lord.
Guru spent the last 5 days in 4 days in Mississippi.
The SIP.
Meridian?
Jackson and Meridian.
Jackson, Mississippi, and Meridian.
Drinking moonshine and Lord knows what else, Steiny. The heat and the humidity. I'm done. Remember I told you I want to reside in the South. Yeah. I'm a Cali boy. Rats? Yeah, I'm done. I don't think I'll go back. It took that much out of me. I think I had a heat stroke. Like, seriously, I called Kaiser this morning. We got an appointment. Check under the hood. Steiny, it's miserable. Mosquito bites all on my body. But you don't want to hear about it.
No, I kind of do. Ooh. I've never been to Mississippi.
Yeah, I don't want to say what you're missing.
How is the service?
Hospitality, it was great.
Okay.
I got up and spoke for my aunt. You didn't ask. Great singing. And she was a great lady. She was a principal at a local school. So I had a class of 1980, students from the class of 1985. So they all showed up for, and so did we. But, man, Steiny, I'm glad to be back. And the Giants are still a train wreck.
But we're talking about being warm, so we're not getting into the Giants yet.
All right.
So it was like 100.
100, but I feel like 120 with humidity.
You said you almost passed out once?
Yeah. Moonshine in the heat, sitting in the front yard, Steiny, and cigars and Lord knows what else. Just that's not a good mix when you're at my age. Hey, but four of my cousin's friends, my cousin Norman, my first cousin, 4 of his friends are Niner fans, and I went around with my camera trying to get how did you guys get Niner fans? And they don't have a team out there, right next to them, so you can pick the Saints or what have you.
Gotcha.
But Joe Montana captured them, and there were Niner faithful out there.
Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear.
Getting some love on the chat. They missed me. But what did I miss? You and Evan held it down.
Let's see. What did you miss?
Well, I'll tell you one thing I missed before you answer.
Okay.
I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth airport layover for an hour and a half.
Okay.
I'm at Fridays having, by myself, spinach dip with the chips.
Okay.
And you guys had the gall to ask if DJs are musicians.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
It just came up organically because I was asking Evan. What do you mean? I'm sorry?
DJs are great at what they do. They have a feel for what to play. They don't make music.
I stayed out of it.
Evan, you had some good points, but come on, guys. Marvin Gaye is a musician, not the guy that spins the record or the gal.
DJ Quick isn't a musician?
Well, he raps and he makes his beats. But I guess I'm going typical DJ, the guy or gal that comes in and spins the record of the musician. That's how I took the DJ.
I agree.
Okay.
But some DJs are so musically talented, it's hard for me to deny their musicianship.
Can you be a musician without echoing words on the mic or having a song?
You can address these to Evan. Like I said, I sense a real danger area here, I'm
how was it? Was
out.
It 50-50? You guys had somebody from Frankie Beverly and Mays call in.
I know.
Yeah.
Robin.
I just think that's a insult. Not DJs are everything. They got to have that feel of what to play and get people up. That's their job, dancing, cutting the rug. But to say they're musicians, Steiny, is like saying the dental assistant is the dentist. No, he or she is not. They help. Evan, help me out unless I'm missing something about the new definition of DJ, because DJs are special, but they don't cut a record.
Is someone that only sings a musician?
Now, all right, I'll leave that there, E.
No, but my point is I think some of them are, and there's different levels.
Has a DJ ever won a Grammy?
DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Well, but you get I get it, Stein. It's good to see you.
I don't get it, and I'll be happy to acknowledge that. I think it's it
was like, wow.
We're getting a lot of yes and no's.
Okay,
so,
all right, I got it.
Well, the 818 here. This is an easy one. on the Boxer and Gerson
that's LA
injury attorneys text line. Is a race car driver an athlete? Of course.
My God.
It's not even close.
Man.
Are you kidding?
You see F1 the movie?
You need. Oh, this is one of my.
Oh my gosh!
I stand firm on this. Race car drivers are absolutely athletes. First of all, they have to be strong.
You got to be in shape.
You need endurance. You need focus.
You preaching right now.
Laser focus. So yes, I absolutely believe that race car drivers are athletes.
Last thing for me.
Okay.
Well, it's not. How was the Laughing Monk? What did I miss? And I hadn't been, and I missed it. But how was it, and how was the venue and the people?
Venue was great. People were great. We had I had a Cobb salad with a Holy Ghost Pilsner. Oh, man, they were very attentive. Last segment I had one. Yeah, last segment I had one.
Don't talk about that. Yeah.
No. But it's really cool. Sunnyvale, nice venue. Good little outdoor spot.
I'm going to pull up on Evan and Lowe when they do one of these home pregame shows.
Yeah, for sure.
From the Laughing Monk.
All right, so let's see. So Thursday we're at Laughing Monk. Friday. Let's get nuts.
Did Marcy come in? That's all I want to know.
Marcy was not here Friday. She went to Outside Lands for part of her job.
Yeah, look at E.
Yeah, I was here.
Evan went 3 days. And he squeezed in a Giants game.
I got to say something.
Uh-oh.
As I stuffed my pie hole with the spinach dip. Evan, don't get mad. But you did say something I kind of agreed with to Evan about Outside Lands. Are you a little too old to go to all 3 days? I spit out my drink, Steiny. You might have something, but E, you still young and you can get after it. Way to go, baby.
Well,
all 3, Steiny?
I mean, there
are a lot of people that were older than me there.
3 days
I'm
is
jealous.
A long time.
Yeah. To be in Mississippi, too. Steiny, I'm telling you, I can't live in the South. My body is littered with mosquito bites. I'm scratching like a crackhead on the plane.
I mean, it's funny because, there's no doubt I'm getting out of here soon. It's only a matter of time.
You're a lifer.
And we're thinking about, I'm thinking about places to go. And I got a daughter in New Orleans. I thought, hey, get down to New Orleans for a few years.
How's she liking it or adjusting?
She loves it, but she's already announced she's not staying there after college.
Well, there it is.
I don't know.
Yeah. Cali has the best weather, baby.
Yeah, particularly the Bay. We are spoiled here. Very spoiled.
Not
here.
with sports here lately, though. Injuries with the Niners. I guess the practice didn't go with the joint practice with Denver.
It didn't start well for the 49ers. Apparently the Denver Broncos defensive line was pretty dominant.
Well, Mac Jones, I'll say this, and I know it's hard to take in. You didn't ask me, Steiny. I'm just throwing it at you. And the last thing, if Dibs is listening, I will say who I don't believe is an athlete, and that's Joey Chestnut. Eating and athletics that's an oxymoron. I'm sorry.
Where did this one come from?
Somebody on the chat goes, is Joey Chestnut an athlete? No, he's not. Dibs thinks he is. So shout out one of our YouTube chat people, Trick Era. Yeah, but let's get it, Steiny.
Well,
enough about me.
Well, now we only had 2 minutes, and then we got to take a break.
Did 9 minutes go that fast?
They did.
I missed you.
Just because of where you were. If you would have been in the Pacific Northwest, you probably would.
They bragged about all the Mississippi great athletes. Monte Ellis is their Steph Curry.
Who could they come up with first?
Yeah, he was at the top. Eric Dampier. Big Damn. I said his hands weren't the best. Yeah.
All right. Well, R.I.P. to Auntie.
Yeah. And my liver.
90.
Dude, I'm done. You guys need a fill-in.
Well, I'll tell you what, it feels to me like you celebrated her life.
Yeah, it was a celebration.
It didn't sound like there's a lot of mourning, which is good. You know. All right. All right, what do you want to get into? Because it's
honestly
it's your show
the
today.
Giants. I'd like to get into the Giants.
All right.
I just think they need a new skipper.
No!
Yeah. And I think the team is telling on themselves and their manager right now. If you believe that energy and a team looking lifeless, you can lose, Steiny, but 3 hits in 3 days, some instruction is not – people are not getting it, and maybe a new voice is needed. Do you find that far-fetched like you did a month ago when I alluded to it? I'm being serious, man. What's going to change next year? They're not getting 8 new players. And you got enough good players now, and the marginal players aren't playing up to their, Carter Chickering said to me, Goo, when people tell you who they are, believe them. He said it differently, but that's how I took it. But I'm serious, Steiny, like, they're not this bad. The Nationals, come on, man.
Yeah. We can get into the Giants. I'm a little. I mean, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I just got some stuff going on here. All right. You and Evan have a bet we have to update because something happened again last night.
And I'm okay to lose this one because I'm not a hater.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Guru is in Mississippi. You got any questions for his travails, about his travails?
Stay out the heat.
You can do that. It's just great to have Goo back, and we got full squad on 95.7 The Game.
To people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back
to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
My nephew Gavin Newsom, and that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, football talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. All season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Guru's back from Mississippi, so
yes,
all is right here at 95.7 The Game. But our baseball team got beat last night 4-1. The Giants have now lost 3 in a row.
Did I hear some boos last night?
Probably. I would think so. The Giants with 8 hits over their last 2 games. 1 run in their last 2 games. Devers solo homer. That's about it.
Yeah, he went up. So, help me if I'm correct.
Yeah.
3 hits in 3 games?
For the Giants?
Yeah.
I think 8 hits in 2. Because they got 3 hits on Sunday, and then they had 8 last night.
And Sunday,
five
Sunday was hard. Verlander they tattooed him.
Yeah.
But he got his moment, 3,500 strikeouts.
Yeah, Bob Melvin wasn't happy with that performance. He said it might have been one of the worst games of the year, and they had 40,000 out there. But
let me tell you quick about Melvin.
Okay,
he's saying what he wants what he forecasted to see, but he's not calling people out and saying why it's not happening. Hey, Bowman, we know what you want to see. And it's like his post-game show it's the same, just wash, rinse, repeat. It's the same thing. How about you give us some insight as to why? So let me ask you this, and you and the listeners. Do you think the Giants are underperforming? My answer is hell yes. Don't just tell me they don't have guys. I'm not telling you they got 10 Hank Aaron's or Babe Ruth. I'm not saying that. Guys are underperforming. Why, Steiny?
What if I don't want to meet you halfway there?
It would be 10-2, Steiny and Goo.
What if I think this is about a 500 team? I don't see, and now this will be the 4th year in a row. They're about 500.
So when I, along with others here at the station and in the baseball world, got excited about the Devers acquisition, you now say, what did we do wrong getting excited? What did we miss?
Well, I think the reality of the situation is here's what we missed. Let's look just real quick at the team.
Okay.
Catcher. They need a better catcher.
But he's a great defensive catcher. I'm with you, okay?
If you're gonna sit here, and feel free to do it, and accentuate the positive, then maybe they are not the team we thought they were. I mean, Bailey is a great defensive catcher, but he just doesn't hit enough. Second base, is Schmidt going to be the long-term second baseman? What are they going to do? Like, what are they going to do at first base next year with Eldridge and Devers? You
gotta give him a shot at it.
Which one?
Eldridge.
Okay, well, what if Devers wants to play the field? The outfield, I think, has been pretty much of a mess this year. Ramos probably isn't going anywhere. Jung-Hoo Lee has been very average, and they're going to need a right fielder. Okay, now here's the other question. How many pitchers do they need now? How many starting pitchers do they need?
Well, it looks like Roop is on his way back,
at least
right?
2. I think they need 2, right?
Yeah, but isn't that every team, Steiny? Well, if you want to just keep it real, outside of, some others, everybody needs enhancements. But what are the realities and how you're going to get those pitchers? I'm talking about mainly the offense, man. Webb did everything he could, and I know we could sit here and say maybe he shouldn't have went out in the 7th inning, but the bottom line is he pitched his ass off and got no support again, and that's where I'm just traumatized. Steiny, they're becoming offensively unwatchable. Do you think that's too strong? I really believe I used to have my popcorn ready for, okay, today it's the game they're going to pop, and something's wrong with the popcorn maker, and all I keep hearing around here in the Bay, even from the manager and skipper and reporters, is nobody knows why. That's not suffice. Well, that's not good enough. That somebody needs to pay the price for not knowing the answer.
I mean, I think Evan said this before the show, and I gotta figure some stuff out here, but he said, well, look at the Padres. Who do they have in left field? Jackson Merrill?
Right.
Okay. Who do we have? Ramos.
All-star last year.
Okay.
I just throw that out there so he's not mincemeat.
We got Chapman at third. They got Machado. Who's better? Okay. They got Tatis. Is there anybody on the Giants as good as Tatis? Like they just don't have as many good players as other teams.
But this is
my
thing.
Do you think they have the talent that the Padres do?
No, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's as big of a discrepancy. So what you just did, I'll give you the win for comparing them to the Padres. But what about when the Nationals come in here? And Gore couldn't get anybody out, and he mows this lineup down. Wood couldn't hit the side of a beach ball. I did my little TikTok while I was gone, Steiny. And then he comes out here and makes, Third and King look like Wrigley Field. It's not the Pirates swept them at home. The Marlins, the Mets, who are a mess right now. It's not just the good teams that are, running through this Giant team. And that's why I'm ringing the alarm. But it's not just the Padres.
Right. How many times do you have to lose to average teams before you start realizing you're average? The Giants are a very average team.
I feel like, so you don't think they're playing below average?
I do not think.
I do, man. I do. And as much, what word am I looking for right now? Since I was on the airplane, Steiny, as much turbulence as they've had in the rotation, I'm still watching these games to where they're not giving up 12 and 15 runs and don't have a chance. It's just continuance of ineptitude at the plate. And right now, the going answer is nobody knows why. Pat Burrell should not, if it were me, just for the sake of doing something, Steiny, you can't come back next year. Because right now, that's the theme. Oh, next year. Are we so sure if we just continue with the same instruction, guys that are doing the instruction, the skipper, that is going to change? Because I like the impact of with the rest of the guys with the Devers acquisition, Steiny, that's a major head scratcher for your boy, man.
Well, you know what, Goo? I got to be honest.
Okay, no, that's all I'm asking.
And I know you've only been back for 25 minutes, but I am begging for help right now from Giants fans at 888-957-9570 is the number. I feel like we've been having this debate for a while. I feel like the Giants are pretty much who they are. I'm not overly puzzled by what's going on because I don't think they're a very good hitting team in general. I think their 3 best hitters obviously aren't having great years. And then I think when you look past the top 3 hitters, you do not have much. If this team were reaching its potential, how much better would it be right now? Now that Roop's been hurt,
because you're 4.5 back still, Steiny. I'm interrupting. They're 4.5 back, but I'm not even going to do what you think I'm going to do today. I'm not even going to echo the math is there.
Well, you just did it.
The play is not there.
Right. They're like, I think you're asking for something that's just not there. And I think Buster Posey came to a conclusion that maybe you're coming to right now, but he came to it a few weeks back when he gave away some of the relief pitchers and Mike Yastrzemski.
They're 29-29 at home. Haven't won a series at home. Like, I guess now we're getting into territory to where, remember my old adage, Steiny, you can tell on yourself. And I was just saying, hey, Melvin, maybe you are safe and, you got that, as Chasky calls it, that severance package with that option picked up. But the bottom line is, if they continue to look despondent and lifeless, like Sunday was lifeless, partner, like I think that's Melvin telling on himself to where if I'm Posey, I wasn't thinking about a change. But if this continues, good Lord. I mean, the Rays are playing for something. It's not getting easier. And you got 2 left with San Diego, man.
Yeah, they got 6 overall left with San Diego.
Yeah. Robbie Ray tonight.
Okay, there you go.
I want to say a win, but I think those days are gone.
Yeah, I would just Evan. Let me get Evan in here. Hey, where would you come down if I'm saying, look, first of all, where they played about 120 games. If I say
119,
okay. If I say, you know what, man, they played 120 games, I think they're a 500 team. I got off to a good start. Back and forth. I think this is who they are. They're about a 500 team. Goo thinks they're underachieving, which I don't know if that means you think they should be 5 over or more than that. But are the Giants? What do you think they are? Underachieving? And you can probably say.
And Evan, if I can just chime in before you go, just rewind and take me back to the day, the shows we did when you hit the breaking news sounder and Devers was coming to town. If you can, take me back from that point to where we are now. Can you give a brother a break when you say, Goo, I can't understand that you're disappointed?
Well, first and foremost, he was traded on a Sunday, so I don't think we hit the breaking news sounder. But since then, it's kind of just spiraled. And I think at the deadline, the front office told you this team wasn't worth investing in. And I seriously do believe that it's really hard for athletes in general when their front office actively chooses to not believe or invest in them for them to get up every single game. Like, you could hear it on every single player's comments after the deadline. Chapman sounded disappointed. Logan Webb sounded disappointed. They all said Buster had to do the right thing because we didn't prove it, basically. And will they win tonight? Honestly, probably, because then they'll be back to 500.
Evan, what if, and I hear you, man, but what if I told you what you just said, they got their deadline move with Devers. And what about the confidence in, I think we still got action. You guys go get her done. And I know come on, Goo, they lost 2 guys in the bullpen, but they got their big acquisition early.
They did. And I think they probably were playing over their head at that point. And they could not stop the spiral. I think it was probably even more frustrating that they got Devers started losing and they could not figure out how to get out of it. I mean, I think that's why, everybody's mad at Melvin, and I get it, but I mean, seriously, what do you want him to go say every single game? We stink and our team has no life and we're energyless, and that's not even a word, but he's going to go up there and just flame his team every single game?
What if he, and Steiny, please
flip the spread?
Me. No, what if he went up there and really said, what would win me over? And it's not about winning me over. I'm out of answers. I've tried everything. I'm exhausted. This is unacceptable, and I'm at fault. it's on me.
You'd kill him for that, too.
No, I actually would give him a hug, like, for you to admit you've tried everything and it's your responsibility. Evan, the reverse psychology. Like, give me some of that. I've tried everything.
That means you have nothing left. I mean, if anything, that's an admission of defeat. I mean,
I think we're getting there, though, with every defeat.
I think we're already there, but...
Yeah, but you can't give up with 40 games left.
I'm not saying him give up, but just keep it real, like, I'm doing a bad job. How about that, Steiny? I'm doing a bad job this year.
Why?
Because it's true.
Okay, well then,
but I think
will you demand that from every player?
I mean, that's different. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd like to see Rafi Devers say, you know what, I have not been very good since I came here. Adamas saying, you know,
Ray's been
I'm
pretty
going to be
good.
well lately.
Yeah,
but who'd you say, Ray? But like when
last 20 games though, Devers is hitting.
Great.
Yeah,
that's just terrific.
Well,
and
gotta find the positive.
And you know what? The 20 games before that, Adamas hit, and they're still a game under 500, and that's the okay. When the Giants got Devers and they were 8 games over, obviously at that point you're thinking this is a playoff team. All right, now they're 1 game under, 2.5 months after the trade. So you have to be thinking one of two things.
All right,
one is, oh my gosh, this team has failed miserably. But I'm sorry, I don't look at it like that. I've watched Patrick Bailey all year long. He's not very good.
All right, I'll give you that.
Did you realize that their outfield defense is among the worst in baseball?
I read Baggerly's piece.
Okay, so they're not a good defensive team.
Is there anybody's responsibility for that to get those guys better, or am I doing too much? To Evan's point, and it's real, Melvin A had 1 strikeout, 1 error.
Well, let me throw
okay.
Let me ask you this. They got a guy, Drew Gilbert, who's playing last night. He steals second base. The ball goes into center field. He tries to go to third. He gets thrown out. Whose fault is that? He's played He's played 5 games with the Giants.
I wouldn't put that on Melvin or Williams. It was a hustle play. He's young. He was trying to make something happen.
So after the Devers trade, what I've seen from this team is just, I think it's gone too long for us to say, well, they've underachieved for 80 games. It's like, really? When do you say we've underachieved as opposed to, you know what, this might be who we are? And I don't think they have enough.
Well, the numbers back.
I don't
the record
think they
backs
have
that
enough
up.
hitting,
Yeah. All right.
and now their pitching is kind of piecemealing itself together. I think we're just getting. If you ask me what I think we're just getting a cold, hard slap in the face that this team's pretty average, top to bottom.
And I'll leave you with this. So you don't believe it? Let's just say if there were a different voice.
I don't believe it would be significantly different.
All right.
I mean, if you
see, I feel like they could be 5 or 6 games better if what I deem is hurting this team or what they're not getting. I believe they could be 5 or 6 games better and be right there in the hunt and might even have a spot because right now they're only 4.5 back because of what's going on with the Mets. And it's just, Steiny, I think that makes it more frustrating is they can't even galvanize themselves to where, yeah, we play stinky baseball, but look what's happening elsewhere. We're benefiting from that mathematically, but yet we're not taking advantage. And I need to just reiterate, because I wasn't here, how hapless the Nationals had been. The A's had just beat them and body slammed them, beat them to a pulp, and they come here when I'm thinking, okay, I know you're laughing.
I am laughing.
You might got action in a sweep. The A's just brutalized the Nationals, and then the Nationals come in here like they were the version of themselves when they had Soto and won a World Series like that. That stings, man.
You know, I mean, I'm looking at that game last night. Second inning, they got 2 on, 1 out in the second inning.
Early.
Patrick Bailey gets called out.
flips the bat like he walked.
He gets called out, and then Koss pops up. They have their rallies just die so easily. It's pretty unbelievable. Let's go to Carlito. Carlito's in Alameda. What's going on, Carlito? How you doing?
Hello, gentlemen. Number one, Guru, welcome back.
Thanks, baby. I miss you, man.
I'm going to throw you guys a curveball. What do you guys think of getting rid of Melvin? Aaron Boone will probably be fired from the Yankees. What do you guys think of getting Aaron Boone from the Yankees and having him manage the Giants? What do you guys think?
I love the thought, but Steiny, I'm out on Boone. It's just a personal preference. I don't think he's the guy. And look what he's not doing with New York. I know they got issues with their pitching in the bullpen, but I don't look at that. I think he's Melvin-like. That's just me. What do you think of Boone? If they were to look for a new skipper, that's not who I think Posey would go to, but I could be wrong.
I don't know what kind of manager Posey would want if he had the choice. I know that he's the guy who extended Bob Melvin, so there was something going on 3 months ago where Posey felt pretty confident in him. I don't know how he feels about him right now, but I would just say, knowing limited knowledge about Buster Posey as a player, I just don't see him as a guy who's a big manager firer. I see Posey as more of a player accountability guy. So I could be wrong. Yeah. Maybe there are things going on that Posey sees that he's got to fix.
This will be technically his first offseason to do something like that, right?
Well, I mean, my way
he could have ran Melvin, but I think he did the right thing by giving him a chance.
Well, giving him a chance,
and then going about the
Devers. But it's about Melvin's extension and whether that extension ensures that Melvin's going to be back next year or not.
We're gonna they got to play better.
Let's go to Chris. Chris is in San Jose. What's going on, Chris? How you doing?
Hey, morning, gentlemen. Long time no talk. Yeah, I mean, Guru, I want to be positive and a little bit Giants biased, so to speak, but you're talking about us kind of playing below the mean, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can't say that, and then you can't talk about the first month of the season where Wilmer Flores was playing on par with Aaron Judge, right?
Yeah.
You got to bring up stuff like that. Adames, right? Adames was hitting $190 for the first 2 months, but every single RBI he had in those first 2 months won or tied a ball game late in the game. Damn near everyone. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, while I agree with you, Ryan Walker, we didn't think he was going to regress and blow, 5 games. We can blame Melvin for, mismanaging things. It's like we're sitting on the couch. I would have done that differently. But at the end of the day, there's so many different things that come together where it's like you kind of do have to admit to yourself, like, yeah, man, we are kind of an average team right now, with the caveat that, and this is for every single season in baseball, you can play 500 ball for 5 months, and then you can go 20-8 in 1 month, and you can make the playoffs. So at the end of, we're spiraling, right? There is still some light at the end of the tunnel, but hey, Posey told you what he thought. Posey didn't believe. He sold guys, and I just don't agree. I think it was Giddings who came in. I agree with the human nature aspect. Like, yeah, our bosses don't believe in us. So, okay, I guess we'll tuck our tails and maybe not play it hard. BS. You need to be a leader. You need to step up and realize, like I just said, the season is not over. You're 4.5 games out. I'm getting a little off tangent here.
I hear you, though.
I typically do, but bottom line, you can't be like, oh, we're a 90-win team. We're better than this, without acknowledging if we didn't win. If Wilmer Flores didn't carry us for the first 2 weeks of the year, we're probably 5 to 7 games under 500. You know what I'm saying? So you got to believe, and I'll take your guys' comments off there.
No, appreciate the call, Chris.
I'll say this. Oh, go ahead, Steiny.
No, go ahead.
No, after the 107 campaign, they went 81-81, right? And everybody laughed. We thought the skipper was a joke. Then they follow that up, Steiny, with 79 wins, and they tease us with 79-83 and 23. They tease us with everything that they baited me with. They're still kind of in it. And then last year, Melvin's first year, 80 and 82. But those teams, to me, did not have the talent that this club has. And I will not omit the early start, but I don't think it was a fluke. And that's why I'm saying I feel like they're underperforming, but those teams didn't have an Adames. They didn't have a Devers. And that's why I think Giant fans are despondent, man, because I get you. The turbulence and the rotation being in flux, it's still not what's been beating them. It's still been we cannot hit.
I mean, they had Michael Conforto hit 20 homers for him last year. He's not around. They had Soler last year, didn't have a great year, 12 homers and 400 at-bats. You would think Devers would be an upgrade and Adames would be an upgrade, but it still has resulted in a
Do you have a problem
season.
if I say I'm going Apple? Upgrade. I thought Melvin would be an upgrade, and to this point, do you have a problem with me saying I don't feel like it has been? Would that be fair?
Well, I'll just say this. If you really think this team, and I know this isn't what you're saying, but I'm going to say it. If you really think this team's underachieved, then fire Melvin and bring everybody back. I dare you. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see callers on the other side. We'll get to you. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Round London Broil. Just $4.97 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National. The crown jewel of hot rod. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trek trucks. A huge swap meet. A vendor's midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Nita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, baby?
Right. Well, to hear you tell it, Goo, we've got we really should have a World Series champion, but they're playing 500 baseball, and, you know, 49ers are going to be great again.
I did not. Those words did not come out of my mouth.
The Golden State Warriors still marquee draw in the NBA.
No, I just said Steph,
rain.
Dre, and Jimmy constitute playing on opening night. That's a win.
And you were still the same guy who got back from Mississippi and said, "Oh boy, what's happening to the sports around the Bay Area?"
Yeah. So, and that meant injuries to the Niners and lackluster play from the Giants. And Steiny, I got to say this real quick to you and Evan. My cousin texted me from Mississippi. Walter Payton, also from Mississippi. Brett Favre and Patrick Willis. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Got to get it right.
Sure. Here's my question. And somebody put it on the text line. Guru, I'll just put it to you this way. Goo, do you really think the Giants are a good manager away from being a playoff team?
I do. I've seen this
I'm
team
laughing
play.
at the way you answered, not the answer.
I do.
I don't.
All right.
Because so then we've had 4 years of 500 baseball, so wouldn't that mean that the talent over the course of 4 years has essentially been 500 talent?
I'll give you. Okay, hold on.
Or we had 4 years of managerial underachieving.
I'll give you that. But do you understand? I have a problem with the premise of this point. With this season, when you added Adames, you almost have a $200 million payroll. You added Devers.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so this year alone is different than those others, and you're still not getting the bang for your buck. And we've seen this team play better, fundamentally sound baseball, and I just feel like the base running blunders, Wisely getting picked off third in Chicago. I know that's like Star Wars a long, long time ago, but it happened. We continuously see this team do things to hurt itself. So there's got to be, Steiny, some accountability. So if you allow me to take this year away from the last 3, this is the one that really sends me over the top to where I do think a different voice might be worth some more wins. And again, if you want to get technical, they're still only 4.5 out, but they're under 500. What did Willard say? Don't even talk to me about the playoffs until they're 500. And I thought when I got back, they might be 2, 3, 4 over. They're not. So, Steiny, Posey spent the bread. Are you telling me, even with him spending the bread, that this is acceptable and everybody's playing up to par? They're not.
I don't know. I mean, we can go round and round and round in circles on this. But if you're, I don't know how you can just give Posey credit for Adames, Devers, and Verlander.
The acquisitions.
Okay, so you're going to give him credit for the acquisitions, and it has to stop there. Well, can we take a look at whether they were good acquisitions or not 120 games in? I mean, the bottom line is, when I look at this team, they've had 2 reliable pitchers all year long. Verlander's the number 3. He's been terrible.
No doubt.
Roop has been 4. He's been solid, but now he hasn't pitched in 3-4 weeks. Birdsong has not been good since they moved him from the bullpen to the starting rotation after, the first month of the season. So I ask you about this pitching staff. Forget the hitting.
Right.
This pitching staff right now, and now you've taken away Rogers and Duvall. They don't even have a closer. So the pitching staff is not good enough right now. And I'm not sure it was going to be good enough even when the guys were clicking, because you would have had to expect Roop and Birdsong to be really good in the second half of the season. I don't know how we could have ever expected that.
And we talked about it.
What about their pitching, Goo?
Yeah, no, and
it's
I'm
not very good. Their starting pitching's not great.
It's taking a step back. You are correct. But still, sometimes a pitcher's best friend is their offense. And sometimes when you scuffle or you get tired or fatigue sets in, you think, okay, maybe my offense or our offense can mask some of that. And I'm not sitting here telling you this rotation is what it was in the first half, but the bottom line, more often than not, it's the same old story in regard to why this team can't score when whoever's on the bump, some of them get shelled. That's happened, but you can't tell me if we had to divvy it up like a pizza that more often than not, they're losing because of the pitching. They're losing the same way at the plate, and I'm not ignoring what's happening with the pitching staff, but even as they've taken on water, I still feel like they've been in position to win games. But yet again, we can go down every player in this lineup that's been in a big at-bat in game-winning situations, and they've not come through all of them.
Right.
So I won't ignore you on the...
I think that's not just bad luck. That's guys who need to come up with a big hit in a big situation, and a pitcher who needs to get an out in a big situation, and the pitchers get the out far more often than the batters get the hit.
Yeah. So you have I'm not saying hope, Stein, I'm just being real. You think it's a joke for any Giant fan out here right now to think this team can make the playoffs. Forget the math, just what they look like.
I mean, I think it's unrealistic.
Because they look do you think lifeless is too strong? Or you want to tell me, Goo, it's baseball. What do you mean? Even Adames spoke on it about a month ago. They're not attacking. They're just almost
sleeping. What does that mean? What does attacking mean? I like attacking the strike zone early?
We would have to ask him, but I took that as, Steiny, there's just not a lot of energy. And I think that comes from up top with the skipper. He may think that he's laying the law or getting the guys or firing them up, but obviously they're not.
Yeah, I don't believe in firing a team up in baseball. Like, I don't believe Bochy was a fire.
He had a way to do it though,
but he didn't have to do anything because they had veteran leaders. They had Posey, they had Crawford, they had all those guys. Pence, they had Kane, they had all those guys. I don't mean, they didn't need to be incentivized to play hard. And I find it hard to believe that Chapman, Devers, and Adames need to be incentivized to play hard. Like, they've been in the league long enough. They know how to do their jobs. And the reality of the situation is that they're not having good years. I mean, they're just not. Adames, what's he down to now again?
He's cooled off.
Adames is hitting 231. I'm sorry. Adames is hitting 227. I mean, just listen. Adames is hitting 227. Matt Chapman's hitting 231. And Devers, since he got here, is hitting 231. That's supposed to be your heart of the lineup. And oh, by the way, none of them have more than 18 homers. So
they just went 15 innings without scoring a run up until yesterday.
They're like, think about it. They have nobody on this team who hits for average right now. Ramos is at 271. He's there,
and that feels like 310 to me. 271. Wow.
Exactly.
And here lately, it doesn't feel like it.
Let's go to Jimbo. Jimbo's in Milwaukee. Hey, Jimbo, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, how are you, man?
So, Guru, I just kind of disagree with you how you say they're underachieving. So, do you give Bob Melvin the credit for the first half? I mean,
I would have to.
You just got to look at their. Yeah, so overall batting average, it's 233, which is 26 in the MLB. Strikeouts, they're in the top 10. RBIs, they're in the bottom. I mean, so, like, if you look at the career averages, they're almost where they should be, like around under 240 or something like that. So to say they're underachieving, I think the numbers just speak for themselves. They're around where they are. They're an average team. We don't have anybody hitting over 270, maybe two guys. Dominic Smith, which he hasn't played a full season, so those stats are kind of inflated, and you only have Ramos.
Yeah.
I mean, strikeouts, good Lord. Adames is at 130. Like, oh, my God. RBIs, middle of the pack. I mean, so I do understand your frustration, but I don't believe they're underachievers. It was great in the first half. I thought we had a chance. Then the acquisition of Devers, and we're just in a huge slump, and like you guys said, it's kind of hard to say that they're underachieving when you look at their stats and their career stats. It's like Steiny said, they are who they are, and it's hard to be like that. Like, as a fan, just to realize, oh man, they're just average.
Well, okay, let me just throw this back at you.
It's really hard to swallow.
Yeah, let me throw this back at you. You mentioned the first half. Do you have a problem if I or anybody said, okay, that was the bar, and that was done without Devers? And we've watched games since Devers to where, forget the averages, it's not all just about the numbers. We've seen guys fail and flail in big-time situations. So a slump is 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe at worst a month. But this is ongoing, so that's why I feel like it's somebody's responsibility. After you make the acquisition of Devers, you already were playing good ball. What's happened? And night after night, they just keep coming up short, and the manager says, I don't know what's going on. I don't think that's good enough.
Well, you got to look at it, right? Baseball is 162 games. So the first half is just smoke. Right? It's just smoke. Like, you got to, like, okay, we had a great 2 months. But to sustain it, that's where consistency becomes, right? That's where they become good, great players. We don't have great players.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we're paying them like they have great players, but we're not. I mean, they're going to come down to earth, and that's the hard part, right? In baseball, either you can hit a curveball or you can't. Stats don't lie. That's why there's scouting reports. That's why everyone's throwing fastballs away against Devers, because he can't hit the fastball high and away. So, it's one of those things where I truly agree with you. I'm frustrated, too, because I thought they had the potential. But I'm not saying they underachieved because they haven't achieved anything yet. Right?
Appreciate it, Jimbo. Thanks. We got to run here, but appreciate the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The way I look at it is, and you can look at it two ways. They were playing well. They traded for Devers, and I remember thinking, okay, they're kind of a fringe wild card team. Now they made the Devers trade, that this should be a playoff team. But again, after watching the ensuing 3 months, now I've come to the conclusion I was wrong. I was wrong.
Well, I'm in the same line.
No. It doesn't feel like you are. Like, I now look at this team after the Devers trade and say, you know what? This wasn't a playoff team even with Devers. But it feels like you're saying, no, this still is a playoff team. They just have underachieved. And that's the only difference between you and me is after seeing what I've seen for 10 weeks to 12 weeks, I don't think they're underachieving. I think they've got some players who are not very good.
Okay, and I hear you. So I'm going to die on that hill, and I'll say this to that. If you're Buster, forget his responsibility, because I'm giving him just the credit and salute of, shout out McCaffrey, and I'm giving him the salute of spending money and going to try and get guys that he thought were going to make a change. So when you look at it through the prism of, I believe the Giants payroll is somewhere around $180 million. Is he getting what he purchased?
Well, let me ask you a question.
I'm just asking.
Let me ask you a question. Why wouldn't you consider, and I'm not saying I am, but like, why wouldn't you consider Posey's acquisitions have been poor? He at least for 2025, he signed Verlander.
That was bad.
Stinks.
Okay.
He signed Adames. He has not had a great year.
It's not bad anymore, though. I don't believe. Okay, go ahead, Steiny.
But he's still got 7 years left in his deal. And he got Devers, who's not been great since he got here. Like, I'm not saying Buster Posey should be fired, but is it Bob Melvin's fault that Buster Posey went out and got 3 or 4 guys that he thought might be difference-making type players, and they haven't been? So I don't know. Does Buster Posey look at Melvin and say, man, I can't believe what he's done to Adames and Devers and Chapman? I mean, they were good players before they got here.
What about having the thought, though? Because we're going to find out once the season's over. I think we're going down that road.
Well, I don't think a manager matters to Matt Chapman, Adames, and Devers. 3 guys who have been in the league for 8 years or more, and 3 guys who know they're going to be in the lineup every single day.
Well, we watched last year, Steiny. They didn't have a shortstop. Say what you want about Adames and however longer he's going to be here, but they got a shortstop. And he got off to that slow start, and we raked him across the coals, but he's been better. And it's not just about one guy. I'm asking, Steiny, why can't the marginal players be the best version of themselves?
Who's saying they're not? Who's saying they're not? Like,
Ramos has turned into like there's a hole in his mitt. His angles to the ball. Like you're saying, the guy was an all-star, and I'm just telling you, he hasn't done anything to shut anybody up like yourself. But when did we really, I'm being honest, find out that his defense was this bad? And you could say, oh, it's here and there, but some of the decisions and errors and blunders on the base pass, and it's not just him, those lose you close games. And even with Devers, that was the Giants' identity in 2025. They were going to play close games, good or bad baseball. But more often than not, they're the ones shooting themselves in the foot.
So are we blaming Melvin for Ramos being poor in left field?
You know what? And I'm trying to keep it real, Steiny. I'm blaming the instruction. And that could be coming from whoever.
I'm not. I mean, if a guy can't play left field, but you don't have anybody better than him to play left field, then you've got to play the dude that you believe is the best player in left field, but he's a bad fielder. He just is.
And can I ask you a question?
I'm also not going to say, I don't know. Was he a great fielder last year and now he's a bad fielder? Probably not. But if he was a better fielder under Melvin last year, why is it Melvin's fault if he doesn't improve and he gets worse this year?
No, I think it's Melvin's responsibility to find out why that drop-off has happened. That's what I think is fair. And, I'm holding on to the past, Steiny. We saw Gilbert yesterday get his first hit. But what happened to Luciano playing the outfield? I'm not saying this would save the Giants, but I'm thinking, are they such carcass to where we can't see him out there in right field? They're having tryouts right now. I'm just saying, we know Luciano is okay with the stick, not to even get a look, and maybe we will, but it's like I'm looking at the right fielder by committee right now, and I'm asking myself, Steiny, I'm telling you and Evan and the listeners, I'd like to see Luciano. Like, give me 9 at-bats. And I'm not saying that's what ails them, but if that's what they've done, they move Yaz, and you're having right field by tryouts, well, run everything, throw everything at the kitchen sink.
The players you're asking to put in there, they're not going to win games. I mean, you look at this guy Gilbert. Oh, yeah, that's nice. He's playing right field, but he's got one hit. He's got one hit right now. And I'm not saying he stinks. I'm just saying you play young guys, they're probably not going to come along like gangbusters. I don't see it, Bob.
All right. And I'm going to say this about
Melvin here.
I think he's managing for his job.
Maybe
Forget the playoff. Okay. I really do.
Go ahead and fire him, but you're still going to have the exact same.
Why did you fire the buff guy? Why did you? No,
well, you know why they did.
Well,
no, I'm not going to answer a question that you know the answer to. You know why they fired Kapler. Nobody liked him, and they didn't win.
That's not what I thought you was going to say. Yeah, that's
what do you think I was going to say?
Just the post game pressers or whatnot, and people not liking him because he was smug or thought he was Mr. Hotshot. I think there was some of that. But they did win 107. How they won it, give me the 30 for 30 on it. But the bottom line is, if they keep this up, partner, I think they are playing for Melvin's job. And the weekend series against the Nationals last night, I don't think if I'm Melvin, I don't feel like my message is getting through to where you guys are doing anything for me to, to stay on. Because I think that's got to be a question. If I go out to my home, Steiny, and call AT&T and purchase the top Wi-Fi and it still stinks, and they tell me, Mr. Johnson, it's not working because you need a different modem, well, guess what? I'm getting in the caddy and I'm going to Best Buy and I'm going to get that modem so I can make sure I get what I paid for. And I feel like with what Buster has put in Posey's hand with the payroll, and I give you 2/3 of the guys have been okay with Devers and Adames, and they're not going anywhere, I might need a new skipper to make sure that my modem is not the reason I'm not getting the best Wi-Fi.
Okay.
I know, horrible analogy, but.
Well, I mean, what I'm hearing is you're, and again, I think this is a 500 team.
Man,
I think they've done. In fact, I think they've done an incredible job of showing us they're a 500 team. Man. Maybe at best. Maybe that's why Posey's sold, because he might even think this is a 500 team at best. And the one thing that I feel like is a little bit of a contradiction is it feels like just because you spend money, that don't mean anything.
But expectations come with that.
Well, then why are you not more down? If you're unhappy with this season, why aren't you looking at the reality that the guys Posey brought in have not produced for their first 120 games of their tenure? They have not lived up to the money that he paid them. Will they next year? Well, I'm going to be honest, they better.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, okay.
Right.
Okay, if they have one more year like this, then are you still going to not blame Posey?
But who told me, Steiny, on this show, hope is not a strategy?
No, what I'm saying, Goo, is it's not good enough just to throw money around and finally sign a guy like Adames and trade for a guy like Devers and then re-sign a guy or extend a guy like Chapman. It's like, Those are three things he did, along with Verlander. They have all not worked. They've all been below average moves, at least up until right now. It doesn't mean all those three couldn't get hot at the same time and the Giants make a run and they squeeze in. Do I think it's going to happen? I don't. But
500 at home, 29-29. Man.
Well, why would they be a great team at home? Their pitching has not been great, and their defense isn't great. And those have been the staples for a lot of the success at Oracle Park. And now they don't have as fundamentally sound of defensive players as they have in the past. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I just think it's an interesting thought about what you're going to do with Bob Melvin, and if Bob Melvin, or you don't think Melvin's a good manager, then does that mean you believe a good manager would have this as a playoff team? I'm not so sure about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your your health today.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at sbaa.org. That's sbaa.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now I've come to the conclusion I was wrong.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, here's the way that I'm looking at it as it relates to the Giants. 2 years ago, Kapler was the manager. Last year, Melvin was the manager. And I'm just looking through some players from 2 years ago. I was wrong. Okay,
I like that.
Jock Peterson was on the team 2 years ago.
All right.
You got rid of him because you didn't think he was very professional. Conforto was a guy who was on the team 2 years ago and last year. Matos, J.D. Davis, Brandon Crawford 2 years ago. Excuse me, Estrada, Lamont Wade Jr., Patrick Bailey. These 2 years ago. How many of those guys from 2 years ago are everyday players? Every single day. You want to play those guys every single day? I would say not a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we go to last year. And if you look at that team last year, who did they have that's a keeper? Well, you got Patrick Bailey at shortstop. I'm sorry, at catcher. Fine. He's young. We got to see what he is. What I'm getting at is I'm looking at Lamont Wade Jr. He was terrible. So we got to do something with first base.
Okay.
Tyro Estrada. Nondescript. Tyler Fitzgerald last year had a great year.
We thought they had something.
Well, did we? Did we really think that? I mean, what did we think we had with Fitzgerald?
He outperformed what we thought he was going to do.
Right. So what did you expect from him this year?
to show us if that was not a fluke or he could have some staying power. And we got the answer.
Right. So what I'm getting at most is I believe when Buster Posey looked at this team and that roster last year, he basically said, we don't have enough major league competent players.
Yes.
Okay. That is not a one-year fix. That's going to take a while. Okay, so what did he do? The first thing he does is get an everyday shortstop and the first thing he does is, hey, we got Matt Chapman. He's a pro. He's a bona fide pro. Boom. Now I got a third baseman. Let's go sign Adames. Boom. Now we got a third baseman and a shortstop. Okay, now let's go get Devers. Boom. We got a first baseman / designated hitter. Okay, you know what he's going to do? You know what happens at the end of the season to next season? Go find 2 more everyday players. Find a right fielder and find a better catcher. Like, this is not, that's the other thing that's hit me, Goo, is after watching this team, like, I realized Posey's still got a lot of work to do. And maybe it's because we thought they had more than they really did.
Okay.
And that's where I'm saying, yeah, just take the starting pitching. Right now, they have 2 competent starters.
Well, 3 when Roop comes
but he's
back.
not. He hasn't pitched for 3 weeks.
Okay.
But that's, okay, so Roop has now missed 5 starts. That hurts you. Like, you're going to pay the price. So
I got you.
They don't have enough quality players, and that is what I do think is a 1 or 2 more year process.
I believe they have it. Okay, right now, as bad as they've been offensively all season, basically, they're 4.5 games out of the 3rd wild card. So if that's all this is about, and that's all that I told you pre-Devers was just trying to qualify for the party, you got to really be bad to not make it or be out of contention. Steiny, what you're saying, I don't disagree with. But what I want to caution you to do is, what makes you so sure if Posey gets more and more players that you got the right skipper to make it all manifest? So that's why I'm saying right now, I believe they're underperforming and they can be better than they are. I've seen it. They have tricked off games left and right. So with that said, I'm not sitting here saying the Giants don't need enhancements, but the point is, I believe a big part of this season, the way they've been playing all their games, it's one little thing here or there, bad defense, bad base running, blunders, balls dropping in the outfield, guys getting picked off, whatever. Why are you so? I just think it's fair to bring up the question, if you go get those groceries you need, that you got the right cook to make the meal taste good. I think it's fair. I'm not arguing that they're a finished product, and even is bad, or I don't even want to use bad. The rotation is taking a step back with the guys that are no longer here, the trades, your bullpen took a hit, but the bottom line is that doesn't make me take off my I'm disappointed glasses with what they have running out on the field every day. I think this team is dead men walking. I like to know why. I don't see a lot of energy. I still can remember Ramos's double with the bases loaded and he's at second base, and I'm thinking, that's your guy. That's what we're going to see, even if we lose games. But you got teams coming in here like the Pirates, just bottom feeders, not the Dodgers, not the Padres, bums, teams that are nothing, coming in here sweeping you at home. So something is off. That is bigger than just talent, partner.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's
because I'm not telling you you're
opinion.
wrong.
That's your opinion. Yeah. And
they need more.
That's your opinion. And if you want to fire Melvin, go fire Melvin. But then then my question is this: if you fire Bob Melvin, and next year, Adames, Chapman, and Devers are the same players they were this year, then what? Just tell me what. Then what? Then where are we at with
Then we
Chapman
know we got a major problem.
Right. Would you fire Posey at that point?
No.
Well, I wouldn't either.
I'm not giving. Well,
wait
you know
a minute.
What? I'm not giving up on Adames. I still like Adames, and I like Devers just as much as I did when they were announced they were coming.
But you're blaming Melvin for their shortcomings.
Just not just those two. I'm blaming Melvin for everybody with the stick, and I'm blaming Pat Burrell. And I'm not hearing enough of those two names mentioned.
Are you blaming Rafael Devers at all? Are you blaming Willie Adames at all for the year he's had?
Yes. Can I say something too?
Sure.
I believe that there was a sector of this season as a Giant that Devers' ass should have been sat down just because I thought something was going on. Now, I don't know the inner workings of telling a star player, you got to sit. But I feel like, you know what? In the last month, I can't argue because now the light's on, his last 20 or 22 games. But even then, Steiny, we saw him limping and running around the bases, and it was just like, is it worth it? And I'm going to stand on business in thinking I believe a different voice manager might have this team playing better baseball, or the baseball they were playing when they were the talk of the league, or somewhat the talk of the league. And I'm going to die on this hill because I keep saying it. Jim Bowden that Evan booked.
He was wrong. No, people can be wrong.
But
Buster
it was a lot of people.
That's right. They were wrong. These brilliant minds can be wrong. I was wrong.
Think about this. Now, you think the Giants are 59. You think their talent is equal to 59 and 60.
I do. I really do.
But you didn't. All right, I got you.
I do.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
No, it ain't your fault. I just want you to say you were in the same line, the same swimming pool that all of us were when they got Devers.
Let me be clear. I never put the Dodgers on the table like you did. You said they could win the division. I said I think this is a playoff team.
But think about
that. I was wrong.
We assumed. We changed
I didn't assume.
Our goals.
I said they could be a playoff team. They should make the playoffs.
But I'm just trying to tell you from my vantage point. When I said before that 3-game set before the All-Star break where you had the Dodgers and you could have went into the break one back, the bottom line was at that juncture, Steiny, it was looking so sweet that I assumed the third wild card because I had changed my focus on the division. Okay, that was totally wrong. But, man, I can't put the Giant car in reverse and not act like I'm disappointed that they're now one game under, floundering. That's all.
What? Why don't we just acknowledge the Red Sox traded Devers to the Giants for Harrison and a guy I can't even remember now, and everybody to a man said, oh, the Giants got over. There was nobody in Boston that liked that trade. There was nobody in the Bay that didn't like the trade.
Because they didn't give up much of nothing. Well, so we thought, right?
Look what happened.
That's what I'm asking you. What happened?
Everybody was wrong is what I'm saying.
What happened, though? What? Nobody saw the play going down the toilet and the hitting not getting better. They're standards, Steiny, and they're not living up to them night in, night out.
Stop thinking this team is 40 and 80. They're 60 and 60. You know what I mean? They've been 500 for 4 straight freaking years. And if you think that the guys they brought in this year should have elevated them to 90 wins, no, I don't believe that. Because outside of their 3 guys, their supposed 3 best hitters who aren't having great years, they have nothing. I'm sorry. They have, look, Buster Posey probably looks at this roster. He probably looked at this roster before the season and said, well, we're not very good at catcher. Our center fielder, we don't even really know if he's a full-time center fielder. We'll give him a crack at that, and we'll see how Jung Hoo Lee does.
But you paid him like you knew he was.
Well, first of all, Posey didn't pay him. He didn't pay him. Farhan paid him. So Farhan paid him, and now you got to find out if he's an everyday player. Okay, so what if he's not? Well, or what if we look at him and you say, well, he's like...
I don't see another center fielder on the team.
Jung Hoo Lee is part of the reason this team is 59 and 60. Is he underachieving? I don't know. I've never seen him play before last year. I see a player who's probably shouldn't be in the lineup every day.
Tries to pull everything.
Okay, well, that's why you're 59 and 60. You got a right field issue. You're going to have to get a better right fielder. You got to figure out second base. You still need at least 2 starting pitchers. And oh, by the way, now you need a closer. I see it. Maybe Melvin should be getting some Manager of the Year votes. This team stinks. Milked them to 500.
Yeah. I don't like to make fun of, guys losing their job, athletes, all that, Steiny, but I think he's closer to EDD if this keeps up than Manager of the Year.
Let's go to another guru in San Jose. What's up,
This is his real name.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Yeah, so, I mean, I obviously you guys are having a riveting discussion about all of this, right? And I just want to provide my take on it. I want to say as a precursor, in no way do I think the Giants roster is good enough, right? I think Steinman's hit that point on the head, and I definitely agree. I think Chapman, Devers, and Adames are supporting pieces, if anything else, right? And I do think the Giants need to add star power in and around that to be the team that they want to be, right? So I want to state that first. However, that does not mean that Bob Melvin is devoid of any blame that has happened or anything that has happened this season, especially when you consider them getting swept by the Pirates, getting swept by the Marlins, etc. So I just wanted to go over one example of something that San Diego's manager did last night that I haven't seen from Melvin lately. So top of the seventh inning, the Padres come up to bat after Devers hits the home run, ties the game 1-1, and Schill after the Sheets double, he puts in a pinch runner right away in the seventh inning, saying that we have to score a run this inning. We have to take advantage of this opportunity, right? And Melvin, on the other hand, doesn't do anything with Webb. Now, Cronenworth comes up, and his splits are slightly worse against lefties than righties, right? So my thinking is Lucchesi should be in the game at that moment, given the fact that Webb has already pitched a lot of innings this year. He's running out. He's running on oil, right? And he needs to. And he needs to bring Lucchesi in the game because Cronenworth's splits on lefties are worse than his splits on righties, right? But I've seen too many instances like this where Melvin leaves pitchers in the game, one batter too long, two batters too long. I can always go back to the Mets game that happened on Sunday Night Baseball where he left Rodriguez in the game. I was at that game. He left Rodriguez in the game after he gave up the initial home run to start the inning, right? And so I see this pattern where Melvin is like watching the game instead of managing the game, and that is my main issue with it. Maybe he does all of this because he doesn't have the players to make those kinds of moves. I don't know the reason for it, but that's the reason I'm like sort of disturbed by Melvin, and that's why I think his job is definitely on the table.
Wow,
thanks, Stu. Appreciate it.
I didn't say it. He said it. But yeah, so I like that. He's watching the game and not managing the game. And I even ran this by Evan, and he had a retort, and I'm not mad. I'm not going to say they lost the game. But Webb gave up a leadoff double in the top of the sixth to Tatis. Then Machado walked. Okay, that happens. And then Murrow had a double to right, and they get a run. He was phenomenal, Webb was. But Steiny, at that point, you got to be looking or thinking to yourself, okay, my horse might be out of a little gas just to limit that to one run. So, I'm not saying he should be fired because of that, but maybe he didn't feel like he had anybody to give the ball to that would be better than Webb. But those are the little tiny stuff. But that hit me when he said he's watching the game and not managing the game.
I mean, look, Webb had thrown 88 pitches at that point.
Yeah.
So he still had pitches in the tank.
But we all know Webb is tired, right?
I don't know. He had 88 pitches.
No, not just yesterday, just since the second half.
Okay. I got to tell you something. Game. In a year like this, when I'm managing a 500 team and our general manager has already said we're not good enough, I'm not putting Frank Lucchesi, and I know it's not Frank,
right.
But I'm not putting Lucchesi in for Logan Webb. I'm just not going to do that. Let's go to Nick. Nick's in Ohio.
Nicky.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
I got to come after Guru here a little bit. You know, I've been listening to your show.
I've been listening to 95.7 way before, when Townsend.
Chris Townsend.
Yeah, our guy. Yeah.
Prince Townsend at night had like maybe 2 or 3 hours. It's almost like pirate radio. He did his own commercials. It was just very. So anyway, it's been years.
We just had him on last week. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Sorry, I missed that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, listen to you guys. Guru, you never seem to concede a point. It seems like Steiny, whatever the discussion, he comes after, he tries to present his argument in a different way with a different point, and you keep coming back with the same thing. The Giants just don't have the horses, and there's no evidence that they are playing below their capabilities. They're just no good, and I don't know how many times he has to try to paint the picture.
Well, your payroll's almost $200 million. I'm just real quick. I'm not being rude. What do you expect? Don't tell me they're mediocre when the payroll is almost $200 million. You brought Devers over here, and he looks like somebody we never seen. The manager doesn't know how to get anybody out of a slump. What are you talking about? Just seriously, think about it. The payroll's almost $200 million, and you want to sit here and say nothing's wrong? Devers doesn't even look like himself. Adames, he doesn't look like himself. This team is better than what they've been playing. They got swept by the Pirates. They got swept by the Marlins. And you want to tell me Steiny's right? Come on, man.
Devers was playing in the bandbox, Fenway Park. And it's just because they're overpaid doesn't mean they're good.
Why doesn't he look like Devers in Boston? It's bigger than the park. Adames too. This team was playing good baseball. Call the manager out, or you can be like Steiny and just go for the low-hanging fruit and say all the players are good. I'm seeing something different.
Well, what can I say? Anyway.
Thanks, Nick. You did the Lord's work.
Have a good day, Nick.
Appreciate you, Nick. You did the Lord's work.
It's not all right,
Nick.
Man. Team is, my man, Nicky.
I mean, what I think is interesting, no, not interesting, but you talk about a $200 million payroll.
180.
Well, then please look at the Posey signings. Like, it's unbelievable. Posey, and I'm not.
But the Adames and Devers, real quick, Steiny, are not as bad as Verlander.
None of them have lived up to the contract that they're playing under right now.
But why do you? Okay. Well, you did it because I brought up the payroll.
Mis-scouted them.
But the regression
well, first of all, you know what? There's a lot of people out there. Forget Ramos for a sec. There's a lot of people out there that say if you look at Devers' numbers, Adames' numbers, and Chapman's numbers, they're actually not that far off their career numbers. They are under, but it isn't significantly drastic. Like, but why can't you wrap your head around that maybe Posey signed players who were overrated?
I'm not there yet.
Possible?
Okay. That could be.
So what I'm saying
I need to
is,
see more.
Fine.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and fire Melvin at the end of the year. And I mean, certainly, it's the other thing is you think they're underachievers, but I'll bet you if I said, okay, let's just tinker and change the manager, that you wouldn't want to do just tinkering and changing the manager, right?
No, you're fixated because I bring up, the what they're paying for, and you're omitting that it's not just Adames endeavors. I'm talking about the regression of Bailey. Yeah, it's been bad, but him with the stick has been worse.
That's what happens to young players.
All of a sudden, the defenses went south. Right. So baseball is more than just a one-man show.
It's also more than a one-year game. If you one good year doesn't mean.
So why do you keep saying with your soul that next year's just going to be better if there is a problem with the instruction from the manager, hidden coaching, etc.? Like, you could go get Babe Ruth, but if you put him with what's going on here, is he going to be Babe Ruth? I got a question. I don't know now. So it's not just Adames endeavors. I know they're a majority of the payroll, but I'm talking about the other guys that contribute to wins. Nobody has done anything, and I'm just starting to question why.
Again, certainly you're not advocating for firing Melvin and tweaking the roster. You'd like to fire Melvin and continue trying to upgrade this roster because it's not good enough.
No, but it's never good enough. You're always trying to get better.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll spend another segment on the Giants. It's some interesting conversation. I mean, this is kind of where I'm at. Josh Ram on the YouTube chat.
What'd he say?
They got 5 easy outs in their lineup. They just do.
But I think you really are more, you hear what I'm saying. You might not agree with it.
Bob Melvin.
No, it's bigger than that.
Okay, well, if it's bigger than Melvin, then what's firing
players are not even playing up to their standard. That's what I'm saying.
I disagree with that.
Ramos.
He's hitting 270.
No, I'm talking about with the glove.
Well,
don't sit here and tell me you knew he was this bad last year with the glove.
Well, go ahead.
Somebody teach Young Hulid how to hit it to the opposite field or quit trying to hit the ball into the bay.
These are 2 players who are in their second years. Like, shame on you for thinking they were complete products. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Round London Broil. Just $4.97 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Rick in Burlingame. I run a storage facility and had a door that would not work. I called R&S and they had 2 guys here within a couple hours. They got the door operational, professionally, and quickly. Very good experience all around.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked
Hook me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Sunny in the afternoon, 66 the high temperature in San Francisco.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Let's get nuts.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, one thing that great coaches will always tell you, especially the ones that are highly volatile, is if he didn't yell, he wouldn't care. And so I just like to tell Nick in Ohio, hang in there, Nick. You were doing the Lord's work.
That's my God, Nick.
And I just, just know that Goo loves you. And,
I do.
And the opposite of love is indifference. It's not hate.
Yeah.
And that was not an indifferent Guru. He's a passionate man.
Oh, man, come on.
And he and
a lot
he
of
cares
people
about
agree
you.
with my take, and a lot of people agree with yours. But Steiny, I'm dying on the hill. This team is better than this plan. And yeah, they need enhancements. But before we get back to it, I've been mentioning my trip. You asked me about Mississippi. I know you're a man of many definitions. You like information. And I said I was sipping moonshine. If I were to ask the great Matt Steinmetz, do you and Carter know what's in moonshine? Would you two be able to answer that?
I'm going to throw a couple words out there. It's closer to like grain alcohol than anything. Is it Everclear? Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, Everclear is grain alcohol, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
I don't think it's...
Shout out Bushwick Bill from the Ghetto Boys.
I don't think it's exactly grain alcohol, but it's up there.
It's corn. It's a mixture of corn.
What was the alcohol content level?
That I don't know, but let's just say this, wink, wink, it worked. How about that, Carter?
I mean,
Dude,
I get the
moonshine,
sense,
that's Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, I think 2 sips of moonshine and you'll feel it.
Yeah.
Unless it tasted really good.
If I see another red plastic cup, Steiny, please, I'm done.
There's no way
Steiny, I'm
that
done.
tastes good.
Oh, it was great. Steiny, it was great.
Did you mix it with anything?
Well, they had cigars and all that stuff.
No,
going.
I mean.
Oh, no, it was straight. And they were like, it was that peer pressure, drink it. Hey, I had to drink it. Oh, boy. Yeah, a lot of yeast, Steiny, and corn. Moonshine. Yeah. Hey, how was the Niner practice and all that? Going to the Laughing
We didn't
Monk?
go.
Well, yeah, you did the show.
Shasky and Spadoni went to practice.
Awesome.
And then we had Spadoni call in.
I missed that.
I'm sorry. We had Shasky call in after the practice, and he was concerned. The defensive line just ran roughshod over the 49ers offensive line.
Well, Denver has a good defense.
Oh, so that's okay then.
No.
Sure, that's fine.
Well, let me just throw
if they're
this
really good, then that's okay.
I got to be honest. They got manhandled. And what can you really, truly take out of a preseason game? But what I did see, guys, and you tell me, Steiny, and I know it was Mac Jones, but they kind of scored on – they did score on some of the starters on the Denver defense when they got in the end zone. So there's that. But obviously you want that to be Brock Purdy. But, man, these injuries with the Niners, something or nothing? I'm asking you.
Well, I was reading a story yesterday in SF Gate by a gentleman named Drew Magary, who every year writes 30 columns or 32 stories on each and every football team, and it's entitled "Why Your Team Sucks." And it's just
I got to check it out.
He does them for all 32 teams, and just he just kind of rips each team. And the one thing that he wrote was, since Kyle Shanahan has taken over the San Francisco 49ers 8 years ago, the Niners have had more injuries than any other team in the NFL. So make of it what you will.
What do you make of it? Because there were years in the past, and I'm like, you got to look at the training staff. We talked about it with O'Neal. Like, Steiny, what do you make of that? Because that's data.
Well, what I make of it is, maybe there's something there. I don't know. What I said yesterday is like whenever there's this is going to be very poignant.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ranking anything 1 to 30 or 1 to 10, there's always going to be a worst. There just is. Like, if it's not the Niners,
I was trying to tell Nick.
No, I'm just talking about there's going to be a team that has more injuries than any other team, and then there's going to be a team that's healthier than any other team. Is there a rhyme or reason to it? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'd rather be the Niners with what they've had in regard to 2019 with the success, the wins, and then if you want to be a smart ass, you can and say, well, Guru, they lost an NFC championship game because in play 3 or 4, they lost their starting quarterback. But I'll say it hasn't hampered them to the degree that they couldn't get to 2 Super Bowls that here I go, give me $1, Sonny, because I'm saying it again. 2 Super Bowls that they were up 10 points and could have won.
Wait, why did you bring that up again?
Because the injuries have
How is it relevant?
The injuries have not prevented them from derailing seasons last year on line 1. But other than that, this last 5 to 6 years, the Niners have won just as much as anybody outside of the Chiefs. So with the injury bug, they get there and should have
half
it
the
twice.
time.
Should have it twice.
They get to the playoffs every other year under Shanahan. That's what the math says.
Well, when Jimmy had the high ankle sprain, that ended that season.
Right. I would say there have been at least 2 seasons under Shanahan where injuries cost him last year, and then the year Garoppolo got hurt early in the season.
What about my boy back in town?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm about to tell you if you listen.
Yeah, sure.
Jeff Wilson Jr.
What about him?
Don't get mad because I went off on
last year.
Are you mad that I went off on Nick?
Who did he play? Well, kind of.
Why?
Because we're not going to get any more calls the rest of the week because people are now going to think you're going to jump them for no reason.
Well, you do it all day.
I don't
do it to me all day.
Right, but I don't do it to callers.
And I came from Mississippi, and it's over.
I mean, Nick is one of our most loyal listeners and
callers. And I just told him how I felt. I was not disrespectful.
No, but you weren't very welcoming.
Well, he wasn't welcome taking those jabs. You thought I didn't see it? Jabbing me. And he had and you just come back and I had to give it to him.
Don't be a stranger,
I heard
Nick.
you do a sniff the other day.
I've been doing a lot of sniffs.
I did listen from the Dallas airport. I heard Evan didn't pick it up. You did a sniff, though.
I got to figure out some sound here. Because you wanted to get to a bunch of stuff.
The Baldy sound on McCaffrey.
Oh, right. We played this last week. But let's not miss an opportunity for Guru to over worry. This is Brian Baldinger. I know it's 3 days old, but it's fresh for Goo.
He had 50 carries last year after basically being the best player in the league the year before. We talked about it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see. I mean, I watched him warm up before the Green Bay game last year, and he looked fine. But he wasn't fine. You know, he looked like he was the same guy warming up, all of the drills that he does and all the things he puts himself through. I thought he missed a hole last year, the week before Green Bay, and I put it on tape. And Christian was like, he came up to me, and he's like, he watches this stuff. He's like, man, I missed that, Baldy. You're right. He goes, I should have done this. And so, is he right?
Yeah, that wasn't the one. But
all right,
yeah.
Okay.
This was the one about the carries and what's left in the tank.
All right.
Christian has had, his body has worn down. I mean, that's what all of that inflammation he had last year is a result of. Did he shake that all off? I mean, I don't know if you can lose a step, because we've seen Dalvin Cook lose a step and he wasn't very good, and he went to a couple different teams and he's out of the league. I mean, there's just so many hits that any of these guys have in them, and you just don't know when the drop-off is going to happen, because I have a feeling it's going to be pretty severe. 50 carries isn't much of a sample. Let's see. I think we got to get into the season, Joe, before we realize what he is or what he isn't at this point.
Man.
And I heard from you?
Yeah, and we love Baldy, Steiny, but let's hope he's wrong. But because to me, if you're going to tell me the Niners are going to have a successful season, it's on him, man. He has to be that horse that he's been. But what if Baldy is right with the inflammation? He even gave you an example of what that diagnosis. But Steiny, let's hope he's wrong, because we see this all the time with running backs. It happens. You don't even see it. It just happens. But, man, if somehow, he's not what we're accustomed to him being when he's upright, I mean, then what are we talking about? Because I got questions about the Niners receivers, even when they're healthy. Now they're banged up. But, boy, let's just hope Baldy's looking at the Carfax report on McCaffrey, and maybe he's wrong.
One more, Baldy.
I was talking to Aaron Jones yesterday for the Minnesota Vikings. And the thing about Aaron and Christian together, they both came out the same year, came out 2017. Those guys have tremendous vision. It's their greatest strength. They don't miss holes. I don't know how they do it. Aaron Jones, these guys going in their 9th year now. I don't know if you could tell in a scrimmage situation if Christian is going to hit every hole, if he's going to hit it like Superman, with his cape on. I don't know if he is that guy yet or not. I don't know if he knows that, because usually most guys don't recognize either the loss of step or anything else until they do. I played with Eric Dickerson. I didn't know he lost a step, but he lost a step after an injury in 1989. He wasn't the same guy the last few years of his career. So I'm not sure what we're going to be able to make out of it right now.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. 29 years old, coming off a season-ending injury. He's had some injuries in the past.
No doubt.
And there's a chance that we've seen the best of Christian McCaffrey.
And will you agree with me that I'm stating the obvious here, Steiny? I think he is the most important offensive player for this team. If they're going to be good, it has to be through him. Like who else would you say? Kittle, Purdy,
or Trent Williams? I mean, apparently this offensive line looks terrible when he's not playing. So I guess he's got to play, and he's got to play well, Trent Williams, because if he doesn't play and play well, how's McCaffrey going to have a great year? I don't see that. But I mean, to me, that's what Baldy's saying is, quite frankly, the theme of the year. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. And, yeah, I mean, look, is George Kittle still in his prime? Can he have a year like last year?
I believe so.
Okay. Can McCaffrey have a year like 2 years ago?
I'm not ready to say he can't, but the Baldy, all that sound, Steiny, just has me. We're going to find out. We're weeks away.
Where's Trent Williams right now?
I think he can bounce back. And again, I'm hoping.
Where's Fred Warner? He was hurt most of last year.
He was on one wheel, still out there.
What about Nick Bosa? Where does he fit in?
A big part.
Right. So we have a lot of question marks on the Niners. We have question marks with their older players because they're coming off injury, and we have questions for their younger players, whether they can play in the league or not, and if they can play in the league, how successful can they be? So I anticipate some ups and downs this year for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I wonder what that equates to record-wise. Carter got in my ear, and I know while I was out, Steiny, there was a lot made. You guys were out there, not at practice, but Shasky and others were. And Carter got in my ear. Speak to it. He didn't think both lines looked good Saturday in the game. Am I correct?
They were awful. The defensive line is so terrifying to me, honestly.
But there was no Bosa, though, so...
That's fine. I just think that at the end of the day, like, they have no pressure on the other side, like on the other edge. And they're banking on this huge push up the middle from these nose tackles that they've drafted. And I'll tell you right now, Alfred Collins is not ready to be an NFL player. No chance.
Carter, I got to follow up. Wow. That's heat rocks, but
it's terrible rusher.
It was a preseason. It was one preseason game where Collins didn't even get the benefit of, or even do it with Bosa out there. So could that be an overreaction, or you feel like I don't even need to see more? That's what it is.
I mean, that was against backups, though. Like, I think that's concerning when you're drafting a guy in the second round. Yeah. And I mean, I would think if you're drafting a guy in the second round, you're thinking that he's going to play some heavy snaps for you in the regular season, especially with where their line's at. And he has no clue what he's doing with his hands. He just is trying to run straight through an NFL offensive lineman. It's just not going to work.
Well, man, Steiny, does Purdy play this week against the Raiders in Vegas?
Probably not. But I don't know. I don't know what his philosophy. I mean, would you play McCaffrey in the preseason?
Come on now. Well, Steiny, nope.
Okay, when he fumbles twice in the opener, then don't complain.
Man, it's just about how he, to Baldy's point, Steiny, is going to respond, to the tackling, getting up from those tackles. And I've seen guys last year, I felt like even the year before, McCaffrey's so great when they could kind of pounce on him, Steiny, and Saragoose him a little bit when they take him down because they know he's so electric. But, man, 29 that's really 31 as an NFL running back. So, that's a concern, but we'll see how he bounces back. But it's imperative that he does.
Let me ask you a question. What is not a concern for the 49ers? What isn't a concern this year? And I'm doing this
You want me to be
for
honest?
a reason. Yes.
Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And so we got to get into those rankings, too.
Middle linebacker.
Fred.
I would agree with that.
But Fred without our guy, Greenlaw.
Which he didn't have last year.
Yeah.
I think he's used to it.
Last year, he was so good still.
Well, after he got hurt, he was on
DPOY track prior to that, though.
No
He
doubt.
was that good. I mean.
Would you ask that for a reason, you say?
Yeah. But now I forget. What was the question again?
What's the most concerning? One thing you know of about for sure about the Niners? He said middle linebacker. Okay. I said quarterback.
Okay, so those are two. I would agree with Warner. I think, and I would say Warner's much more of a sure thing than Purdy.
Yeah, Kittle too.
Kittle's going to be solid. You would think. So we got. I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but if you're telling me the one thing you're counting on and you're the most sure of is Brock Purdy, who's coming off a little bit of a down year.
Yep.
That tells me that there's a lot of questions on this team if you're feeling the best about Purdy. That means you're worried more about the O-line than Purdy.
No doubt.
I am too.
All right.
I'm worried more about the D-line than Purdy. I'm worried more about McCaffrey than Purdy. I'm worried about the depth at receiver and the quality at receiver more than Brock Purdy. I'm way more concerned about Jake Moody than Brock Purdy. The secondary is full of questions. That's why when I look at this team, I think we got to get ready for a little bit of a roller coaster. Man. And the other part is it's going to be a little more challenging to get a true feel for this team with that schedule. I just think it's going to, even during the year, if they're ripping wins off, I just wonder if it's going to be enough, because they're just not going to have a lot of big boy opponents. And
well, you got what, Steiny? I got to keep it real. You got 6 hard games, I believe, from the Rams, Cardinals, and Seahawks. So I know you play 17, but that ain't easy street. Those do count. And I know they're divisional games regardless, but I think all 3 of those teams have improved. So right there, is it really just a rinky-dink schedule? Because we always see worse to first.
It's a rinky-dink schedule. It is
in the NFL
where
dink like Denver
schedule.
Last year. They were terrible the year before, and then last year they made the playoffs. So who's to say that team is not on the Niners schedule? A team that we think are just
I'm sure 1 or 2 of the teams may be better than we think, but not all 9 terrible teams are going to be
I just don't know with these injuries, Steiny, how you get continuity. Austin in San Jose is saying, Guru, how can the Niners afford to rest their players when all the other teams are playing their starters? I would say this to Austin. It's not all 100% they're resting. Steiny, guys are hurt. I don't know what's going on with Jennings. Evan mentioned he might not practice, but be at practice. And I guess while I left, the Niners got good news. Ayuk might be a target date week 6.
Yep. Perhaps. Where's the one I wanted to play you about Jennings? It's Shanahan on Jennings.
Juwan is a calf that he missed all last training camp with. It's something that we don't think will be too serious, but it's bothering him now. And depending on how much he misses, I always want guys out there. It helps him. It helps the team. But Juwan was all right last year, too, missing some time.
All right, so it's an injury. Do you believe him?
I lied.
I know when I left last time, I was 50-50. What if I told you I'm 70-30? He's legit hurt.
We'll notify him, and hopefully he'll feel better about that.
And now you got something with the rookie Watkins, who I guess was looking good. He's got a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, he's going to be out a month. On the other side, I am, I'll push it to the other side. Right. The stuff about Purdy and the quarterbacks and the rankings, et cetera. We'll figure out where Purdy fits.
Yeah.
But a lot of questions. For our Bay Area teams, it's natural. See, the reason that it's natural is because though they didn't win a title, the 49ers made a run at it a couple years, and when you're done making a run at it, it's invariably a transition.
No doubt about it.
And that's where we are with the 49ers and with the Warriors. So I don't know what to expect from either of those teams this year. I have no idea. And I mean that. I could see the 49ers being much better than people think because they're buttoned up and their schedule stinks. I could see them being worse than we think because we underestimated the youth on the team and we overestimated the older players and how they would come back.
Well, it's the dependency of the youth now. Like, these guys got to play.
Well, exactly.
And they got to play well, So I'm not saying they can't do it, but we'll see. But I'm just starting to wonder, Steiny, I know a lot was made, and rightfully so, about how injuries ravaged their season last year when they won 6 games. And I'm not making excuses, but are they behind the 8 ball now with the injuries going into the season? Or, Goo, you don't want to hear none of that. You got to go out. Everybody's got a story. You got to be ready week 1.
Well, that's what we got to find out. We don't know. And I was thinking the same thing. Chicago Jason, you said something like, well, they better play well. Or what?
Or you're not going to win.
Right.
Yeah.
But I got news for you. They're not all going to play well because they're all young players.
No, I wouldn't bet they would all play well. I hear you. My thing is just I don't know what if I were to ask you, Steiny, real quick, what do you accomplish in preseason? Obviously, youngsters getting their first taste of NFL action, rookies. But the bottom line is what's going on around the league is injuries. You just don't want that 1 or 2 injury to the wrong person, but they're getting hurt, just soft tissue injuries left and right. We'll see.
Is Purdy healthy?
By all accounts, him and Pearsall are making beautiful music together.
Is Kittle healthy?
Yes, he is.
Is McCaffrey healthy?
That I don't know.
No, he is. He's healthy.
He says he is.
He's healthy. Is Warner healthy? He is. Is Bosa healthy? He is. Is Trent Williams healthy? He's supposed to be. It's like, so, with all due respect, okay, Jordan Watkins is out for a month. He wasn't supposed to play anyway. You hopefully get Ayuk back week 6.
Which is wow.
Their big boys are healthy outside of Ayuk. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're a 49er fan, what kind of year are you bracing for, quite frankly? I wouldn't. If you're a Niner fan, how can you not come into this year thinking, I wonder what's going to happen? Because it's hard to think you know what's going to happen with this team.
Well said.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
No! We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at LendSeek.com. That's LendSeek.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. It's the latest genius invention from Skechers, the comfort technology company. With Find My Skechers, there's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. You just pull up the insole and pop in the AirTag. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel it or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Imagine that, just one look at the phone and you can see where your kids' shoes are. No more wondering or worrying. It's as easy as that. Plus, they're machine washable and durable, so they're long lasting. And Find My Skechers are available for boys and girls. Look, we all know Skechers is famous for comfort, and now they're giving us comfort of mind when it comes to our kids. Get Find My Skechers, Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTag sold separately.
There's negotiating tactics. Got to be delicate with those calves.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru back in the house after a long weekend in the SIP.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And keyword on SIP.
So, here's my question.
We'll be fine.
I know
I'm Batman.
You spent the last 5 days in the SIP. Any way you want to spend this afternoon with me at the ship?
No.
What?
And I wanted to say something. I'll do it on air. I was waiting on the 1 o'clock segment, but we are like the Temptations. You, Evan, I, Carter, and etc. at the cafeteria. But you guys need a new member. I'm withdrawing my name from the group, and 24-Hour Fitness is calling me, Steiny. I really believe I had a heat stroke, and I'm done. I don't want to see anything. Salads, greens. I'm Richard Simmons. Well, yeah, I'm a health nut.
I'll see you there Friday.
Evan, you won't. It's over.
Both you guys stink.
No, it's over. I'm going to the gym as soon as we get off.
Amateur hour with you guys.
Dude, we just spent 3 days doing
How did you make it in?
Vile things to our bodies.
What? Can I ask why you guys do that to yourselves?
Why don't you do that to yourself?
We want to live longer.
That's the opposite of living longer. You guys are getting too old for this. I mean, Evan comes in, he was somnambulant yesterday.
That's not a real thing.
Somnambulant.
I didn't look at
I
YouTube,
spelled it right.
but he made it to work.
He was sleepwalking.
Oh, please. I was on fire yesterday.
And you, I can tell you're changed.
I think I had a heat stroke. Something happened. I called Kaiser as soon as I landed Eid. Something happened to me.
Carter, what are you up to today?
I don't know, Steiny.
All righty.
Good question. Yeah.
All righty. Let's get back to the 49ers.
And what about this list?
Yeah, I'm going to get to Austin and Redwood City.
Okay.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, man? Austin's in Redwood City. Hey, man.
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, man, we better buckle up because this going to be a bumpy roller coaster ride this year, man. I'm not happy at all what I'm seeing, maybe from a couple players, but I feel like Brock Purdy should have been out there. We got no room to make any type of errands. I feel like it's going to be like the Warriors and the Giants. They better get off to a fast start. If they don't, everything will go down real fast. Real fast. This is not going to be a good season for us. Everybody looks like they got better throughout the offseason on the other teams.
So you're not the Niners. They're going to win more than 6 games, though, right?
Oh, you better hope so. Better hope so. The lack of weapons we have right now, you crazy. You better hope right now you come back. You better hope Pearsall become the player that we thought he was going to be and all this extra. And do we trust Shanahan? Do we really trust him right now? Just like Steve Kerr. Do we really trust Steve Kerr right now? Or do we really trust,
Bob Melvin?
Nah, what you call it? The general manager on the Giants? Do we really trust him right now?
Buster Posey.
All these moves that we make, we making for us barrier teams, we looking bad right now.
All right, Austin, you know what? I'm going to throw that out. I'm going to throw that out.
He's the president. Yeah, but I got you.
How much you trust Kyle Shanahan?
Now, I think can we to do what? Because he built something, and I come down this road because they should have hardware for what they built. There's no doubt about that. Now,
there is a doubt about that.
You mentioned the Showtime
sure
Lakers.
thing.
You used the word transition. And I hope 6-11 last year, Steiny, we could talk about it all day, but I hope that was mainly because of the injuries, especially when your best player wasn't there for the first 8 weeks. But when you say, do you trust him, my question is to what?
Well, to me, it would be, do you trust Kyle Shanahan after 3 years of ostensibly coaching a team that was almost a finished product that had one goal and one goal only, and that was Super Bowl, and you knew you had enough talent to get there, and you did once, and you got to the NFC Championship once, and then and then last year fell apart. And so now I think we can all agree that this team does not have the expectations of the last 3 years. So my question is, I think it's fair. Do you trust Kyle Shanahan with this reset? And
so you're definitely using that word, a soft reset.
Well, I mean,
I use soft, but yeah,
I'm not convinced that Kyle Shanahan is going to be a great teacher, and these guys are all going to get better under him.
Well, he's got help
I don't
now.
know that.
And before I left, I do remember one of our Niner conversations, and it was the sound that you liked coming from Robert Saleh. And Steiny, again, I know you can't take much from a preseason game, but again, it is very provocative to think about which way this season can go for the Niners. And I saw in the first half first quarter against the first team offense with Bo Nix under center, I felt like every time a Bronco player caught a pass, there was a red jersey right there. I'm not saying they stopped him, but it just reminded me, man, this is what the Niners used to be under Saleh. Obviously different personnel, but when you caught a pass, it just felt like it was a gang tackle mentality and guys were in the right place. You lose 30-9, Guru, what are you talking about? But I'm just talking about that initial drive. I'm like, man, they're playing fast. Let's see. So, he'll have help with teaching is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I see Kyle Shanahan as the type of coach who probably will get very frustrated. I see him as a coach that does get frustrated with mental errors and mistakes, whether it's a veteran committing them or a younger guy. Like I think he's going to struggle in a rebuild, if that's what this is. And I don't know that it is, but it's certainly It's certainly a transition type of a year.
But when you hand that loot to your quarterback, when you hand that loot that they did to their quarterback, you kind of hope it's not a transition year. You know what I mean?
Well, their offensive line is still shaky. Their wide receivers are not as good as last year.
Yeah.
And the running back's a question. So they have those questions. And then defensively, we got to figure out almost top to bottom about this defense and what they're capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Mike in Fremont. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on?
Hey.
Guru mentioned people put so much stock into these preseason games, and I just want to say, like, half of these players playing in preseason won't see the light of day in regular season. And as a Cowboys fan, I think the Niners will be okay. You know, I'm jealous, but, you know, just give them time. It's a well-oiled machine, and people need to stop putting so much stock in preseason where these players playing in the preseason won't be playing in the regular season. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like back in the day where the starters played in the third and fourth preseason game. That's where you see, like, what this team can actually do. But since they don't do that no more, I wholeheartedly think this team will be fine.
All right. Well, hey, Mike, real quick. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I always like to ask this. Define what is fine, that the Niners are going to be fine.
What is fine? Well, fine is I think they'll win about 9 to 10 games.
Okay.
Fine.
I think that's fair.
Possibly a wild card if it comes down to
all right.
the West, because the West is a strong division. You know what I mean?
All right. Fair enough. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. And
I'm jealous, too.
Hey, should I do this right in the middle of a show?
What happened?
I think I saw our producer roll his eyes when I said something.
That's probably from the weekend.
Yeah,
it also might not have been about you.
Okay.
And I just Evan, that comes from me. I don't like that, man. That hits hard.
Well, I asked
real quick.
I asked define what fine means, and I just saw Evan shake his head.
But what if what he said was, it's not always about you?
Well, that's what I wanted to find out. I wanted to find out if he was annoyed with me asking that question, and if so, why? And I try to work with him on it.
Isn't that something you asked him after the game?
I wouldn't know. I asked him right now.
I know you did. I heard you.
All right. I want to play. Well, you know what? Let's go. Let's take Ryan and Irvine.
All right.
And then we'll get to the Brady sound.
All right.
All right. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. Hey, yesterday you were talking about a Brock Purdy stat about, how good is he when he's playing from behind?
Yes.
But I was listening and I was thinking, that's not a Brock Purdy stat. That's a Kyle Shanahan stat. It doesn't matter what quarterback is quarterbacking the Niners. That's a Kyle Shanahan stat. He does not know how to adjust from playing from behind. He has one style, and if things go south, his teams, regardless of who's quarterbacking, do not do a good job of coming back from those deficits. So the question was, do you trust Kyle? Personally, I don't. Until he starts valuing an offensive line like Super Bowl champions, the Chiefs and the Eagles, then we're going to be in the same boat as always. But I had a question for you guys, and I don't know if this is the right time to ask, but what do you think is more likely, that the Niners get a top 10 pick in next year's draft, or they're the number 1 seed in the NFC?
The first one.
Yeah, exactly.
The first one. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate the call.
So that would constitute missing the playoffs.
Oh yeah,
man.
That would constitute about a 6-11 year, or 7-10. But to be the number 1 seed, I gotta believe you got to win 13 games. So do I think they're more likely to win 13 or 6 or 7?
If everyone, I don't know. Well, you like their schedule, but you got to be careful.
Schedule's such a joke.
But what if I told you, look at this, how sports work. Last year, you start the season without your running back, and this season they're going to start the season without their star receiver.
Then I would say you're very lucky that you have this schedule.
Right. But like opening week 1 at Seattle is not a walk in the park.
No. And you have to play the division teams.
Yeah.
But
who I think have all gotten better. We don't know what's going on with Stafford, though, in that back.
He's fine.
But it is preseason.
He's fine. I know that for a fact.
You won't draft him in fantasy.
Oh, you want to bet?
He's got Devontae Adams.
Take it to the bank. Stafford's fine.
All right.
All right. I want to get into this Purdy. I'm going to do two things at once here. I want to get into this Brock Purdy story along with all the quarterbacks. Mike Sando of The Athletic does this every year where he talks to 50 NFL coaches and executives, and he rates all the quarterbacks.
Okay.
First thing I want to do, though, is play this sound from Tom Brady. Play this sound from Tom Brady, and this is from Joel Klatt. His podcast. And Brady was basically asked, what makes an iconic type quarterback? What separates greats from goods? Take a listen.
Who wants to win versus who's willing to do whatever it takes to win. Everyone wants to win, but what are the habits and the daily habits and the actionable things you need to do every day to put your team in a position to win? All of them can make tremendous plays. At some point, they need to take the next step and take, in my mind, more ownership of what they're doing in terms of the organizational level to do more things, to empower more people, to get more people on that train or that bus with you to head in the direction you want to go. So I just don't think as a quarterback you go and you punch the clock. I did my job. I threw for 40 touchdowns. Why are we not winning?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing in the offseason to help your defense? What are you doing to push the personnel department to get people doing the right thing? Are you involved in game planning? I used to do game plans.
Sure.
I used to walk in there and say, these are the things we're doing. Okay, I used to do my own walkthroughs. I used to, all right, guys, I don't coaches want to come. We're doing our walkthrough.
Right.
We're going to come up with our own signals because this is what I need to be on the field to be successful.
Wow.
Tom Brady.
Doing it all. But how many quarterbacks have the gravitas to do that, not get checked or stay in your lane? And Purdy talked about, what the contract, I'm paraphrasing, Steiny, would symbolize for him to take on more of a leadership role and guys knowing, he's going to be here. So maybe, I'm not saying he's not doing it, but maybe this is the first year after, putting his John Hancock on that contract. The guy talked defense and game plans. I don't think, I could see. You think Kyle's going to be, pull up a seat. What do you think?
It's a good question. I mean, I'd also like to know, I'm sure Tom Brady didn't walk into New England as a 6th round pick and do all those things.
Right.
So I wonder when he felt confident enough to start doing all that stuff. Was it after his first Super Bowl? Was it after his second Super Bowl? I don't know. What came into my head, though, was, and maybe this is just the way I think of Kyle Shanahan, does he want a quarterback? Does he want to give a quarterback all that responsibility?
I think.
Does he like that?
Yeah, I think not.
I mean,
now the other stuff with the defense and the offseason, check. I think he would love that. But Steiny, I think the game plan, and not that he doesn't have any discussion with Brock Purdy as quarterback, but I just think Kyle's that guy to where I got this to everybody.
I mean,
he just strikes me as that guy.
Yeah, I don't know how involved in the game planning Brock Purdy is. I'm sure he's involved to some extent. I don't know to what extent Brady was involved.
I mean, we were talking about Brock Purdy. How much leeway does he have at the line of scrimmage, Steiny, with audibles? And we were told, the audibles are already built into play, So to get that, I guess you got to earn it. But I will say this, the 3 years for Brock Purdy, Steiny, are pretty damn good, man. You got to say that. NFC Championship on the fly. Yeah, he got knocked out. Super Bowl, should have won, and last year.
He didn't do enough to win the Super Bowl.
Collectively.
Yeah. Purdy needed to be a little better.
And Kyle was part of that too, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
So Mike Sandoz put out his quarterback rankings. Wait, what? This what? Kills you?
Yeah.
Why? It's
Go
fun.
ahead, I'll tell you why after.
It's fun to talk about.
No, it's great to talk about, but it's like,
but what?
I just want more honesty.
What are you talking
Transparency. I don't know, man.
What are you talking about? It's 50 NFL executives. Here, let me read it.
All right.
Let me read it to you. It's 50 NFL coaches and executives, and they put quarterbacks into tiers, and they've done all the quarterbacks, and now they've done this for several years. And, boy, it looks very comprehensive to me. So, what, do you not like ranking quarterbacks in general? Do you not like how Sando did it, even though he just used information from executives? What, Guru, open up your heart and tell me what's your big problem with quarterback rankings?
Where Purdy slotted, and I'm not telling you he should be number one. I'm not, but I just got a problem with guys ahead of certain guys, and they haven't even sniffed an AFC or NFC championship or a Super Bowl. I think that means something.
Okay. Well, then make your rankings based on postseason success. But that clearly is not what this is about.
Well, Purdy's had, again, go ahead. You can read the list now.
All right. So Sando's got four. Well, I shouldn't say Sando. It's the NFL executives have four. They have five what they call tier one quarterbacks. And they're the familiar names: Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes. Just coming in to tier one is Matthew Stafford. All right? Yep. You got a problem with Stafford?
No, I'm a big fan. Always have been. Okay.
All right, now we're into the second tier.
All right, here we go.
And second tier is Jaden Daniels.
I'm in love with him, but I'm still watching with what I see in year one, and I'm going to keep it real. With what he did in year one, I have no problem with that.
They're also ranked, so Jaden Daniels would be 6.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going in order right now, as Evan said. Number 7, tier 2, Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
You like that? You want me to just go through the list and then you?
Because I got the list.
I'll just go through it. Jared Goff is 8. Number 9 is Jalen Hurts. Tied for 9th is C.J. Stroud, it looks like. Then we got Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. So that puts Purdy at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Puts Brock Purdy at 14. 14.
See, I would have him Brock higher than Dak, okay? And obviously, postseason success, if you get that, obviously you had regular season success. But Justin Herbert, Steiny, if I could draw up a quarterback in the lab, that's what he would look like. But he hasn't done anything besides the one comeback against Jacksonville, so how can Purdy be behind him?
Well, I mean...
And then how could Jared Goff be behind some of those guys who took his team to the NFC Championship a couple years ago?
I mean, if you're going to use that metric, then why wouldn't you just put Purdy ahead of Joe Burrow? Because he's had more postseason success than Burrow.
But he's also been to a Super Bowl, Joe Burrow.
Okay, what about Josh Allen? Like, Purdy's had more
he has
postseason success, but I don't think anybody's going to say Allen's better. So, like, and
Allen has performed in the playoffs, Steiny, to the point to where when they lose a game, you look at him like it wasn't because of you. And some of the others on this list, Dak included, Lamar Jackson has not looked like Lamar in the playoffs at all. So are we talking regular season? He's incredible because he is. But when we get to the damn playoffs, he looks nothing like himself in the regular season. But I ain't going to sit here and throw a hissy fit that he's so high, Lamar Jackson, on the list. But he hasn't sniffed the Super Bowl. I guess he got the SEC champ. But you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, to me, these 4 quarterbacks share one thing in common.
Tell me.
And that is they're so good that they ensure you will be essentially a playoff team. Now, you could say, oh, Burrow last year, but they were scoring 35 points a game.
They couldn't.
So
Right.
I have no problem with this tier 1 because those teams that those guys quarterback for, they make the playoffs all the time. Baltimore always makes it. Kansas City always makes it. Buffalo always makes it. And Cincinnati's offense is ridiculously high-powered with Burrow. So I have no problem with those 4 guys being the 4 guys considered the best quarterbacks in the league, because by having those particular quarterbacks, I think they ensure you're going to be in the mix every single year. They're that good.
So do you have a problem with Purdy at 14?
Not really. Not really. I mean, to me, flip a coin among Purdy, Love, Prescott, and Mayfield.
And Stroud.
Yeah, and Stroud. I mean, this is where I am kind of with Evan.
What'd you say?
Well, it's just like, whether Purdy's 14 or whether he's 8, and maybe I shouldn't put words in his mouth, but like whether he's 14 or 8, he's proven that he's good enough to take a good team to the Super Bowl.
No doubt about it.
So,
and NFC Championship, 2 of them. Before he got knocked out.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Mike Sando's quarterback tier list. My question to you, Goo, would be, would you take any of these guys ahead of Brock Purdy? Because Brock Purdy, they broke him up into tiers.
All right.
And so Purdy is tier 2, but he's the last guy in tier 2. The first guy in tier 3, Kyler Murray. Would you rather have Purdy or Murray?
Oh, boy. You know what? I love what Murray stands for. He's been disappointed, Steiny, so I'm going to say Brock Purdy. And I'm not just – come on, man. That's just me.
Purdy
He's
or
done way
Tua?
more. Oh, Purdy. I'm done with Tua.
Trevor Lawrence.
I feel like if you put Trevor Lawrence in this Niners system, he would perform better than Brock Purdy. So I'm gonna go Lawrence.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Well, we're out of time. We can revisit it on the other side. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous to other drivers, to people walking or biking. Speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Cool people, good time. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys Autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from Delano. A big shout out to Israel and Angel N at RNS for coming out to Caliber Collision in Delano and repairing our shop doors. These guys were so kind, friendly, and very professional. I definitely recommend these guys. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Let's make love to the mic.
You imbecile.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Are you okay?
Hey. Was that a drop or?
No, that was me.
Why would you say that? I'm on, of course, back in Cali.
You getting into it on the, somebody coming down your road?
Dude,
what's going on? Well, I
never rob a bank with Matt Steinmetz, man. Yeah, it was good. You listen, you just, dude.
I was wrong.
You can't, everything's not meant for air. We've been in the same plane for almost 8 years. You know me. But you know how to insinuate and stir up stuff with the best of them.
I'm asking you if you're all right because you seem to be going at it with somebody.
No, I'm good. That's what I live for.
Okay.
I got to stand up for myself.
Okay.
I don't like, but
go ahead.
You got an hour left, hour and some change. I don't like how I went off on Nick and you sided with Nick. I felt like you sided with Nick.
What was I supposed to do? Jump him on top of you?
Just keep it true blue with me after we got off the phone. Like, hey, good, that was interesting. But I felt like you sided with him.
Well, I thought you were unfair to him. I really did. I thought that was too much.
All right, but you did side with.
Well, I thought you treated him unfairly.
What about the punches he was hitting me with in the body early? Concede. And just like you were my master,
I don't think it warranted.
That's how I took it.
I don't think it warranted your response. I think it was an inappropriate.
I still love
response.
you, Nick. Yeah, you guys are the
It
best.
was inappropriate.
Yeah,
I mean, I can tell you're hoarse a little bit. That rant affected your voice a little. So get some tea, not moonshine. Get some tea.
No more for me.
Throw this one at you.
Go ahead.
This Mike Sando list in The Athletic of quarterbacks, and they're in tiers. What quarterback between last year and this year improved the most in terms of moving up his rankings? In other words, who last year had such a good year that they...
Okay. This is easy.
All right.
Baker.
Mayfield is second.
Damn, E.
He was a plus 8 because he was 19. He was ranked 19th, and now he is 11th. Wow, so he moved up 8. Right, somebody moved up 9 spots from 20.
He just gave me the answer.
From 29 to 20.
My man.
Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Thank you, E.
And then Bryce Young was a plus 4. Guess who's, and this is really so unfair.
Give it to me.
Guess who dropped the most from 13 to 25?
It's pretty appropriate.
Tua.
Kirk Cousins.
He's not even a starter.
That's why he shouldn't even be on this list. They just put him on there to make an example out of him.
Would you like to revisit your take about Kirk Cousins being a great signing by the Atlanta Falcons?
I don't think I ever said he was a great signing.
No, you did. You used your work.
It was a great signing.
So you did or you didn't?
When Michael Penix is an all-pro this year, it'll be because of Kirk Cousins.
How do you figure?
Because they got Cousins to help usher in the Penix era, and that's what he's doing.
For $40 million?
Yes, sir. That's how good he is at it. He's a $40 million mentor. That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. That's right.
But that's an L you'll take.
No.
At your retirement party, I'll get up there and say that was one of his worst days defending Kirk.
I'll always defend Kirk Cousins.
I got you.
Is Kirk Cousins, is Purdy better than Kirk Cousins? There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Stop it.
Well, all I know is Kirk Cousins is 47 years old, and Kyle Shanahan still wants him.
Please. I made it up.
Aaron Rodgers also -9.
Man, that's it?
I think
You think they got action?
Yes, I do.
I fell for what was New York last year with the J-E-T-S.
They didn't have a coach, okay? The Pittsburgh Steelers have a coach that will demand respect from Rodgers as opposed to Rodgers.
You are dirty, my friend.
As opposed to Rodgers walking all over whoever was coaching the Jets. Who was, by the way? Oh, that's right.
No, you guys are dirty. Well, you are dirty. I'll tell you what. I love
Tomlin. Back to being a coordinator.
Yeah, but he's got some cobwebs on that last Super Bowl, Steiny.
Who's
Come on
that?
now, Mike Tomlin. Yeah, he's a
got
leader.
one.
He'd have the Giants, and they would be 6-7 games better.
Who?
A guy like Tomlin.
No.
Fire.
I disagree. He would have them at 500, which is what he has the Steelers these days. Let's take a listen to Mike Sando. He was on with the afternoon show yesterday. That's Willard and Dibs. And take a listen.
Well, no, I mean, Jordan Love is 28 in Tier 2, 22 in Tier 3, so that's not a huge difference. I think where it gets interesting is like Aaron Rodgers has votes in 4 different tiers. Purdy's just kind of on that line where most of the voters put him in Tier 2, but a good number put him in Tier 3. Jordan Love is a little in that category, but I don't think that there's a huge disparity in the view over him. I mean, most people think he's good enough you can win with them, but they don't think that when you play the 49ers, people are going, oh my gosh, we got Purdy this week. What are we going to do?
All right, that was Mike Sando explaining the tier system, and what he was saying is that he asked the executives to put the quarterbacks into tiers, and Purdy was mostly in Tier 2 and Tier 3. And I guess the question is that disrespect?
Again,
to have him at 14
I believe
at the tail end of Tier 2.
Now,
I'm looking at problem with it.
Well, a guy that's gone to 2 NFC Championship games,
2
a
years
Super
ago.
Bowl that you had a chance to win, Jordan Love, Dak, Baker, Stroud, Herbert, all good quarterbacks, but they haven't sniffed that.
Okay.
So to me,
now,
I'm like, Brock, now are we saying, you a buck? Because I'm hearing a lot of this real quick, Steiny. What type of quarterback is he? Was he a bus driver or was he the trailer? It's like, what are we doing? I can't hate on Brock for what he did in Kyle's system. That was his job.
Well, I be honest with you?
Yeah.
Like, I think maybe you don't understand the thing, but they do it every year. In other words, Purdy played in the NFC Championship game. They knocked his ass out. Then he played in the Super Bowl. He lost. Then last year, he quarterbacked a 6-win team. So he dropped because I guess that's what Sando thought.
So what about a guy like Dak, who's he doesn't even have anything to his ass got. They didn't even make the playoffs, things like that. But when they did make the playoffs.
Is 50 executives. These are NFL personnel people.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you take Love? And we're having a conversation. Would you take Love over Purdy now?
I mean, I don't know.
How about Dak? Because I wouldn't.
Okay.
10 years of futility.
I mean, if I say I would.
No,
what is that? Like, would that be a hot take?
No, it would just be, you think, like Baker Mayfield. He's resurrected his career. Would you take him over Brock Purdy?
That's a good question. That's a good one.
See, I feel like Brock hasn't experienced failure, although he hadn't been in the league as long as some of these guys, Baker and Dak, as much. So I got to put respect on Purdy's name and for what he guided his team to do.
I mean, the one part, and here's the problem with talking about this, is people will automatically jump to Steiny's a hater. But I'll give Purdy credit for the NFC title game and the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But he had a load of talent around him. And do I put that into the equation? Yes, I do. I put that into the equation. That he got to quarterback 2 kick-ass teams, and he got one to the NFC title game and he got one to the Super Bowl, and that was good. That gets him up to tier 2 or whatever. And then last year, I think, if we had to be honest, he was not as good as the previous 2 years, so he dropped to 14, which, to me, looking at this list between like 9 and 15,
because I
think it's all like a personal taste.
But and this is a guy, not in the base, Steiny, that I hated on and not. I mean, I was unfair to him. But how the hell is Jalen Hurts tier 9 and Tier 2, excuse me.
Number 9,
and he's been to 2 Super Bowls. I can make an argument he should have won both, but he didn't. And he just punched a ticket last year. Like, how are you behind the guys that you mentioned? How are you behind Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Ali Stafford, Daniels, Herbert, Goff, Stroud, who had an awful year compared to his first campaign? Like, that's disrespect to me right there. 2 Super Bowls and he won one and played his ass off. I know he fumbled, plays his ass off in the first one. How are you that far down? So that's why I would question the 50 guys.
50 NFL executives. Yeah. Okay. Well, obviously, they don't say, oh, well, Hurts won a Super Bowl, so he's got to be tier 1. I think they're looking at it more nuanced than that. And if 50 NFL, obviously they didn't take just the Super Bowl winners. Otherwise Hurts would be tier 1. But they don't think he is tier 1, which leads me to believe that when these executives looked at Jalen Hurts, they said, he's a top 10 quarterback for sure.
Yeah.
But that team was flat out loaded. And not only that, if we really have to be honest, the defense won the Super Bowl for the Eagles as opposed to the offense. Now, is that disrespect for Jalen Hurts? I don't know if it's disrespect or it's just more the truth that the Eagles defense was absolutely dominant against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, but that was last year. The first Super Bowl, it was reversed, and although it equated to a loss, Jalen Hurts was everything, and the defense couldn't stop Mahomes and the Chiefs. But it didn't equate to a win. So, again, Steiny, where do you draw the line? Because Jalen Hurts on a Super Bowl stage was it. When I was at Willard's house with Evan watching the game, he was everything.
I mean, I don't want to be obviously, Goo, the NFL executives who voted take everything into account, and they weigh these Super Bowl runs or whatever Purdy did or whatever, who's the guy you just mentioned? Hurts. And on balance, they look at everything, and they're not just saying, well, we got to put him in the top 5 because he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And, like, I would much rather, like, when I see a list, I'd much rather have it be a list like this instead of, okay, who's the best? Well, Mahomes. Okay, who's the second best? Well, it's Stafford because he won one. Well, who's third? Well, Purdy because he got the one and then got to the NFC
And it feels like, you know what, real quick.
Oh, now Hurts leapfrogs Purdy. I don't know.
And that's why you have and I hate it on Lamar too, because I've yet to see him be the prolific regular season quarterback, but they're not looking at it like that. They're looking at it, and I can look at you now and say, Lamar Jackson's a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, and they're not letting that sway him in regard to have him ahead of Lamar Jackson, even though he's had more postseason success, Brock Purdy, than Lamar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We're talking about Mike Sando's quarterback list.
Like, how would you summarize what I just, like Lamar, what do you think about Lamar, even though he hasn't had the postseason success?
I think Lamar Jackson, if he is your quarterback, you are going to the playoffs every single year, essentially. Like, that's my number one prerequisite for putting a guy in the upper echelon, which would be the top 4. Like, I don't, do I care what he does in the postseason? Sure, I care what he does in the postseason. But first and foremost, I do believe that Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and
Justin Allen.
Josh Allen are the 4 quarterbacks that essentially ensure their team will be a playoff team. And I don't think there's any other quarterback in the NFL that ensures his team's going to be a playoff team. And I get it. They may miss a year here or a year there. But to me, that is why, yes, I absolutely, when you're doing the tier system, believe those 4 guys are above and beyond anybody else, regardless of how they've performed in the postseason.
Well, how far is Purdy from getting there? Because he's 2 or 3, and you can make a case. Last year was they had a bunch of injuries.
Well, I would say that. I mean, how long?
See, I would say this year's a big year for me for Brock to go ahead and put that stamp on him. Because if you bounce back and it's 3 or 4, then I'm like, okay, it's trending that way.
I think he's got longer to go. Like, when I think of
well, he's definitely younger than those 4 dudes.
Like, how many playoff appearances? Let me look. I'll look here. 1, 2, 3. So Lamar Jackson's gotten to the postseason 5 times. It's pretty many.
And we don't care what his record is, because you're saying at that point it's a team. It win or lose, it goes to the team.
What do you mean?
Like, he's not 5-0 in his post game. His Lamar Jackson. I could go to the whiteboard and tell you he's played his worst football in those games. But you're saying it doesn't matter as long as you qualify for the playoffs.
Well, you tell me. You tell me. Would you rather have Lamar Jackson or would you rather have Matt Stafford?
I'd rather have Matt Stafford.
Why? Matt Stafford won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I believe he reads defenses better when they take the runaway than Lamar Jackson, even though that's not part of Stafford's game. I think he commands the line of scrimmage and knows what the defense is trying to do more often than not. And I think that's Dak's problem, Lamar Jackson, and some other guys on this list.
So if you, you would have, who would you take, Stafford or Lamar Jackson?
I would take Stafford.
Okay, even though Jackson has
failed in the playoffs.
Okay.
Like, his personal play has fallen off. Stafford's got a ring.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other.
Stafford was 5th.
But
right behind him.
I just don't like to make a list where it's like, all right, who are the greatest quarterbacks? Okay, Brady, because he won 7, and Greasy's 11 because he won 2. It's like I think what these NFL executives are trying to do is grade these quarterbacks in a vacuum. And if Lamar Jackson, is there any team, like if Lamar Jackson, let's say, who's the worst team in the NFL? I guarantee you, first of all, it'll be on the 49ers schedule. But anyway, let's just say Jacksonville, Tennessee, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Like if you put Lamar Jackson on one of the worst teams in the NFL, does he make them a 9-8 team by himself? He might.
Well, his game is, okay, I wouldn't take that from you.
Well, and that's why I think he's absolutely, positively, belongs in that top 4.
He's definitely dynamic. But just, there's something about that playoff D when they are zoned in trying to take his trends away, mainly the run and getting outside. You kind of don't, I feel like he should have been in the bowl already.
You got it. No such thing as should have. No should haves. You got to get there. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I don't know. I think this is interesting. I do. Where's my piece of paper? Okay. You good?
Yeah.
All right. I was just wondering. Sando Watkins is out for a month. I'm just making sure we haven't. I wanted to get that on the other side. Yeah, okay. I'm just getting my bearings.
Yeah, relax.
You want to go to Austin?
Let's do
it.
Go
to Austin and San Jose.
Our man.
Squeeze him in before the break.
Jaden Daniels. He's coming with some of that.
No man's land.
Fellas, thanks. No, I'm not going to. Hey, buddy, listen, I'm not going to go down. That's an obvious one. I will say this, though. They had the worst schedule. The Commanders had one of the worst schedules last year. You guys keep talking about, right? Played a lot of bum teams. They went 12-4. So I think let's see what Brock can do with an easy schedule, and I would say a better roster than Daniels had. I mean, you can't name a receiver outside of McLaren that he had on the team. The defense was terrible. So that's one metric. But as far as rating the quarterbacks, I think it's more than just, as Steiny said, just who went to a Super Bowl won. These GMs know what they're looking for. Looking for a guy that can win a game when everything is going wrong. Can you bring a team back when you're behind? And Brock is not, unfortunately, hasn't been great at that. Although Brock's a very good quarterback, I just don't think he's elite. So there's a lot of factors that go into the rating. Overall talent. I don't think you guys have talked about that much, but I look at what I see, what my eyes tell me, and the talent, it jumps out at you, right? I mean, Matthew Stafford, listen, he's had his share of problems, but the talent on this guy is not even to be discussed. Joe Burrow, I mean, come on, man. Nobody's saying if you're going to put guys side by side for talent, I mean that's an easy one, right? Yeah. So I think we got to stop. We just got to look at what these guys are saying, Guru. You want to pigeonhole Brock into tier 1, and I don't think he's ever going to be tier 1. I think he's probably going to be maybe a lower seed tier 2. But he's never going to be tier 1. So I think we got to stop trying to make things happen, trying to say this guy's a tier 1 when he doesn't need to be a tier 1.
Austin, Austin, I totally get it. My point was,
are you going to yell at him?
This is and I love you, Nick. My point was, if you look at what are we looking at? All we know is they got together and this is what they came out with. I'm just telling you my personal opinion. Winning matters. And some of these guys on this list, Josh Allen has not played in the Super Bowl. I'm not saying it's his fault. Dak hasn't sniffed the Super Bowl. So I just have a problem with them over guys like that's been in the league 3 years and has gone to 2 NFC championship games. That resonates with me. That's all.
Okay.
Cool. Can I try one other thing?
Yes, sir.
Can I try one other thing?
Yeah.
One more thing before I go. As Steiny kind of alluded to, let's switch positions, though. If you put Lamar on the Niners team that lost 2, do you think Lamar gets 1?
They win both. They win both.
You think Jaden Daniels may have gotten 1? How about Burrow? You think Burrow would have gotten at least 1? I mean, come on, there's your answer right there, man. That's all I got.
Okay. No, Steiny, are you all right? I was saying just minutes ago the same thing. Like, maybe Dak is not a bum, or I think he's a bum if he was in Kyle's system. You know what I mean? So I'm using Dibs' line. Where do we draw the line?
We draw the line at common sense. That's what we draw the line at common sense.
So is Justin Herbert a better quarterback than Brock Purdy?
We draw the line at common sense. All right, you ready? Yeah. And you're gonna prove my point.
Don't point at me.
You are going to prove my point.
Right.
And here it is. Okay, who would you rather have, Josh Allen or Brock Purdy?
Josh Allen.
Of course, there it is. It's common sense. Purdy's got a better postseason resume. Allen's a better quarterback.
Now ask me who I'd rather have in the postseason, Lamar or Brock. And I'm being real. Ask me. You don't want to.
Who would you rather
handle
have
the truth?
Who would you rather have in the postseason?
Brock Purdy.
Okay.
But I wanted you to get mad.
Why? I disagree with you.
Because I was just pointing out Lamar's not the same regular season Lamar in the playoffs. And I can go down this list and give you some guys that are not. Dak, one of them.
And I'd say Purdy would have never been able to get some of those Baltimore teams into the postseason. Maybe
I'll give you that for a comeback.
I don't know. And you know what? Here's the problem, Goo. I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised that you don't get tired of this. And that is, you don't even allow for the fact that Lamar Jackson could win a Super Bowl.
After the Andy Reid L that I took.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he's still, I got you.
Right,
I didn't say he would never win.
Yeah.
He's not in the Dak category. A lot of people saying Lamar, they got a problem with me saying Lamar would win or had won one in Kyle's system. Please. I believe he would have.
Ask me what I think.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Well, that's what you always say.
I have no idea. If how would Kyle Shanahan coach Lamar Jackson? I'm not even sure.
Like he did RG3 and they made the playoffs?
Well, this guy's more indestructible than RG3. That's for sure. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What is it, 112? Okay.
And we got some sound from a certain guy. Or not sound, quotes. It was on Twitter fingers.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, On the other side, if you love Steph Curry, whatever you do, don't tune in to the next segment. And it's not me. What's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? riverislands.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. Oh my God.
Couple what?
Simmer.
That was TMI.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, the word of the day is somnambulant. That's the word of the day.
Oh, Evan.
No. Resembling or characteristic of a sleepwalker. Semicolon,
I'm laughing
sluggish.
At him. Oh, man.
And that's, that's what outside lands will do to you.
You're an ass.
The following,
He had the 3-peat. Oh, my goodness.
And, outside lands got Evan, and the heat and humidity in Mississippi got you.
But let me just real quick before we get to it.
I got you this.
You tried to insinuate we couldn't play back-to-backs.
Yeah. And you get so mad that people don't want to go out with you sometimes. Like, I'm going to get healthy. Evan's going to get healthy, and you get mad. You called him Horford. I didn't like that. I got to say this. People can be so nice and then mean. All day long, Guru, you look fresh. Like that shirt. And then from the 510, Guru, the lighting and that color of your shirt's doing you no favor. And that's the one I remember driving home. Shake It Off, Mariah Carey. Hey, how the crossover's been without me?
I think that's Taylor Swift.
It's Mariah Carey, my version of it. Shake it off. You gotta shake it off.
You really don't mind being wrong, do you?
We've been through this 8 times. They both have the same song named Shake It Off. Yeah. You gotta shake it off.
You sound like you're pretty sure of that.
They call her Mimi, Mariah.
So what?
Fitz did the, I didn't listen, the radio call for the Niners. Shout out Guy Haberman.
Go ahead, jump in, Evan.
A lot of touchdown calls.
Evan, could you do football seriously? Like, just like
You're
baseball?
so insulting. You don't even know how insulting that is to him. Who? Oh, my God, Goo.
Yes.
The guy could do curling if he had to.
But listen, speaking of which.
He's moving that broom.
Hey.
Look at that.
We haven't heard him
technique.
do football. That's what I'm saying, partner.
That's because you don't.
Yeah. He's done the others.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
Look at this. Hey, shout out the Valkyries in the offs if it ended today.
Yeah, they're halfway through the year.
What do you mean halfway?
No, they're probably
Dude, it's why it's coming. Yeah. Caitlin Clark, we got to hire a committee to see if they're hitting her too hard. I don't like that. Not good for the league.
Caitlin Clark's not good for the league?
No, when you got to hire some jurisdiction to see if all the fouls were too overzealous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other random thoughts you want to get off right now? This would be the time to do it.
No, I'm done.
How about, do you have any, you want to get into this Durant thing?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to do it.
Why did he do it, though?
He did it because he can. So, listen, if you like Steph Curry, just close your ears. So, somebody went on Twitter and brought up something that I can't believe people still even care about. But it was Durant's 2 MVPs in the final.
All right.
And somebody wrote on Twitter that, that's KD shouldn't have gotten those 2 MVPs. It should have been Steph Curry. And KD tweets back, "Them finals MVPs I won really hurt you. I've scarred a lot of Warriors fans."
Oh, my God, KD.
I don't believe I'm going to say he gets it. He's right.
But why respond?
Because
Curry wouldn't have responded.
You don't know that.
Well,
by the way,
Curry got caught with a burner account. No, he doesn't care. He cares and listens, but he doesn't get in the fray.
Okay. He doesn't get in the fray. The petty king doesn't get in the fray. It's funny. I guess you never heard the sound from Damian Lee last week either. And I was hoping you were here.
Oh, I got that. I know, and I heard that before. At halftime, he checks.
He goes on to Twitter at halftime.
But he doesn't respond.
Okay. You don't know that.
He uses that as fuel.
And I would say he does respond in the third quarter.
Yeah, but I'm talking about to the Twitter person tweeting. Like Durant clapped back.
Evan, do you have the Durant numbers off the top of your head that you gave me before the show? If you take your time. But
I have them.
Okay, listen to the.
All right, let's go.
Okay, yeah, Kevin Durant didn't deserve MVP in the finals. Go ahead.
In 2017, across 5 games, he averaged 35, 8, and 5 on 56, 47, 93 shooting.
Now that seems pretty good.
Jesus.
Same year, Steph averaged 27, 8, and 9 on 44, 39, 90 shooting.
Okay, so Durant had him in every category, virtually.
Oh, Durant also averaged 2 blocks in that series. And then the next year, Durant averaged 29, 11, and 8 across 4 games on 53, 41, 96 with 2.5 blocks a game. And Curry averaged 28, 6, and 7 on 40% shooting.
Not good enough.
42 from 3.
Not good enough.
And I felt like Durant was trying to get Curry that NBA Finals MVP. I don't know if you remember that. And it still didn't work. But listen, your partner didn't say that. I mean, those are people on Twitter saying that to KD, and he clapped back.
I remember.
Phenomenal numbers by both, but damn, KD.
I remember during Durant's second or third season here, might have been third, there were a lot of people that were just saying Kevin Durant's the best player in basketball. Those 2 or 3 years with the Warriors. There are people in this market saying it.
And they also were saying it when he was a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder before the Warriors. I'm just saying.
Right, but he never threw a JV pass when he was playing for the Warriors like he did in Oklahoma City.
Never forget it.
Anyway,
go ahead. It's his prerogative. I just marvel that you can get a guy to respond like that, of that caliber. But that's what social media is, so who am I to judge? He responded and he clapped back.
Yeah. That's what he does. We know that. I think Curry, Durant deserved those 2 MVPs, and Curry deserved at least one. He definitely deserved the Boston one. And
oh my gosh,
he could have been the MVP against Cleveland instead of Iguodala. Just didn't work out.
Yeah, that's who they should have tweeted. Andre, about Curry. You'd had more of a case.
Yeah, Veggie 4 or Veggie 2 on the YouTube chat. It is kind of embarrassing, he says, not me. He says it's kind of embarrassing that we're so salty toward KD, Warrior fans in general. I kind of agree with that.
Nobody's salty.
Oh my God, are you kidding? That's why he has to clap back.
I mean, his career's been hell since he left, and I'll just leave that there.
Well,
and
this is what I hate.
That you got a point.
I won't say that. What I will say say it again.
His career has been hell since he's left the Yay.
According to you.
Well, what metric are you looking at? He had Devin Booker and didn't even make the playoffs last year.
Right. I'm looking at a Kevin Durant, and I believe that when he wins, it's gravy. But what he wants to do most is just ball. And I think he's happy just balling.
Well, he didn't ball.
Oh, yeah, he did.
In the playoffs last year because they didn't make it.
Well,
they got embarrassed by Anthony Edwards the year before in the offs.
Not embarrassed. What do you mean? They lost.
Ant was
That's
calling
too
the
strong.
old man and doing whatever he wanted to do with them.
Didn't they get swept?
Yes.
Yeah. Why is that embarrassing?
Right?
It was the Timberwolves.
You're Kevin Durant. You know who I am. We know who you were.
And
hold on, let me just
you
finish.
live in the past.
And the biggest mark on his resume is the debacle in Jersey, Brooklyn.
That's New York.
Yeah, but anyway, I said it. I thought they were going to win it all. And they blew that thing up, Steiny.
Yeah. I don't know why you're salty.
Why is the Boston looking at us like that?
Oh, he's talking to somebody.
Oh, okay.
But I can't see who. I'm trying to think of the boss. Oh.
What did I miss?
How about that? This is so weird. I forgot to tell you this last week.
All right.
It was so random. I not only didn't know what to make of it, I forgot to even bring it up. And it has nothing to do with anything. It's what they call a non sequitur. I go into the boss's office like last Wednesday or something.
All right.
And we had just done the crossover. And he goes, when are you going to get on your boy? And I was like, who are you talking about? He's like, Guru. I'm like, well, what am I going to get on him about? He goes, he calls Willard Will. That's not a nickname.
Oh, my.
And I was like, well, okay. He's like, it's not a nickname. Why don't you get on him for that?
How
is that?
My boss was my guy, but if that actually happened, was conveyed to you.
What do you how would I ever make something like that up?
I told you Norm's nickname in the Navy was John. And I used to say, growing up, who the hell is John? But it was short for Johnson. So Will is short for Willard, so I call him Will.
And apparently...
And it stuck.
With whom? With you. That's it.
But you've never had a problem with it. Dibs either.
I've never heard that.
I cannot wait to see Will, and I'm going right in the boss's office after the show.
And do what?
Let him know you got to have some swagger. Will is short for Willard, like Johnson. John short for...
You know what?
So now he's
not clever
convinced
enough.
you don't
He's
like
right.
it. He's right. You are just his lapdog. I knew it. So now he said it to you, and now you feel it.
Essentially, yeah.
You are just...
No, I told him.
Good God.
No, I gave him the old Mike Francesca. What are you talking about?
Right.
He goes, Will, I don't think that's a great nickname. I don't know what that is. I'm like, do I really have to tell my boss that it's probably short for Willard? Like, I don't know if he got it or not.
Well, he will after the show. It's like me calling Evan Giddy. What's up, Gid?
Yeah, that's...
You've never called me that before.
And there's a reason why, because it don't have a ring to it, but Will. And Will responds. That's all that matters. That is kind of whack.
I think he's going to come in today. Who do you think he's going to want to pick a fight with?
Well, what have I missed
today?
doing the crossovers?
You've missed.
I wish I could watch all 4 of them.
Well, go ahead. Go back and listen.
Thursday, Friday, and Monday. And I just want to say this.
I think he's been a little bit antagonistic lately.
It's the Giants.
I think that's what it is.
Who the hell is John? And I'm going to say this because I got to just for me. You ready?
Yeah.
You and Evan?
Sure.
A funeral is not a vacation. So.
You going to try to take more time off?
Oh, wow. Wow. No, Evan, seriously.
Look at Grandy popping it.
No, I want to give Grandy. Grandy checked on me while I was gone. Said I was missed. Grandy.
Yeah, we told him to send it.
No, please.
Don't lie, Steiny.
Yeah, no doubt.
That is fussle.
I agree with that. A funeral is not vacation. Just leave it out there.
All right.
Get 3 days bereavement. No, seriously, people think I'm going to Acapulco or wherever.
Wow,
My aunt died. I had to put her in the ground.
This place was actually warmer than Acapulco.
That's right. You guys,
I've actually been to Acapulco.
How was it?
It was the worst vacation I've ever taken in my life.
Okay, why? Shuffleboard?
He deserved it.
It's like, what do you mean shuffleboard?
I felt like you were on a cruise playing shuffleboard in Acapulco, but go ahead. What didn't you like?
I just picked the wrong spot. First of all, nobody goes to Acapulco. That's like what you used to win a trip to on Let's Make a Deal in 1973.
It used to be popping.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I was coming off a divorce, and I was like, you know what?
Okay, I'm
going to take a vacation by myself.
Oh, no.
Now we know.
What?
You could have went to the best place on earth. Your mind wasn't right.
I don't know why I went to Acapulco.
Casablanca couldn't have helped you.
Dude, that's all.
I don't know why I went to Acapulco.
And it was the
I know
worst.
this.
I've never heard
it was the worst vacation I've ever taken. It's an unforgiving land. Every single day was the same. I'd wake up at 10. I'd walk along the beach till like 11.
Okay.
I'd be like, now what do I do?
Get a Bloody Mary, keep it moving.
Yes.
Okay.
And then next thing you know, you get a couple, and now it's 4 o'clock, and you're exhausted. And you take a nap till 6, and then you wake up groggy.
What's on your itinerary?
And then you go get a meal, and you're exhausted, and it's 8:30. And then you go to bed.
Jail.
Then you go to
bed. Oh, my God, Evan.
Here's the funny part. So I go for a week, and every day's the same. I'm in bed every night by 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Problem.
Good Lord.
I get back onto the plane. I meet this couple that I had actually flown out with and had they were taking their honeymoon. And they're like, man, wasn't Acapulco unbelievable? I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, wow, the nightlife. Holy cow. People really getting out. Did you have a good time? I'm like, no. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, what time were these places crowded? They're like, they open about 11 or 12 midnight. I'm like, no,
there's not one part of you that thought while you were counting sheep that you were shutting it down early?
I thought I was just in the wrong spot.
Yeah, the bed. Get up.
I made a mistake.
You need to go
imbecile.
back. You need to fix that.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Acapulco's where they have the cliff.
But you were, well, I guess you were in a good headspace, but kind of bad.
It was.
Might have been a little hurt.
No. Acapulco, not Acapulco. Probably talking to me.
We know who they're talking to, and I'm going to call the EEOC.
What is that again? Equal.
You've never been fired, did you? You don't know what it is.
Oh, I've been fired. Oh, I've been fired.
Who could have gotten 5 days under California law? No, it's not funny.
Don't tell him that.
No. See, that hurts.
He'll
be here Thursday.
You know what?
You're leaving
Friday.
And then?
What do you mean?
The next week.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, it did look how you like to
I'll
play.
tell you what.
Acapulco?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
No, I'm going in the opposite direction.
You essentially treated your trip like a bachelor party at a morgue.
Yeah. It was, I'm telling you, it was
Why
worse.
are you in bed so early and didn't have the thought of, maybe I need to go out and see if they're dancing?
It was,
well,
I was wrong. Put it that way about Acapulco. Hey, are you worried about Pearsall's ability to get off press coverage?
Now, where did that originate from?
Chasky.
He was at the practice?
Yep.
I'll tell you what, I haven't seen it until we see it. And when will that be? Week 1? I'll have an opinion.
Well, maybe against the number 1 cover corner in the NFL,
Yeah,
he's got trouble getting
Allegedly.
off of press man.
Yeah, he's a
See,
bad
I think
boy.
he's a little overrated, Surtain.
What about Bo Nix?
Oh, I think he's great.
He's growing on me.
Oh, dude, he is incredible.
Where's Grandy at? Oh, but look at Grandy.
Let me guess, he went to Oregon?
Look at my man. Bo Nix.
Their quarterback just got arrested, I think, this morning. Dylan Gabriel.
Oh.
Yeah, trouble in Cleveland.
Well, I'll tell you what to look out for soon.
Shador.
Is my guy Retzlaff's going to get arrested in New Orleans at Tulane. I guarantee that.
That's the new quarterback?
Yeah. At Tulane.
Yeah. No NIL there, I don't believe. No, for him.
Yeah, you clearly don't follow college football.
I do.
Oh, really? Well, then you would have known that Retzlaff was a great quarterback last year for BYU, but you didn't because you don't.
No, I was talking about NIL. I knew it was at Jim McMahon.
That
Steve
was 30
Young.
years ago.
Right.
Any Retzlaff here? I'll just educate you.
What conference is BYU in, Steiny?
Big Sky, Mountain West.
Wow.
It's the Big Sky Mountain West
And
no clue.
WCC.
Is Wyoming in their conference or not? I know the answer.
They're in the Big 12.
Yep.
Oh, well, all that's
nailed it.
Evan, I take it back. I forgot
I said Big 12.
Yeah, but it
You said the
originally.
Big Sky in the Mountain West.
I think I crammed Big 12 in there. Anyway, Retzlaff got thrown out of BYU, Goo. He got kicked off campus. He was made to
What happened?
de-enroll.
He was in Acapulco.
No, he wasn't.
Dude, that is
No, he wasn't. You know why he got thrown out of school?
drugs.
No. Premarital sex.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. So now he's at Tulane.
How did they find out?
He acknowledged it because somebody dropped dime on him.
I'd have to have a little talk with him. You never concede, Nick.
Well, I mean,
Not exactly something
when
you're...
the woman gets pregnant, you really can't say you didn't do it.
Well, yeah.
Actually, I don't know if she got pregnant.
Call Maury.
I don't like that, I don't believe.
You don't like what?
Getting thrown out of school for something natural.
At BYU?
I'm just saying it's something natural.
Not careful.
You sign a contract.
Thank you. Now I know they don't mean
And
anything
what's
to
in?
you.
What does it say?
No premarital sex
Exactly.
while you're
No-
on campus.
no
Probably
slinky
says no
dee,
alcohol.
Okay.
There's definitely no alcohol.
Hey, okay,
Probably
I
no
got my
coffee.
answer.
No coffee. Right? No caffeine. I'm pretty sure.
I got to believe he's not the only athlete that got thrown out then.
He's not.
I wouldn't have made it.
DeBonso, watch out.
Yeah, he
Hey,
better
your
be-
boy wouldn't have made it, Steiny. Yeah.
Boy, who's my boy?
Me. And you got a nickname for me, but you got a problem with me calling Willard Will, and you call me Goo.
That has nothing to do with anything. I'll take some texts here on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
That.
What?
How strict? Like, let them live.
BYU.
It's a
Boy,
it's a
four.
religion. It's a religious school. I guarantee you, at Catholic universities, you probably have to.
St.
Probably have to
Mary's
be a
is
little
similar.
careful. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's similar.
But then the Mormons, if you look at their,
Careful.
yeah, you can have multiple. So go figure. You can't do it now, but then when you can have surplus.
One more time.
Nothing.
You're right. 650. You got it right on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Retzlaff was originally accused of sexual assault.
Oh, that's
But
not
then
good.
it was ruled consensual, and they said, congratulations, now you're kicked out of school. You don't have to go to jail, but you can't stay here.
Yeah.
So.
Tulane it is.
Yeah, that took a turn.
For the better at Tulane. Go Green Wave.
At what cost?
Hey, I got a question about college. Do you only go to Parents' Weekend when the kids are a freshman? When the kids are freshmen?
Wow.
You can go whenever you want.
No doubt.
Well, I said to my daughter, I said, hey, when's Parents' Weekend this year? And she goes, well, I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, well, let me see if other kids. Usually
Let me tell you what she means. She don't want you to go.
Usually that's just freshman year, Dad. No, it's Parents' Weekend is come 4 times, once every year. Well, Dad, it's usually for the freshmen.
Let her breathe, Steiny. She don't want you to come.
But I want to see my guy.
Yeah.
Jeff Foster, the former NBA player. Remember him? He was a Warrior, but he never played for the Warriors.
So he wasn't a Warrior?
Briefly. I think his draft rights were the Warriors.
You going to tell people you hated that I threw a celebration that they're still box office, the Warriors, playing on opening night against the Lakers, and you did that right there. Just admit when you're wrong.
About what?
They're not done. They're still...
Whatever you say, Goo.
I can't wait for the Christmas schedule.
Oh, yeah, I'm on pins and needles.
Let's make a bet. They're on it.
They're playing Dallas.
He's trying to make a bet with me that he's already won because he knows.
Are they playing Dallas E?
Yeah, Cooper Flagg and Klay Thompson.
Here or in Dallas?
I'm sure it's here.
I think
it's here.
All right.
It's the nightcap.
They don't want the chef to travel on Christmas. Steiny, man, there you go, baby.
I don't know what you mean.
They're still it. They got some.
Oh, yeah, they're it.
Kaminga, I heard,
he's back. Oh, hey.
No, closer to maybe, according to who you talk to, taking that 7.9.
Well, who are you close to talking to, and what do you think?
It's on our bottom of our screen on the YouTube chat earlier. We need Thundercats. He'll be back. That's okay. He'll be back. Kaminga. Dude, I want him.
Why?
Because he can ball. And we're older. Coach him up, Stevie. Now, I got to say, Steve.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
That's it. That's it, Steiny. Watch
that was
out,
about
baby.
pods.
Was he at the Val game yesterday? Yeah,
he coached.
Wow.
He was coaching. All right. A reminder. Are we that time? Yeah, we're at that time. And we got the crossover coming up next. Hopefully,
Willard's been hot.
He is.
Yeah, we'll see.
Insufferable. All right.
I'm scared of Willard.
I am. A reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That segment also brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Bay Area, there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Which means we welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Hey, guys.
I'm excited for this one.
Why?
Woo! Yeah.
Just 'cause?
You said he'd been in a bad mood, Steiny.
He has been.
That's not true.
Man.
It's only Tuesday. How can you pick
last week,
back to
last week.
What did I miss? Oh, my God, I was in a great mood last week.
Yeah.
I'm not in a good... First of all, you weren't even here on Thursday. How can you tell what mood I'm in? You were in Sunnyvale. Laughing Monk. You got mad at me.
We did
on
the
your way
crossover.
home. Yeah, we did.
You did.
Can't tell my
You did
mood
the
when you're not
crossover.
even in the...
Yeah.
What, you looked on YouTube and you're
not
like,
doing this.
He's in a bad mood.
No.
And I'm not as
You
happy.
didn't pay off a tease.
And no offense to Evan. But I'm a little more happy when Goo is just around me. He's a happy... He makes me happy.
All right. You two have at it.
Yeah. No, Willard, do you have a problem with me calling you Will? None. Steiny apparently went in the boss's office, and the boss checked him. When are you going to talk to your partner? He goes, about what? Calling Willard Will. My dad, last name Johnson, shocker. In the Navy, they called him John. As a young kid, I'm like, who the hell is John? His name's Norm. John, short for Johnson. I do the same with you. Who the hell is
Will
John?
for Willard. I've been called Will my entire life.
Oh, my God.
My closest friends call me Will to this day. I went golfing with 2 of them on Sunday. That's what they call me.
What do you got to say for that, Steiny?
That's what they call me.
I'm not the one who had a problem with it.
But you kind of agreed with them.
I don't care.
Wow.
I don't care. My first thing would be, hey, boss, don't you have other things to worry about?
I did miss you guys.
We got issues at this station coming out of the ears, and he's worried about a nickname. We got to fix some stuff around here.
Right, thanks for checking on me, Dibs.
You got it. Crossover. It does look like an F1 pit stop.
Dude, what?
In here.
I tried to stay quiet.
Like,
it was a
go. Like
I thought I saw C-3PO at one point.
It's amazing.
Well, the big difference is the F1 pit stop is about 5.3 seconds. This was 5.3 minutes.
It's actually been 5.3 months. But that's a different story.
Well, if you really want to extrapolate, it's probably closer to 5.3 years.
That's true,
because even at the old studio, when we went to the TriCaster, when we had those mounted cameras in the old building, and we really started to debut video, so probably 5.3 years. But yeah, there you have it.
Okay.
Little look behind the curtain. 14 plus years here at 95.7 The Game.
Wow, look at him.
Yeah.
We had a caller, Nick, call in, just to give you a little tidbit, catch you up.
Oh,
we were talking Giants, and I'm really disappointed.
How can you not be?
And the guy called in saying they're not good enough, and I believe they're underperforming across the board, and that's all. And I just shared I had the National Series, they look lifeless.
Yeah, I don't like, that's always an interesting sort of comeback when people are like, well, you should have expected them to be awful. And it's like, even if you did look at it that way, I think you're still completely in the right to be disappointed.
That's all.
I don't. No one was like calling for the World Series.
You're not going to get a new roster next year.
Yeah, like that's the question. You know what answer I'm done with? And it's from the Giants.
Oh, the playoffs.
No, constantly. Hey, what's wrong? We don't know.
And that,
boy, if we knew, we'd fix it. Talent's all here. We're doing everything right, and I'm done with that answer.
I
am done with that answer, and I hear it on the microphones and off. Everyone in the organization, it's like, we don't know. Well, guess what?
Are we going to know next year?
It's your job to know.
And that's it.
Got figured out. Because this sucks.
The simple answer is, I think that they're not good enough. And they were set at the start of the year with an over-under of 81.5, and you added and you also subtracted, and here you are, a game below 500, and you kind of are what Vegas thought you were going to be. And if you look at their team and some of the guys that you're rolling out there, whether it's, I like to look at pitches, Bailey or Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss every now and again, Gilby, who finally got a knock and he's bummed about it. Overall, across the board, you're a mediocre team.
Okay, don't you think though, like when we bring up the bottom of the order, and everybody's got a bottom of the order, not the Dodgers, but everybody else has got a bottom of the order.
Right.
So I guess I'd say it this way. Even if I buy what you're saying, that it's like, okay, quote, they're not good enough. You would not expect some of the names in this lineup to continue to put out games where you get 4 hits and people are sitting on their hands the entire night. And we've circled back to that damn buzzword that we've been playing with for 4 years. Boring. So that's like, no, from that perspective, I kind of reject your answer. They're not this bad on paper, but they are. So I can't
in
look
person.
But
and
like
in paper, they are this bad.
But look at Devers. Devers is now hitting like Devers.
Okay.
Willie Adames is hitting like Adames.
Yeah.
So like you do have
That's
some
2
dudes.
out of 9.
Well, right, but a lot of the guys like keep going. It's not like Jung Hoo Lee's disappointing, but he's not hitting 180. Like how on earth are you so lifeless? Forget your record.
Yeah.
Okay, your record says you're not that good. But how are you so lifeless, non-competitive on a nightly basis? Even your at-bats, non-competitive. I don't get it. And apparently they don't either. The problem is I'm not paid to get it, and they are.
I mean, you're not talking about last night's game.
I'm talking about all of
the last two games in particular.
I'm talking about a thread through many of the games in the second half of this year.
I mean, I would put Sunday's game against Washington in a different category.
That's
like,
fair.
I will say this, like, Darvish hasn't pitched much this year.
And he's been terrible.
No.
And he looked pretty
so
good.
would Gore Sunday. He's been struggling.
You know how many dudes have mowed the Giants down when they're not mowing anybody else down this year?
Mow.
Yeah. Answer's a lot.
Yeah. That's how the Pirates come in and sweep you.
Right. Right.
I love that you guys are entertaining the life. Like, some stuff you can't control, but you are right. And I told Steiny, that answer of, we don't know, that's a problem.
Can I give you another one? We've tried everything. Oh, God. We've had meetings. We've not had meetings. We've had more BP. We've had less BP. You've tried. All right, then let's just give up.
And I keep hearing about, next year. If we can't solve what's the problem, how do we know next year? You could put Babe Ruth in the lineup.
They're all signed to be back next year, so why wouldn't they be lifeless again?
Where are you with Melvin?
Getting worse.
Now, and I appreciate you admitting you didn't say run them. I'm there.
Getting worse.
But you said it's not getting better.
No, there's two ways to answer that. It's like, where do you think Buster is? And I think Buster is probably frustrated, impatient, and now has had a year of assessing things and probably does, at least in spots, want to put in some new people. I don't know if it's all the way up at the top. But then again, like we're going from smaller sample to larger sample. And if you have tried everything, and you flat out don't know what's going on, well, then I mean, that's kind of your job. Like, we can spotlight the decision here or there with a pitching change that you did or you didn't like, but I'm more of it's one of the reasons that I don't get so bothered by a Kyle Shanahan when he has a bad play call. He has set up a system with the Niners that the players really respond to. I believe they'd run through a wall for him. It does not appear that Bob Melvin has done that. That's his job.
I don't know if any of you guys have ever been the boss here in the room. Have you ever been the boss? Because I've never been the boss, but I've been a coach of many teams when you have to do the toughest thing all season, which at the high school levels make cuts. You have tryouts and you got to make cuts, and sometimes you have to cut people that you don't really like, or sometimes you have to cut people that you love, but they're just not good enough, and it's really hard to do. And that's what I'm thinking about with Buster Posey, because if this continues to go this way, Pat Burrell and the offense have been bad, so it's one of his former teammates and ostensibly a friend. That's a hard choice. And John Barr, who is a special advisor to the president of baseball ops, the guy who actually found Buster when he was a college player, he's on the staff. That may be a conversation. Kyle Haynes, friend of the program, who is the VP of player personnel?
Player development head, yeah.
You look at that whole department, many of whom are holdovers from the previous regime. You're going to have to maybe make some wholesale changes, because that, for me, is as big a problem as Melvin and Burrow
and I
and the coaching
appreciate
staff.
the instruction. Let me just throw this to you and Willard, because I did to Steiny. Tell me what I personally did wrong from that Sunday when the trade was announced. That Monday, we had former GM Bodnan. He was talking possible World Series for the Giants. Forget what he said. I was ecstatic. What did I or we do wrong from that day forecasting, oh my gosh, maybe the division is not a pipe dream, to where we're at now? What did I omit?
Nothing.
No.
I don't think you or the fans did anything wrong. I think that was completely fair.
79 and 80 was not on the table.
No. Oh, God, no. And actually, from that moment, they've been well worse than that. I think the fourth worst team in the majors.
Well, they're not. That's too many games. But
yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, they might wind up at 79 and 80 after 159. They probably will.
What did I miss?
How can you not be excited when they had the best bullpen in the league? They had 2 starting pitchers on the All-Star team. You're not asking for a murderer's row, but
3
you're like,
pitchers in the All-Star game.
Yeah, but you injected like an elite hitter into a group that was, at that time, it was like so-so, like just not a great offensive team, but they didn't need to be a great offensive team. They didn't need to be. And then what happened after that falls into a bucket of poor on-field decision-making, poor defense, players out of position, And again, back to that, we're just lifelessness. Losing the exact kind of game that you would repeatedly win. That 2-2 game going into the 8th or the 9th at Oracle Park.
You used to just
they got 80% of those. And this year they're getting
500 at home, Steiny.
Well, that makes sense because pitching and defense tends to win at that park, and defensively they haven't been great this year. And right now, I'm starting to look at the pitching, and man, I'm looking back thinking, guys really must have been pitching well the first 75 or 80 games, because if you look at the staff right now, without Roop, they need 3 pitchers. Right now, they need 3 pitchers.
Roop was great, and then
he was terrific.
Yeah, and Verlander had been the previous 3 starts. He'd been better, and then another bad outing, and your Birdsong Wisenhunt spot has not been terrific.
He was all right at the beginning, though.
Yeah.
And then
he couldn't throw strikes.
And then he went Ebby Calhoun LaLoosh on everybody.
Yeah, and I think Wisenhunt, he needs to get into an offseason and figure out what else he can add and how else he can pitch, because right now the book is, this guy's got a great change, so just chill and wait for the change. And when he's throwing it, that thing's getting devoured. And, the bullpen spot isn't really working. More Kaiwei Tang coming, right? Tomorrow, is he going to get the start again?
I don't know.
He pitched great last time, but they're just not good enough across the board unless all of your secondary and your tertiary pieces, unless they play really well, like Adames, getting hot, been hot. Devers, getting hot. Chapman's been mostly steady, but that's a third of your lineup. And you look at last night, and the word you guys are talking about, lifeless, that for me is the biggest indictment on Bob Melvin.
No, it's strong, man.
You're in a spot where the Padres, you can still do something this year if you handle the Padres, and you went out and you basically, you kind of lay down.
And I think the Mets going into this tailspin that we didn't foresee losing, and you still can't take advantage of that, I think that makes it worse.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Go ahead, Will.
They're still 4.5 out. It's amazing.
He was waiting for me to say the math is there. The play's not, though.
Well, no. So it was funny because a lot of people, because you weren't here yesterday, I kind of did a look. This looks awful. This looks done. I'm as lifeless as the rest of you are. But the 7 games out of the next 10 are against San Diego. I'll sit here and wait for you to not do it, and then we'll officially have your funeral. And so what I said was, over these next 10 games, you have to win at least 7 of them, and at least 5 of those 7 wins need to be against the Padres. And they're still allowed to do that. So they're not going to. But until they don't, I'll still sit. I'll be back in front of the TV.
4.5 is nothing.
6:45 tonight. Because at any point, that winning streak can happen in sports. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about not dismissing the surprise in sports. That's what I'm doing here. That's what I love about sports.
And I'm no clinical doctor, but even from afar in the SIP, I'm watching that game on YouTube TV, and it looks like they're mentally exhausted. The hitters, when a runner's in scoring position, it's like, this is when you should be let's go. It just looks like they're not a fear to fail. There's just some across the board, they're not getting it done with the bat. That's how they're losing these games. Steiny keeps talking about the pitching. Okay, it's taking a step back, but they're not losing 20-1 every night. It's still the same theme.
Let me throw this at you. If we're going to jump ahead to next year, all right, I'm looking at this team, and Devers, Adames, and Chapman let's just call them the big 3.
You want to put Ramos in and make it 4?
And Jung-Hoo Lee's going to be here, so.
I kind of didn't want to put Ramos in just because of his age.
Okay.
So, those 3 guys have not quite produced like you hoped. But they're on your team, and they're probably going to be on your team for a while. So I think they can be better next year. Those 3 guys as a collective. But now I look at this team going into next year, and I know we're talking about the hitting this year.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about the pitching next year than the hitting next year, believe it or not. Because we lost 2 of our relievers, and I say we because I'm a Giants fan.
Huge.
And
I'm a Giants fan.
And we've got to figure out Wisenhunt, Roop, Birdsong, and one more guy, maybe
Kaiwei
maybe
Tang
not.
for sure. Mark's favorite.
But, you know what I mean? Like, they still, ideally, they can get a free agent pitcher and then have at least another guy emerge.
I mean, if you look at it and go, okay, in theory, I know you're assuming health, but Logan Webb is a starter next year. Robbie Ray is a starter next year. Landon Roop is a starter next year. Does Birdsong figure something out? I don't know about the young guys, but you can go get another free agent or two to be rotation guys. And as far as the bullpen, Rodriguez is going to be your closer now. You're allowed to go sign Tyler Rogers back if you want to. He's a free agent. So I think that there are ways to address that without doing major long-term contracts. Plus, pitchers overperform at Oracle Park because it's a great pitcher's park. So I still think that the pitching staff can be fine, but what they need to do is have more competitive at-bats and more smarts on the field. They need to be a smarter baseball team also on the field.
Gary St. Jean used to talk about internal development, and he used to always get kind of laughed at. So Bailey, Schmidt, I'll put Jung-Hoo Lee in there, Matos, Ramos. Like, are they good enough? Will they be good enough to be supporting players on a really good team?
Can they get better in the areas you're talking about? And as you know, guys, all roads lead to Kuminga, and that's been a frustration for the Warriors, is in 4 years, they don't feel like he's developed those intangibles that they would like him to have developed by now. So with Elliot Ramos, he can hit. He can flat out hit. He's an all-star.
Yep.
Can he get better in the field? Can he have somebody hitting him fly balls all winter?
With the right instruction, I think
learn
he
how
can.
to get angles. And, the arm's not bad, but he's just kind of an adventure out there. And, is that a fair thing to say?
It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
No,
you
it's
like
totally
the
fair.
old,
I love
choose
the
your
word.
old adventure books,
well, I do not choose this adventure.
Fly ball to left. If he cuts it off, turn to page 71. If he retreats, go to page 77. I think he retreats. Oh, it gets by him.
Yeah.
So you're right, Steiny. I do think that it is an attractive free agent destination for pitchers. Maybe Bryce Eldridge will be ready and he can provide some thump. The things that you pointed out, though, I'm looking at Melvin and Pat Burrell as, guys, this is where you need to, if you're Bob Melvin and you've been doing this for 24 seasons, you cannot have your team go into flaccid mode in what should be a pennant race.
There always has to be a message, right? So go back to your original thing. Like, have you ever been the boss?
Right.
And I think all of us in the room on one level or another would like to think that we have been some sort of a boss, at least in our homes.
Boy, that's where I was going.
Right. And by the way, I've told you this before. If that were the case, I'd have been fired like a bunch of times because that's really hard. And the deal is, I can't even believe we're having this conversation because it's going on literally on my phone with my wife right now. Like,
early trouble?
Well, no, not with her. Not with her. No, but with the
He's liking it early, Steiny.
With the employees.
Gotcha.
There's trouble with the employees.
Gotcha. You got 5 employees now.
We got a lot of employees. Her employees are doing fine. Mine not so much. So if your message is not getting across, you can get mad at the employees. But at a certain point, you better change your message or the way that it's landing and at least try something different. And I'm really bad at that. Like I'm whiz and hunt. I have a pitch and I throw it. And sometimes it's not a good day for that pitch. And so we struggle with that messaging sometime. And I literally had someone in the organization, and this was weeks ago.
Your organization?
The Giants.
Okay.
Not my organization. The Giants say whatever the message is, and I don't even know if anybody knows what Bob Melvin's message is, but whatever it is, it's not getting home.
That's right.
And that's how they look and perform to me.
Unfortunately, in life, that comes down on him.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're saying this because we are having the same conversation with our not quite all the way potty trained, soon to be 3-year-old, and the messaging from the leader of our organization, P.S. not me, it's not landing. And so I'm trying to get us to redirect the messaging in a different way. So perhaps, she'll rock the deuce in the appropriate spot. I just wonder.
2 words, my guy. 2 words for you.
Sorry, Grandy.
Corporal punishment.
Well, that actually isn't working.
Really?
Not that we've tried it, like drop and give me 20.
I don't think that would work on a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
I got it. Did you all get it?
Oh,
Did you get some corporal punishment when you were a kid?
My parents should be buried under the jail.
I apologize. I touched the nerve. I could see that.
No,
we all have childhood trauma. It's okay.
I did early.
Were you liking it early?
No.
Okay.
No.
Mine came from my siblings, not my parents.
I never got the belt or anything like that.
No, I didn't get the belt, but I got a few.
I got the belt and switch and extension cord.
See, that's...
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
My dad,
I don't like hearing
rest
that.
in peace, 10 years ago today.
I'm sorry.
We lost Dwayne 10 years ago today.
Rest in peace.
And, yep, Dwayne, August 12th of 2015. Hard to believe it's been 10. He had a ping pong paddle in the top drawer of his dresser, and I was like, don't make me get the paddle.
Yeah.
And, it was a blue ping pong paddle with the old bumpy surface. And then I went in his drawer a few months later, and there was a red one in there. And a few months later, there was a green one. And so I say, Dad, what happened to the blue one? Ask your brother.
Ooh.
The blue one done got broken.
Dude, he knocked the paint right off of it.
He may have, yeah.
Ooh.
But with those 3 monsters, there weren't enough table tennis paddles in the country for those
I take
three.
It was one of those with the little nodes on it.
That's what I'm saying.
Not one of the really fancy ones with all the padding.
Or the real original sandpaper ones.
Oh.
This was the ones with the nodules. You're exactly right.
The nodules.
Get them at Big Five for $1 a piece.
Oh, man. My sister would get it, and I'd laugh when corporal punishment would come her way. And then for me, she'd be grinning. It's just like, ow.
It's so funny because when my siblings would get it, I'd be grinning, and they'd look at me like, oh, Mom and Dad aren't always home. You realize that,
so
dummy.
yeah, you got problems.
So they'd leave, and it was a 3-on-1 fast break.
Too early to worry about injuries with the Niners, or we got half
for
time.
you.
Well, I mean,
no, you can go ahead.
No, I'm talking about
you can go ahead and worry.
No, I'm asking. I don't know.
When do we not worry about injuries in football?
Well, coming off from last year, wow.
But didn't you worry about it? It didn't. Just because it didn't happen. There's never been a football game where I don't go in as a fan going, please don't.
No, that's
don't
the
get
game,
hurt.
but this is early.
Well, better now than then.
Well, we said that with the calf and McCaffrey last year when I was like, oh, Steiny.
By the way,
look what happened.
Hey, does Matt Stafford's August 2025 sound a lot like Christian McCaffrey's August 2024?
I keep Steiny was like, tell him
My
what you told me.
sources say he's fine.
Yeah,
dude, I don't.
Why? Why?
I don't know why, but they say he's fine.
No,
Dude,
but why
this
would
is bad.
Why would anybody even know that?
Oh,
why would?
Because it's a source.
Yeah, but
look at Grandy.
if it's not Matt
you
himself,
heard it here first.
Okay. Fine.
I got people.
But that's
he was
cryptic,
supposed
dude.
to practice,
No
and
doubt.
then he didn't.
No
Yeah,
doubt.
we're not that concerned.
Can't take a snap. Like, no, I'm serious. Like, he's everything. If that's,
I don't.
I'm going to go get more info on
He
this.
is currently in what they call an immortal chamber. It's a $160,000 chamber. So if you have to be in a high-priced chamber in August, that means you're back. It's more than just
Mom's
a
had to
massage.
get the epidural shots in the back just to keep
man.
going.
I'd
He got
argue
one of those.
There were sources last August that were like, "Don't worry, McCaffrey's fine."
Well, my
It's
sources
gonna
in
be
LA.
okay.
And there you go.
My sources
but we
that
had
really
sources
tapped
in
into
San
the Rams.
Francisco who
right.
thought that McCaffrey was "quote unquote" fine last August.
I didn't pay attention to that.
Well, that's a you problem. I did.
We were out
And
there
were
that Monday night,
Oh,
and
boy.
it came
There
out.
we go.
And then
And then look what it blew
we
it to.
never saw him.
Man.
I mean, what did he play? Sort of, kind of, 2.5
What about
games
the
or
baldy
something?
sound about it, where McCaffrey's at? The just the pounding.
Well,
that was scary. Hopefully he's wrong. And he wasn't trying to be right, but
he didn't
man.
take a pounding last year. I'm more worried about Barkley than McCaffrey this year because McCaffrey got rest, and Barkley.
That'll be, you know what?
The data on who led the league in touches the year before, the data sucks unless your name's Derrick Henry and he's largest man that's ever walked the face of the planet.
No, that is something worth keeping an eye on. Absolutely. I'm being serious.
Yeah. And I know you're tapped in with the Eagles.
They're fans. Front office, I'm not strong there.
Sirianni hasn't invited you for dinner yet after the way you talk about him?
No.
Okay.
No.
I owe him an apology.
Who, Sirianni?
All right.
I thought it was.
Why don't we leave the show with that tomorrow?
Okay, there we go.
We
baby.
can do that.
Just say you want to go.
I want to go.
Will was fine today. Yeah.
I'm not in a bad mood at all. I was earlier, but it had nothing to do with you.
You missed a bad mood.
Did I miss it?
I don't need.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. That was a bad mood.
The eruption will not be televised.
All right. I can't wait to hear all about it.
You won't.
You won't.
Where was Wiggins? This goes in the same place as that. You'll never hear about it.
Yeah. Where won't you hear about Willard's bad day?
95-7.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm an idiot.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, brother?
What's going on? No, just another...
Worst day of the week.
It is.
I got Tuesday as a 7th seed.
It is.
I mean, the Warriors were a 7th seed.
Somebody argue with me with regard to Tuesday. Does anybody like Tuesday? Like, I'm yay. Every day's a good day.
Yep.
We're here. I'm thrilled to be here talking with you.
Happy to be doing it with you.
But I'm looking forward to tomorrow and Thursday and Friday more.
And you think about an October Tuesday, I guess that's the start of Maction, where Ball State will take on one of those directional Illinois or a directional Michigan, and that's at least something. But yeah, Tuesday you can go ahead and hashtag be better. Be better Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean even Wednesday now moonlights with NFL games, at least when it's on Christmas. Friday's going to have a bunch of NFL games. Saturday's got college football. We know about Sunday, Monday, Thursday, Tuesday. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, what are you offering us?
What do you bring to the table
Seriously,
Tuesday?
like, do something.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know what it is, but something. Do something.
You're kind of like a swing tackle on an NFL team. Like, if we really need you, we'll go to you, but we don't want to.
Yeah.
You're Tuesday.
Exactly. All right, 888-957-9570. This one's for you, y'all. Okay? Like, we'd really love to hear from you on this because we figured maybe this would be a way to totally broaden the conversation. Everything from, we had Mike Sando on yesterday with the quarterback tiers, and actually we want to play a little bit with wide receiver tiers later today because Diamador Lenore will tell you he's ready to take on all comers and be the best corner in the league and all that. So let's take a little bit of a look at the wide receivers that he's going to be following around. But what about this? Used to do this back in college, and if you've been part of a group or anything like that meets on a weekly or monthly basis, sometimes they do this. Have you ever done roses and thorns before?
Oh, yeah.
You've done this?
Yeah.
Okay. You go around the room, and everybody has to give you a rose and a thorn. And I love this because you know my way of, sometimes overly positive thinking, but so it forces me to come up with a thorn, but then the whole room doesn't just become thorns. Let's also have a rose. Like maybe Tuesday is your thorn, but boy, I'd give a rose because Thursday's only 48 hours
Thursday
away.
is your rose.
Yeah, boy. You know what I mean? So this is a way to open up the 49er conversation in any damn direction you all want to go. So we will take your calls right now, 888-957-9570. You can text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Our YouTube chat is firing away, coming out of the crossover and all of its activity. So fire away, 888-957-9570. What rose do you have for the Niners, and what thorn do you have? And we can help you understand what we mean by that by maybe giving you ours. So it can be anything.
Yeah.
What is it that you feel really good about with the Niners, and what's one thing that you don't feel really good about? Roses and thorns. I have my rose for Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh's presence, Robert Saleh's return, him working with new young players, him sort of coming up with a scheme that's going to fool all of the tier 3 quarterbacks that they're going to be playing this year. I feel good about that. I think there will be bumps and bruises and a learning curve and all of that with some of the players, but that's where my rose goes. I feel very good about Robert Saleh in charge on the defensive side of the ball this year.
It's great, especially when you have a super young defense like it looks like they're going to have. And I know he spoke today about a couple of the rookies and how they might slot in. We'll get to that sound later in the show, and it'll probably be later in the season. But he's the perfect guy, in my opinion, to lead a younger defense. My rose is a little bit of a different one, and the 49ers had very little to do with it other than sucking last year. And my rose is their schedule, because even as you go through with a young defense and offensive question marks or whatever you want to look at for the Niners as shortcomings, their schedule for me is the brightest, reddest, most fragrant rose of all, because you've got some teams that probably won't be great. Everyone's allowed to be better than you think, but early on you've got the Saints and the Jaguars in 2 of the first 4. So if it is a slow ramp up when you're trying to find out who you have and what action, even if you fall in Seattle, which is possible, and you lose to a Ram team, that's a game you're going to probably be an underdog in. You beat the other 2, you're 2-2, and you're still trying to find your way, but you're not facing the same schedule you did last year. So my rose is the schedule and what it might be able to do for the Niners, not necessarily being awesome in September.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, that's a good one. We have all of these question marks, but if you really kind of think about once they dive into this schedule, it will probably always feel like, oh, maybe you're only a week away from getting this thing right. Because a win changes everything. Even if you're still not in the greatest spot in the standings, I think that each week the Niners are going to wake up from whatever just happened, whether it was a win or a disappointing loss. They'll wake up and they'll look at what's coming up 6 days or 4 days away or whatever. They'll look at it and go, okay, we can do that one. We got a shot, and they won't win them all. But I think that there's no game that I feel like sits there on the schedule where you're like, oh, hell.
Terrified.
Yeah, I don't want Josh Allen on a Sunday night or anything like that. They just don't have that this year. Everything's going to feel winnable.
4 of the last 6 at home, and among those 6, you've got Carolina here, Tennessee here, at Cleveland, at Indy, Chicago here. So even if you are 6 games to go and you're sitting at, that'd be, even if you're 5-6 at that point, you've got those 6 remaining. You could go on a 5-1 heater and wind up 10-7 and maybe still make a run for the playoffs. I do think that this team is likely to be better performing in the second half than the first half if they have this many younger players.
All right, you got a thorn?
My thorn, and this is a little bit of it's kind of a predictable one, but it's the injury bug, and primarily at receiver and running back. That's my thorn, because I'm really, really concerned about the receiver room where Juwan Jennings has a calf and a contract. Is it calf? Is it cash? Which one is it more of a factor of? Well, it doesn't matter. He's not playing. And you've got Cowing, who I believe returned today. Good news. Ayuk out until at least week 6. I'm concerned about the running back depth. Garendo has been injured, and James with a broken finger. So my thorn is skill position players' injuries.
Okay, well,
SPPI.
I mean, I guess on some level, my thorn could be extended into what you're talking about. Mine's a little bit more finely tuned as far as its focus, but what you're talking about is a part of it. My thorn goes to the Jordan Mason trade. How much better would you feel right now if Jordan Mason were still on the squad?
A lot.
Yeah, me too. And
do you remember what they got for him?
I do. I have it right here in front of me.
I'm glad I asked you that.
Yeah, so they swapped 5th and 6th round picks in the draft that has already taken place, and then they got an additional 6th rounder next year. That's what they got. Now, the bigger part of this also, understand, as is the case with everything in life, money is involved in this, and Jordan needed a new contract, and the Vikings did sign Mason to a 2-year, $12 million deal, $7 million guaranteed. That sounds like chump change in the NFL. To a degree, it is. I'm not a capologist. Kyle Shanahan was interesting yesterday when he talked a lot about the need for another receiver and should they sign Amari Cooper or Gabe Davis. And it's like we keep hearing this stat. It's like, the Niners are among the teams with the most salary cap space in the NFL right now. And he's like, it's a little misleading. Yes, we do. However, we do, but that doesn't include major payments that are going to be due to players in the season, number one. And number two, they want to roll as much of that cap space over as possible because next year they're not in as fancy of a cap space situation, and they need to keep that. So they don't want to spend it. And do you want to spend a certain amount of cap space on a backup running back when you feel like your starter is maybe your best player and is going to be healthy, and your last name's Shanahan, which means you've always found a way to get production from the running back room no matter who the hell's back there? Why not just grab Jeff Wilson off the street, for example, and let him back up Christian McCaffrey as opposed to getting Jordan Mason, and you might feel like your production could end up being pretty similar. So I get it. I'm not saying that they made a terrible financial move. I just really liked the kid, and I wish he was still on the team. That's it. So that's my thorn. I wish Jordan Mason was still here.
That's a great one, and it just kind of underscores what we were arguing about all last year, the notion of Super Bowl or bust. And on my drive in today, I was thinking about all the players, real players that actually played who have left, which reminds me of how it was a busted up scenario. And so this year for me is not a Super Bowl or bust. This year is more like what you talk about, Super Bowl or try again, because you've got so many young guys that you largely will be intact next year as opposed to last year. And Jordan Mason is a great example of somebody who you didn't dislike, but you really couldn't afford him. You didn't want to pay him $12 million to have 80 carries this year. If McCaffrey stays healthy, it makes no sense.
Right. I totally get it. Just bummed about it.
Yep.
So, all right, your turn. Let's go. Line them up. And Theo and Rick, we see you. Here we come. 888-957-9570. We're going to dive straight into your calls coming up next. What's your rose for the 49ers? What's your thorn for the 49ers? 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you want to win a pair of tickets Saturday, August 15th? The Rays and Giants this weekend at Oracle Park. All fans can enjoy a City Connect concert featuring Saweetie following the game. And we're giving away a couple pairs of tickets today, courtesy of Levi's. One pair in the 3 o'clock hour, the other in the 4 o'clock hour. So for now, just keep listening. Remember, you can always buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And then I also want to give 10 seconds to the Valkyries. We'll talk about you guys a little bit later on in the show. Nice W last night.
Yeah.
Got a winning record. You've moved up to the 7 seed in the playoff chase. You got yourself a new mascot that hatched. Okay, Valks, we see you.
It hatched.
Yeah, it did.
I know.
It hatched.
Pretty awesome mascot, too.
All right, your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt sign.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save on organic blackberries or raspberries with Prime. Get 2 half pints for $7 through August 12th. It's time for the best and juiciest of the season. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Foodies, it's time to treat your taste buds. Foodie Week is coming to Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Indulge in exclusive menus and limited time dishes at your favorite dining spots, including Italy, King's Fish House, Mastro's, and so much more. From gourmet creations to crave-worthy comfort food, this is your chance to explore a world of flavors in one place. Plus, enjoy special offers that make every bite even sweeter. Bring your family, your crew, and your appetite to Foodie Week at Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Visit today and savor the moment.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I usually end the show by saying, shoot your shot, it's all you got. Grandy did it early. Like as soon as we were talking about this early, he's like, I'm going to fire that song. And you did it right away. At a babe, Grandy.
I like it.
At a babe.
I'm closing my eyes and picturing the Grandys, his mom and dad, in some sort of a slow dance situation back in the late 80s, early 90s, and Poison comes on. Every rose has its thorn, and sometime later, various Grandy children are born.
Are you insinuating that this song led to Grandy?
You know what that is, right?
I guess it would be an insinuation.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah, but no.
It also would be an insemination sensation,
I'm with
potentially.
You, I'm with you, Rick. Like, it's amazing that
We're done.
that's where your mind
We're
went.
done here.
Like, I mean, this song is on, and that's where your mind went?
I just looked up the year because I thought it was earlier. I thought it was my high school, but it was 88, my college, your junior high, most likely.
88? Yeah, 13.
October, so I just remember the power ballad of the 80s, and that's among the great ones.
Yeah.
And I thought about 37 years ago, and Grandy's 29, so A led to B, B led to C, and here we are.
Maybe.
Awkward.
Yeah, definitely. So pivot.
Sure.
Yeah, no, Grandy and Lucas have, I think you guys have some roses and thorns too. We'll let you unload on those in a little bit. But 888-957-957, we'd really love to hear from you. What's your rose? What's your thorn for the 49ers right now as this thing gets started? Candlestick, Rick, San Bruno, you're going to lead us off. Hey, Rick, thanks for calling. Hey, what you doing?
Hey, what up, fellas? Good to hear from you. I'm chilling right now, just cleaning up the house, but I wanted to chime in on this whole rose and thorn deal. And shout out to Grandy's parents, his conception at the Poison concert, I think it was.
Yeah.
I mean, Grandy, was it actually at the show, or was it after, or?
I'm not answering any of these questions.
Right.
Monsters of Rock, 95. I think Dokken was a part of it. Maybe early Ozzy, late Black Sabbath.
At a concert? Have you ever?
After.
Have you ever at a concert?
Nah, not at a concert.
I had a buddy who was propositioned. I'm not kidding.
It happens, fellas.
Yeah, it happened.
Oh, yeah.
He was propositioned. He said no, and then saw her and someone else under a hoodie about a half hour later.
Right. Because you know what she did, right? Pivot. She also had to pivot.
Let's move on. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that, fellas. We went off the rails a bit there,
No, it's totally Dibs' fault, but go ahead.
Let's paint a little picture here. So you got a beautiful rose in your hand. You're sitting in the sun, and there's petals on it. The petals are blooming. I would say some of those blooming petals would hopefully be the new draft picks that we got, you know, our defensive line pickups. You know, I think those guys could possibly be some blooming petals on that rose. And hopefully, is there any way, I mean, the receiving core, like Dibs said, might be a thorn, but can we just get one of those surprise guys? Can Tariq Owens just be a Puka Nakua? Or, like, why can't we just get a young fella to just pop like that?
Well, I mean,
Puka.
we don't know that they won't. You know, the Jordan Watkins thing, he would actually been the candidate for that, and now, you know, he's had a setback. So are we going to have someone pop at that level week one? Probably not, but at the same time, you may well just have Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings starting week one. Like, that's a possibility, and that's not scary to me.
I wouldn't say it's scary, but it's just all of our guys have question marks. Even Ayuk took a few years to develop. None of our guys really pop right away. But anyway, let me continue painting this beautiful picture here. But you're holding this rose. It has some petals blooming, but there's a couple thorns. You prick your finger, and you go, damn, we missed one. There's still a thorn here. I think that thorn is Jake Moody, my friend. I am sick of that dude. Can we just why does Kyle Shanahan have this affinity for these hardworking white guys? Like he still has River Craycraft on the practice squad, I think. Like, is that not crazy? Like, I mean,
is River still on the practice squad? Hey, hang on, Rick. Grandy, is River Craycraft still in the practice squad?
I've definitely heard his name at some point recently, but I can confirm.
No, this conversation, Rick, I'm just going to be honest with you, because this is the way we like to do our show. Like, let's just put it all on the table. Your call was going really well, and I did not know you were going to take a right turn and suddenly say that Kyle Shanahan likes hardworking white guys. I didn't know that we were going to go that way.
It's not a bad thing, but these guys don't turn out to be very good at times, and it's like, man, just get rid of him.
They do have some pretty good white players on the team.
And he's a Seahawk right now. So
Craycraft is all right. I mean, Kittle, McCaffrey, Purdy, Juszczyk.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Bosa.
I don't want to make it about race. But anyway, what else, Rick?
as you're looking at that beautiful rose, you look over and you see a huge thorn bush, and you go, damn, we fell into that bush last year. My cousin fell into a thorn bush once. Not nice.
Oof.
So last year itself was a thorn bush accident altogether. So, yeah, I'll wrap it up by saying that. But it's a pretty picture until you fell into the bush. But, all right, fellas, nice talking to you.
Candlestick Rick, everybody, cleaning the house.
Way to bring it home.
And bringing up race with regard to roses and thorns. But
Jake
anyway,
Moody gets a final shot.
Yes,
and
but I like that you're saying it that way. The leash is short.
Correct.
Very
Even though
short.
they used third-round capital, Kyle Shanahan's not going to laminated play sheet his way down the field in a game where they're down by 2 and get stopped at the 30 and send him out for a 47-yarder and watch him miss. That's just not going to happen.
Well,
Shanahan's going to he's going to find someone else, the ghost of Robbie Gould.
For sure.
Robbie Gould. And
kickers are replaceable overnight every week in the NFL.
Right.
So, but I'm with you where it's like I'm fine with where they sit now, which is you get one more shot. But you know what I worry about with Moody? He might be one of those when the lights come on guys, because he did it again today in practice. He went 7 for 7, and 2 of them were over 50 yards long. And I think it's why the Niners are still like, no, this is our guy. He was hurt last year, and he was young the year before that. And so now he's gone through and he's changed his wind-up and all of these things, and we think he's going to have a good year, and he's having a really nice camp. Great. What's he look like in Seattle when the lights come on September 7th? If you miss a late field goal that's, shorter than 58 yards in that game, like, I don't know that I wouldn't be advocating, like, move on that day. Like, he's got to be really good. He doesn't need to be perfect, but he needs to be really good.
When it counts.
Yeah, because Moody right now, like, everyone knows he's got the leg, he's got the this, he's got that. But dude, when the kick is really important, he misses it. Almost like it feels like he misses most of those. Not all of them, but most of them.
And I'm never going to excuse a guy for being injured, because when you play, you're playing, and when you play, you have to play well. However, I will say that last year with the ankle injury, it clearly affected him. And, well, that's a bummer, because you still have to go out there and do your job, and he didn't. I also think that the new 2-step approach is really going to help him be more consistent. It cuts down on that extra third step. It's just boop, boop. And he's got the leg strength to where he doesn't need the extra run-up. I think he's going to have a good year.
I hope so. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line from 216. Pick up Justin Tucker. Yeah, so that's not happening. Justin Tucker.
Right.
Justin Tucker. You know everything that's going on with Justin Tucker, right?
I know what happened before. I don't know the latest.
Well,
but
he's gone. The Ravens have cut him. He's got all kinds of legal issues.
All kinds.
But what other people, which you may not be remembering, is he also sucked last year.
Yes.
He was terrible.
And I would attribute it to, a lot of it probably was this.
Maybe. He's also getting old.
38 or 39. He's an older kicker.
Yeah. I mean.
And something Steiny said earlier, Steiny and Goo together again, actually was the sound that they played from Baldy, where you don't know when a player's decline is going to start until you actually see it.
No doubt.
And he mentioned Earl Campbell, the great Houston Oiler from back in the day, where Baldy was his teammate, and all of a sudden it's like, you just can't do it anymore. And that applies for Justin Verlander, Steph Curry, Trent Williams, every player who's getting long in the tooth, and even Christian McCaffrey. It might happen this year where he has lost a step.
Sometimes it doesn't even happen because of age.
Right.
I mean, I'm thinking of some names that have come up on this show the last couple of weeks. Todd Gurley.
Good call.
That's it. Le'Veon Bell. Night-night. Done. And by the way, Tucker's not as old as maybe you and I thought. He's only 35. But Tucker's career, I believe, is over. I don't think Justin Tucker's coming back to the NFL.
I don't either.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to see him. He was bad last year and a problem. So, Theo in the East Bay is next. Hi, Theo. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, what's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, just to touch on this rose and thorns things. Look, for me, the thorn for the 49ers, you guys touched on it with injury, but it's depth. I mean, if any one of our big guys goes out, Fred, George, CMC, Trent, God forbid, we got fringe pay players who are barely making the league, backing them up. So, yeah, for me, that's the thorn. But I did want to touch on a good thing that I think is a positive with the Rose. I think it's that QB room. We got Purdy, and I'm a believer in Purdy, just like a lot of you guys, but also Mac Jones. If anything happens to Purdy, I trust Mac Jones to go in there, win us a few games, and keep this thing rolling. But yeah, enjoying the show, guys. Cheers.
Theo, thank you very much. The QB room. I will say this. Look, I largely very, very much hope that we do not see him this year. But I do think the 49ers are better prepared this year if they get the kind of injury that usually happens to quarterbacks. I know we're all scared of the, he's out for the year thing, but I'm more tuned into the idea of, what if he misses a game? Like he did last year when they went to Green Bay and they couldn't even function. I think the 49ers are better prepared for that kind of an injury this year if Mac Jones needs to come in and play a game, 2 games. If he's got to come in and play 6 games or more, I'm not saying he's not allowed to win them, but no, I think that the drop-off will be great. But I do like where they're at in terms of a 1 or 2 game fill-in.
Feels a little bit more like 23 when they had Sam Darnold, who was a highly drafted guy who hadn't worked out and came in, learned the system, and he didn't even play more than, I think, the 1 game for the Niners, if memory serves, in 2023. But he learned enough and went to Minnesota and then flashed and popped and got paid, and now he's in Seattle. And so if you're Mac Jones, you're thinking, I want what he had, which is a year of tutelage and maybe a couple of spot starts and spot appearances. And then, all right, guys, who out there needs a quarterback? Because I'm Shanahan ready. He got me ready, and he'll only be like 26 when that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of interesting. I guess Darnold is maybe only he's the only sort of shining example, if you will. But I do know that a lot of quarterbacks, especially now that Brock Purdy has solidified his spot, a lot of quarterbacks who are in that spot are kind of looking at the Niner backup job as rehab. Like, it's quarterback rehab. I'm going to go there. I'm going to learn that offense. You might get a chance. If you do get a chance, you probably got a pretty good chance to put up some decent numbers, and maybe you can parlay that into a gig elsewhere. It is one of, and I don't want to go down this road at all, but just since we had the conversation yesterday, it's one of the things that concerned me for a while about Trey Lance. When people are like, okay, he needs a different quarterback room. He needs a different spot. And I'm like, this is pretty friendly. This should bring out the best in you if you're a quarterback. Kyle Shanahan's history is that quarterbacks, whether they're good, great, bad, or anywhere in between, they're a better version of themselves with Kyle than they usually have been somewhere else. That's been not across the board, but mostly the history.
Look at Jimmy Garoppolo where he hasn't, Raiders and now the Rams, he's a backup, and other quarterbacks have gone on to not do much elsewhere, Beathard and Mullins, and that's to be expected. And I don't even know where Dobbs is now, if he is somebody's backup or if he's fighting to be a 3. Allen, the same thing. Brandon Allen, who would be somebody's backup at best. And those are guys who just aren't quite talented enough. The only other reclamation project that I was thinking about, Mark, is Baker Mayfield. And just looking at what he did with the Rams, that year they were really bad. Stafford got hurt. John Walford started games. Bryce Perkins got a start. And Baker,
I don't even remember that name. Did you say Bryce Perkins?
Bryce Perkins.
Who are you?
1 start.
I don't even know that person.
Yeah, threw a couple of picks, and they lost the game. Stafford started 9 games, got hurt, and Baker went 1-3, and I think he got hurt, but then he went on to Tampa, and his career has totally turned around.
Yeah. Was Carolina, though, after the Rams?
Before the Rams,
It was before the Rams.
Yeah.
And he went straight from the Rams to Tampa? Is that right?
Yeah, and I think this is now his 3rd year in Tampa.
Yeah.
Carolina had both Darnold and Baker.
Right.
Yeah.
And didn't do well with either of them.
Correct.
They kind of went back and forth like a ping pong. Sorry, I didn't want to bring that up, but like a ping pong match, and like they didn't really get a whole lot from either one of them. So, I mean, another example that I think is something we don't love to admit in the NFL, but it exists, which is that your surroundings matter. It's used as a weapon so often, especially with quarterbacks. We want you to just be this dog this Tom Brady character, wherever he goes, you're going to win football games. And sure, that'd be great if you're that amazing, but your surroundings matter. My favorite example always being Kurt Warner, who was incredible with the Rams, incredible with the Cardinals, but in between he stunk with the New York Giants. You know, Matt Stafford is another great example. He's a good quarterback, but they couldn't really function and do anything at a high level with the Lions. And then he went to the Rams, and poof, they win a Super Bowl. So
yeah,
your surroundings matter, and that's not a criticism.
No, and I didn't mean to cut you off,
go
but
ahead.
the sneaky great example is happening in front of us, Geno Smith. Because when he went to Seattle, surroundings, good coach, good GM, weapons. He had his 4 best years, and now we'll see what he can do with the Raiders because Geno was an eyelash away from being out of the league, right? And Seattle got into their spot where no more Russ and we need a guy. And he went there, and I was just looking at his numbers, 76 TDs to 36 picks. That's a good 2-to-1 ratio.
That's
and
strong.
Completed 68.5% of his passes, and he led them to some winning seasons and whatnot. And so Geno's an example, I think, of reclamation, but also surroundings, and we'll see if the Raiders can, continue the Geno momentum.
Yeah, he's viable. He's not going to win you the whole thing, but he's viable. I always look at this in sports. It's one thing that for a while, and we'll get to this later, for a while I looked at it as a feather in the cap of Bob Melvin, because Bob Melvin was the manager with the Padres. Prior to that, he was the manager. I know that there was the D-backs in there was the A's. But when you start to see, when he gets the job and you start to see players coming as free agents to join him, that says to me that on some level they had a good prior experience. Same thing when you see Pete Carroll grab Geno Smith via trade to come be the quarterback of the Raiders. It's like they were together before. And obviously, he's not the best quarterback in the world, but his head coach thinks something of him. He thinks that he can, move the ball and win football games with him. So they must have had some sort of a positive experience together. I view that as a feather in the cap for Geno Smith. And I do think that the Raiders, while they won't be great, I think they're going to give people some games. I think they're going to give people problems here and there from week to week sometimes.
Agreed. I mean, they've got some excitement on their offense, to be sure. They got a running back who I'll be interested to see where Ashton Genty goes in our draft in particular, as running backs tend to fly off the board early. They got a great tight end, and just looking at the Mike Sando quarterback tiers, Geno Smith is dead center of Tier 3. Almost every vote was Tier 3. He got 6 Tier 2s and a Tier 4, but Geno is the 19th rated quarterback, and that sounds about right.
Yeah, absolutely. I look at that whole division now, in fact. I thought, and by the way, still taking your calls, 888-957-9570. What's your rose for the 49ers right now? What is your thorn for the 49ers right now? 888-957-9570. Andy Reid was talking, I think it was with Kay Adams yesterday, and he was talking about how he thinks that AFC West is going to be much more challenging to win this year. And the first thing he said, and I don't know why this hadn't really occurred to me, but he goes, there's great coaches in this division. And it just popped. I was like, oh, man. Look at that. I don't know why this didn't hit. I think 3 of those teams are really good, and one of them is at least just kind of mediocre on paper. That's how I see the AFC West. But, yeah, look at the coaches. Look at those 4 names that are coming at you. Pete Carroll, Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh, and Andy Reid. And you got to play 6 of your 17 games against those opponents if you're one of those teams. That's going to be, I think that is going to threaten to be the best division in football this year.
Yeah, if you just look at the coaches, the coaches part of it, you've got, Andy Reid is 4th all time. You've got more than 560 wins in the NFL. And if you put Jim Harbaugh and his college success in there, then you're talking about an elite group. And just looking at Harbaugh's win-loss percentage, he's at 685 in the NFL, which is only 6 years, right? 5 with the Niners and now 1 with the Chargers. But that puts him top 10 all time in just win percentage.
And he's the only one in the division who's not won a Super Bowl, but he's won a national, he's been in the national championship. He's been to a Super Bowl. These are really, really they're going to be very well coached football teams. And in theory should be all pretty good on defense. Even the Raiders. Pete Carroll, very, very good defensive coach. So, anyway.
Kansas City's the one for me that I'm going to keep a close eye on. I've already declared in our bold predictions that they won't even make the playoffs, and a lot of that's based on just the regression to the mean of some of the luck factors.
Totally.
When you go 11-0 in one-score games, I don't think that they're going to go 11-0 again, and if they do, they're going to make the playoffs.
Congrats to you.
Yep.
Yeah, Paul in Oakland next. Hi, Paul. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I've been listening to your latest little segment and talking about quarterbacks, and I have a question for you guys.
What's that?
What is your opinion? What's your take? Do quarterbacks generally, not factoring in the coaching and all that, but do quarterbacks have a greater impact on winning teams' games or losing teams' games?
Ooh. Huh. God, it's hard to separate the two.
I think it varies from team to